So the State Board will come to order, and we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, first item on my agenda is the pleasant duty of turning to the superintendent for his report.
Good morning, President Kirsten, board members, and public. Good day. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Truly an honor to have that vote of confidence and the vote of confidence in the progressive work we're all doing together here and across the state, and valiant teachers and administrators across the state working so hard to have our kids succeed. So a lot of work to be done, right? And a lot of great work in front of us, challenges that I know we'll tackle well together. And my report is brief. It's going to be on 5 items just to underscore. We had a great conference. Trish Williams was there on the science. We had 3,000 teachers, scientists, students showing off their work, their inventiveness, creativeness, and just a grand opportunity to look at the future leaders of our economy and our science and technology world. And the students from the Holy Cow robotics team built a 120-pound robot that could fling a ball about 300 feet, operated by remote control. They had to meet all the kinds of specifications. And one young woman, eager high school student, received help from a retired aerospace engineer, built an 8-foot-tall catapult and launched model rockets, looking at fuel efficiency models. And so very bright people, our future. Second is just to report that the after-school programs in California, we're not only the biggest set of after-school programs, we're in 4,500 schools, providing enriching opportunities after school, safe places for kids to be after school between 3 and 6. The national organization known as the After School Alliance ranked our program the #1 in the country in terms of quality and parent satisfaction, the offerings that we have. 92% of the parents were satisfied. That's a pretty strong recommendation. So the charter school division here is working, the after school program division here is working closely with the field, and Michael Funk and his team have done an outstanding job. You're all aware that we work together also to put an emphasis, and the governor added more slots, the legislature added more slots to preschool, so we have 31,000 slots being restored, about $250 million worth of investment, and we know early learning works so well, so we thank the governor and the legislature for listening to the need and responding strongly in that area. The other big change in terms of good success to share is the rollout of the Career Pathways Trust Fund grants. And so I've traveled up and down the state and visited these grants and seen business and other employers, public sector employers, working together to provide internships. Over 1,000 businesses have stepped forward and said, we'll open our doors, we'll provide internships, we'll provide mentorships on top of that, and come and visit your schools and share what they're doing as scientists and engineers and in other areas of career pathways. So we're knowing that those programs are so successful, the graduation rates are up like in the 90s, 95, 97. I visited Reseda High School, and one of their academies had 100% graduation rate and 100% college-going rate. Finally, a pleasure, as we know that all this work gets done by professionals in the field daily, using their skills, applying hard work and passion to their work. I was able to name recently 5 Teachers of the Year for California. And one of them, a woman named Maggie Maberry, a 7th and 8th grade science teacher in Manhattan Beach Middle School, she was nominated by us as the California nominee to be National Teacher of the Year. Her motto, by the way, very energetic, very dynamic teacher, is keep calm and science on. Keep calm and science on. So I hope we'll do that, and I know we will. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I also wanted to congratulate Governor re-elected Jerry Brown last week for his unprecedented 4th term as governor of California. And I know that the board looks forward to more productive years of serving and providing policy guidance and direction
for the K-12 public schools in the state. I want to also congratulate Tom. We already did that, but we look forward to working with you for the term of your period, which is 4 more years. I wanted to announce that one of our longtime staff members, Beth Rice, retired. We had an event for her in late October. She retired before the board meeting. She was our stalwart in special education, and her final act was a really good one that you'll hear more about in January, where she helped with the Special Education Task Force. Board Member Cohn will report about that tomorrow, but they're nearly done with their report, and it's going to be, I think, really exciting and dynamic. There is one public hearing on our agenda. That is the petition for the establishment of a charter school, Rosamond Community Center in the Southern Kern Unified School District. The local control funding formula, items 13 and 14, will be heard tomorrow morning following the student reports. And items 11 and 14, item 11 and waiver 14 have an addendum. Those are the only 2 items that have an addendum. On the consent and waiver consent calendar items, there's a handout on the table in the lobby listing the proposed regular consent items, items 10 and 18 through 23. The waiver consent items include W1 through W14. Any board members wishing to remove items from the consent calendars need to do so by Friday morning, and we'll take up the waiver consent and the regular consent calendars tomorrow, Friday, before going into the closed session. So for the board members, you have your electronic red folder, and I want to announce that our meeting on the state board can be fully accessed via an electronic agenda. I want to remind the audience to sign in at a table outside of the room, sign up for the item number on which you would like to speak. Item 17 at the end of our meeting tomorrow is a general public comment during which members may comment on items that are not specifically listed on the board's agenda. Anyone wishing to submit materials, please provide 25 copies to Nancy Brownell, who is in the blue at our front desk. Please introduce yourself if you are a speaker and identify who you represent prior to speaking. Brevity is appreciated. And the TV monitors, if overflow we have, are in room 1801, and please speak into your microphones. With that, then, I will turn to item 1, which is the update of the History Social Science Framework. And Tom Adams, who has been leading this process, will present. This is an update item, no action recommended.
Good morning, President Kearse, members of the State Board, and Superintendent Torlakson. That's good to hear that I'll be saying that again for the next 4 years. Item 1 on the agenda is the update of the History Social Science Framework for California Public Schools, and this is a progress of the field progress report on the field review survey. Here to present the item is the co-chairs of the Instructional Quality Commission's History Social Science Subject Matter Committee, Bill Honig and Nancy McTighe.
Thank you, Tom. Good morning. So, as you recall, at the last meeting on September 3rd, the board approved a revised timeline and guidelines for the update of the History Social Science Framework. And pursuant to that timeline, at our meeting on September 17th and 18th, the Instructional Quality Commission approved the existing draft for the first 2 60-day field reviews, with edits proposed by the California Department of Education to reflect statutory changes since the 2009 suspension. The field survey was posted to the department website on September 22nd, along with the news release from the superintendent announcing the field review to the public. The department also sent a letter to all district and county superintendents and charter school administrators from Deputy Superintendent Lupita Cortez Alcala, notifying them of the survey and requesting that they encourage their teachers and administrators to participate. Copies of the draft framework were sent to 21 learning resource display centers located across the state to ensure the members of the public have full access to the document. And finally, we promoted the field review survey through outreach to those groups and individuals who have expressed an interest in history, social science curriculum in the past. Your agenda item includes an overview of the survey results through the first half of the survey. I can today update those numbers with our latest results. As of this morning, the CDE has received 455 total comments from 342 individuals, both through online survey and through a dedicated email box established to receive comments on the draft framework. A large percentage of those comments, or these comments, have come from individuals who self-identified as teachers. The survey will remain open through November 25th, 2014, and of course we will continue to accept comments via email and physical mail throughout the process until the board takes final action on the framework. Commissioner McTighe will give an overview of what else we're working on during the survey, and I should say we're also getting some outside experts to review this, and they're in the economics areas, a couple other areas where they also are going to feed back information. So I think as we did with the ELA, ELD, and the mathematics framework, trying to get some of the best people in the country to comment on this and give us the information. So Nancy, where are you? There you are.
I'm here. Good morning, and thank you. Before I begin, I'd like to echo Bill's comment about public notification by noting that I sent out 2 messages encouraging public comment on the California History Social Science Project email list, which we now have more than 20,000 names of educators across the state. We've all been working hard to help get the word out and to make sure that everyone who is interested in this project has a chance to comment on the draft. While the field review survey is underway, a group of writers affiliated with the Constitutional Rights Foundation and contracted with the Sacramento County Office of Education is working on additional edits to the framework to strengthen the coverage of civic education. As you know, I am also the director of a group that served as the contracted writer who developed the 2009 draft framework, the California History Social Science Project. I have been reaching out to our network of scholars in both the California State University, the University of California, and private institutions across the state, including the writers who worked on that original draft, to make sure that the information in the course descriptions reflects current scholarship. I have also been working on a new introduction for the framework that will highlight the instructional shifts that are part of California's move to the Common Core state standards. We've been working with the department to integrate classroom examples as well, what the ELA, ELD framework referred to as vignettes, if you remember. These concrete examples will show how instruction can be aligned to the history social science standards, the English language arts developments, the English language development standards, and the Common Core. And there will be at least one per grade level, and some chapters more exact classroom examples. Finally, I've been working with the Stanford History Education Group to update the framework chapter on assessment to bring it in line with the information in other recent frameworks that are aligned to the Common Core. We look forward to sharing these improvements with the full commission and the board liaisons in December and February. Okay.
And just to let you know, once the field survey is concluded, a survey report that includes the full text of all comments received will be forwarded to the commission for review. The board will also receive copies of all public comment received during this period prior to action upon the framework. In terms of the timeline, I just want to make you aware that the History Social Science Subject Matter Committee was originally scheduled to meet on December 18th. Because of the volume of comments, we have extended that meeting to December 19th. And that will take place in this room here in Sacramento. Final board action on the framework is expected or originally scheduled for May 2015, though the timeline remains flexible and that action may be postponed until September. The reason why we won't bring it to you in July is because we will be busy with the English language arts, English language development, adoption of instructional materials, and all staff will be in Los Angeles during that week. So we are trying to address everyone's concerns and do so in a thoughtful manner that reflects what the legislature requires, what the board has approved up to this point, that is in line with current and confirmed research, that addresses the needs of teachers, and most importantly, sparks student learning and curiosity. And we'd be happy to take any questions.
Questions for board members? Board Member Sandoval?
Good morning. I just want to thank you for a concise report, and I had the pleasure of attending the subject matter committee in September and was pleased to see at least 30 people in the audience offering their comments and their concerns. And I'm really glad that the public is taking full advantage of this review process, and I appreciate the responsiveness of the team in addressing each of those comments thoughtfully. So thank you.
Other board members? Board member.
Good morning. I just had a question for Commissioner McTighe concerning the assessment chapter. I know that at the time the chapter was originally crafted, we were in a different context and a different policy context. Could you give us kind of an overview of what you see are some of the differences or the anticipated changes in the assessment chapter given the direction that the legislature has seemed to indicate that we want to go, and where you believe the scholarly community that you're working with is looking at right now as well?
Sure. But I want to preface this by saying we're really in the drafting mode, so I don't have anything finalized from anybody. A couple of things. Obviously, if you look at the 2009 draft, there are a lot of things that had to be updated right away, given that there is no history social science test. So that's one major change that you've got right now. The other major thing is the Common Core state standards and the English language development standards, right? So we're trying to, not only with the assessment chapter, but with all the chapters, really kind of reframe and take a lot of lessons from, in particular, the English language arts, English language development framework. There's a lot of things that are very relevant, not just because of, general educational research, but also because history, social science, many of those disciplines are very literate. They're dependent on student literacy. And so there's a lot of overlap that we can pull from there. Finally, I think that the assessment, with regards to what kind of the research is in history, social science, the reason I'm working with the Stanford History Education Group is Sam Weinberg and Joel Breakstone. Joel's the director, Sam's a professor there, and Joel is the director of the History Education Group. His research was on assessment in history, social science, and they have a thing called HAT, Historical Assessment. I forget what the T stands for, I think thinking. And they've done lots and lots of research on how to craft assessments that are generally formative assessments that teachers can use to really evaluate not only their content knowledge, their disciplinary understanding, and discipline-specific literacy. And so what the drafts that I've seen from them thus far are ones where we've pulled heavily from the English language arts, English language development as appropriate, and now we're in the process of thinking about how can we craft assessments that measure historical thinking, content area literacy, and disciplinary understanding, I guess, is a kind of a wider way. So those are the kinds of things that we're working on, and I will be able to share more once I get another draft back from them, and then I share it out with this community of folks that we have. We have about probably 25 to 35 scholars and teachers working on it.
The other question I have, and probably either you or Commissioner Honig might want to take a stab at this. There are things about the framework and about the teaching of history that are static, but the goal for this framework also seems to be a need to make this document be a living document and to give teachers a greater guide and a greater guidance on what to do on good first instruction in teaching history, social science. So I guess my question is, in looking particularly at the grade level chapters, what about the narrative becomes more important for teachers? What is contained in the narrative or the approaches that they should be taking to develop the literacy?
Well, actually, I have a hard time prioritizing those two things. I actually think that there are three things that determine students' success in history, social science. One is knowledge of content, a second is knowledge of discipline, and a third is knowledge of discipline-specific literacy. And those things go hand in hand. Again, I think because many things, particularly in history, are so dependent on students' ability to read and write with proficiency, you have to attend to that. Moreover, attending to literacy helps develop content knowledge. Those things go together. And then your disciplinary understanding is one where you can look at different sources, for example, and develop an interpretation based upon evidence. So those three things go together. So what we're trying to do, and admittedly this is not easy, what we're trying to do is to marry the content with the latest scholarship in that content with the disciplinary understanding, the latest research in that, and then the latest research in discipline-specific literacy understanding, using the frame and kind of the research base that you would find in the Common Core and both the ELD standards. So I don't think I can prioritize. Those things, in my mind, go together.
Okay, so and the reason why I asked that question is what has guided the development of the new English Language Arts, English Language Development Framework were the instructional shifts that were articulated in the Common Core. And the same thing is true about the development of the math framework. What I think I heard you say was the beginning of your ideas about trying to articulate what you think are some significant instructional shifts. Or am I hopefully reading too much into what you just offered?
Well, no. I mean, one of the documents, I don't know if you were here when I talked about it, one of the things that we've done is I've written a new introduction based upon a conversation that I had at you at the last commission meeting. And this really lays out kind of a theory of action that suggests that if you use an inquiry model of instruction, if there's no... In history social science, there's no Common Core standards, there's no ELD standards, so there's not like this document that I can refer to and says this is the law of the land. But what I do know and what practitioners and scholars and researchers all agree is that if you use an inquiry model of instruction that uses evidence, that asks students to both investigate questions of, in this case, historical significance, develop an interpretation using evidence, using analysis, and then attends to student reading comprehension and writing ability, that's the kind of high quality instruction, and that's the kind of theory or I don't know about theory, but just practice that we're laying out in the introduction that I'm trying to follow through in all of the chapters going forward.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Other questions? Perhaps, Tom, you could comment on the timelines as you see them. Are you prepared to make any comments for the? You had an aggressive timeline when you appeared before us.
Only in the sense that we were trying to fit this in prior to the completion of the ELA, ELD adoption. And so we've kind of now, it would be nice to do so, just convenient for us administratively, but that's not going to determine really the progress of the document. What's going to determine it is really the quality and making sure that the public is confident and that their comments have been addressed. So for us, it's more of a workaround, and having very talented staff, we can do that.
Okay. Other board comments on this item? Mr. Honig?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to Board Member Ruckers and support what Commissioner Matias said. I think one of the key things we've asked some of the writers to do is what kinds of questions would you pose to get students to really wrestle with, not that there's one right or one wrong, but these are, like in economics, I've had the discussion, there's a tremendous amount of political discussion right now about issues, so how can we help students understand where to get information, how to present that, and so forth. So I think that's going to be a hallmark of the way this is written.
Okay. Is there any public comment on this item?
Yes, we have 3 speakers, Lydia Gutierrez, Orlene Cole, and Joe Michael. Please line up.
Hi, my name is Lydia Gutierrez, and I am a public school teacher, and I am talking here independently of my school board or any organization. And as a public school teacher, I teach the primary grades. And if you're not aware of it, in Common Core, we have to have 50% factual information. So we are presently using the history and science within our literacy time. And this is interfering from our children basically learning their skills of phonics and learning sentence structure and learning how to write. is dramatically affecting them. So I would urge the board to really strongly consider that piece be taken out of our literacy time. Because my children, they've only been alive for 6 years or 7 years. I teach a first and second grade combination class. And as they're learning their phonics and learning their sounds and learning how to write a capital and put a period at the end, then I have to, and if you're not aware of literacy, teaches reasoning skills. It also teaches right and wrong, their foundation of ethics. And history, when we go into science and the social studies area, we're giving factual information. So we're not able to do those literacy stories that teach them how to make good, reasonable judgments. And this is interfering dramatically in our classes. So I'd like for you to strongly consider that as number one. Number two, and the speakers that just came up, they gave wonderful information about how they're reaching all of us teachers about giving a review, but I asked if they get to the parental organizations to let them know so that they can review. And in a comment that Ms. Rucker made about history and social studies being a living document, I'm concerned about that. I don't know when history has become living. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to remind the speakers 2 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Orlene Kurla. I'm from Santa Rosa, California, and I am a former teacher. I'm also an author, and I have written 2 books about Common Core. The Common Core, Trojan Horse for Education Reform, The Hidden Seas of Common Core, and I'm going to give these to you as gifts. Inside my larger book, I go into the curriculum, and even though right now we're supposedly just doing English and math, often under the English, you read historical sentences that the children are supposed to pick out what is the subject, the verb, so forth. And these are not accurate. And what I am concerned about is that we are teaching them inaccurate history, inaccurate statements about our government. And I give examples in these books. I'm also concerned, as I was a teacher over the many years, there was so much in the history that was very anti-American. Instead of teaching American exceptionalism, having our students be proud of being Americans when they come out of their history classes, they are ashamed. And that's why we are so concerned about the new advanced placement U.S. history that many of us are going to be speaking about tomorrow under open comment. We were in hopes that could be on the agenda, and since it isn't, you'll be hearing from us tomorrow about that. But as a patriotic American whose ancestors fought in the Revolutionary War, my father was in the Army, I believe that there is so much that has been distorted in American history now, and I want my children and grandchildren to know the truth about our history. So I'm hoping that you will really consider all of this, especially as maybe you yourselves are aware of this anti-American feeling that's coming out of our schools. Thank you. Who do I give this to?
Good morning, President Kirst, to members of the State Board, and Superintendent Torlakson. Joe Michael for Equality California. We're the largest statewide lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender advocacy organization in California. We were a sponsor of the Fair Education Act, SB 48, authored by Senator Leno. And we are currently working with a coalition of organizations, including our Family Coalition, Gay Straight Alliance Network, and subject matter experts in LGBT history and educators on implementation of that legislation. We believe it's high time the curriculum in California schools be truly fair, accurate, inclusive, and respectful, which is what the Fair Education Act stands for and requires. We have been advocating for a framework that reflects the Fair Education Act with the Instructional Quality Commission and wanted to be sure that the board was aware of that work as well. We hope this process of revising the framework will achieve the goal of the Fair Education Act, and we thank you for your work and your attention to these issues.
We have another speaker, Brian Ehlers.
Hi, good morning, President Kirsch, Superintendent Torlakson, members of the board. My name is Brian Ehlers. I represent CalRecycle, also known as the Department of Resources, Recycling and Recovery here with the state. And I had the Office of Education and the Environment. And you may recall that back in 2003, the board approved the Education and the Environment Initiative curriculum, and along with it, California's Environmental Principles and Concepts, or EP&Cs. And we've been working closely with the members of the Science Framework Committee to, as required by law, to see that those EP&Cs are integrated into the new science framework. So with the History Social Science Framework picking back up where it had left off, we're going to be submitting comment and working closely with your staff to help ensure that the EP&Cs are also integrated into the History Social Science framework and that there's coherence between the two framework documents. So I just want to come and speak in support of the work so far and offer our assistance going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes the public testimony. So we're now ready for item 2, which is called a, quote, mega item because it has so many different dimensions on the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress Update.
Well, that's a new term for me. So, good morning, President Kirsch, Superintendent Torlakson, board members. I'm Diane Hernandez, the Director of the Assessment Development and Administration Division. As you know, there are actually several assessment items this month, and as Dr. Kirsch mentioned, this is a mega item, a comprehensive item. It's the CASP update. Item 2 is intended to be informational, but of course, if the board deems so necessary, they'll take action. So I'm going to begin with just an update on grade 2 diagnostic assessments, and then we're going to end with the Smarter Balance assessment activities, including an update on achievement level setting from Joe Wilhoff, Executive Director of the Smarter Balance Consortium. If you'll recall, with the sunset of the STAR program went most of the CSTs, including the grade 2 CSTs. However, new statute requires the department to provide a list of diagnostic assessments that teachers may use to gauge developing language arts and computational skills of grade 2 students. An overview of this process was provided to the board in an October memorandum. To gather information that could inform the process, the department surveyed over 1,000 grade 2 students to learn what existing diagnostic assessments were in use and their desired features. Following the survey, a request for information was released, and the department received 30 submissions, 17 for English language arts and 13 for mathematics. These went through a very careful and deliberate evaluation, which resulted in a list of 18 approved grade 2 diagnostic assessments, 10 for English language arts and 8 for mathematics. The list was approved. The approved list has been posted on the CDE CASP webpage. So grade 2 off the plate. I'm going to talk a little bit about science. Recall that in September 2013, the board adopted the Next Generation Science Standards, and it was Assembly Bill 484 that required the superintendent to consult with stakeholders in developing new science assessments aligned to the NGSS. During July, the department with ETS conducted in-person meetings and followed up with an online survey to gather input regarding the implementation of science assessments. In fact, attachment 1 in your packet includes an implementation timeline for science assessments that would propose that we begin science assessment by piloting in 2016-17, followed by a field test in 2017-18, and operational testing in 2018-19, which, by the way, correlates with the science implementation plan that Carrie Roberts, of the Director of the Professional and Learning Support Division, will present later. This timeline, similar to what was implemented for Smarter Balance, supports the opportunity to teach and learn the NGSS. And attachment 2 includes the findings and the recommendations compiled and reported by ETS following the meetings and the surveys that we conducted over the summer. As indicated in the report, the recommendations call for the administration of science assessments at grades 5, 8, and 11. As you know, we currently administer science tests at grades 5, 8, and 10. Participants in this process felt that they needed the grade 11 assessment as a capstone for science assessment before students transition to grade 12. Also recommended is the preference for less multiple choice testing. No surprise there. Shorter items, a shorter, more precise set of assessments, focusing on the three dimensions, engineering practices, cross-cutting concepts, and the core ideas, and measure them through a variety of ways, including computer adaptive or computer-based tests, performance-based tasks, and lastly, the report includes a recommendation to provide digital resources that would support instruction and assessment of the NGSS, similar to what's provided for Smarter Balance, the digital library. Science off the plate, alternate assessment. The alternate assessment for students with significant cognitive disabilities. As you know, the NCSC Phase 2 pilot assessment opened recently. It began October 20th and will close on November 14th. 10,600 students were registered across the consortium to participate in the NCSC Phase 2 pilot, with approximately 3,000 of those students coming from California. Approximately 85 LEAs agreed to participate in Phase 2 in California, including 48 LEAs that also participated in Phase 1. I think that it helped that ADAD staff called each of the LEAs that participated in Phase 1 to encourage them to participate in Phase 2, and of course we provided ongoing support to those LEAs. In fact, our initial comments that we're hearing from the field indicates that things are going much smoother in Phase 2 than they did in Phase 1, due in part to the time in which the test is being administered during the fall versus last spring when we were also administering the CAPA and Smarter Balance assessments. So those are indeed a good thing. You'll recall that our participation in Phase 2 allows us to remain in the consortium, providing an opportunity for students and teachers to participate in computer-based testing, use the instructional materials and professional development modules developed by NCSC, and it will allow us to evaluate NCSC items following the grant, which ends in September 2015. And if that isn't enough, as we implement Phase 2, we are also ramping up the development of an alternate assessment for 2015, beginning with the convening of a focus group. We brought together educators from across the state who work with students with disabilities and participated in the Phase 1 pilot. The purpose of the focus group was to gain input regarding the development of item types that best measure achievement of these students and how item types might best build on the instruction and the materials and the resources that teachers are using. Recall that the board in July directed us to look at other options, which we have done. For example, one of the states that we have been in contact with has indicated an interest in working with us is Oregon. And we have met on a few occasions to discuss the possibility of sharing items for an alternate assessment, whether we can get agreements and processes in place and transfer of items and all of that by 2015 administration is yet to be seen, but we are in discussions with Oregon. In the meantime, our CASP contractor, ETS, is working to prepare items for a spring alternate assessment administration. In fact, recently ETS convened education across the state to participate in item writing, and they are busy working through that process. Lastly, the ADS drafted a communication plan, added an alternate assessment webpage that includes information about NCSC and the alternate assessment, and as well has sent out several communications, including letters, program updates, and flashes as new things come on board. And in fact, a status update on alternate assessment went out to superintendents and charter administrators last week. And with that, I'll entertain questions, or we can move to Smarter Balance activities.
Questions on these first updates? Okay, I guess we can go on.
Okay. So I'm going to move to Smarter Balance activities. I'm going to start with the conversation around the digital library. As a reminder, the operational launch of the digital library began on October 1st. Currently, there are approximately 109,000 registered users that are accessing the digital library, and they're accessing roughly 2,500 resources. Pete Callis is the administrator of the Program Support and Outreach Office in the Assessment Division, and he's going to assist me in demonstrating the digital library. We've got the wrong PowerPoint there.
Okay. Good morning. I need the internet.
We need access to the internet for the digital library. So as we prepare for that, I'll give you a little bit of an update in terms of how teachers access this. So before teachers can access the digital library, the CASP coordinator or his or her designee, before teachers can access the digital library, the CASP coordinator or his or her designee must upload a file into the system which with teachers' contact information. That generates passwords that are then emailed to teachers and they're able to access the internet. Just a reminder that states, as part of the consortium, states could purchase either summative assessments, digital library, interim assessments. California, indeed, purchased the interim assessments and the digital library for California's teachers. So what Pete's going to do is log in here. This is the landing page in which, timed out. So when teachers log in, they land on this page. They put in their username and their password. Ta-da. No?
I came in this morning at 7:45 and it worked, I promise.
I'll give it a try there. I just go to the internet.
There it is.
Okay. So when a teacher logs in, he or she lands on this main page here. Note the tabs across the top. That includes notifications. You'll see Pete's name. He knows that that's his profile page. Notification. There's a spot where you can provide feedback, and you can even mark your favorites. This is set up in a way that provides a number of filters that teachers can go in and filter through and find the exact tasks that they're looking for. So you'll see the digital library has tasks using filters and sub-filters. There's also a forum tab that allows users to enter into discussions. And to give you a sense of how this works, we're going to walk you through an English language arts process or search and then a math search. We're going to start by looking at the filters. We're first going to click on the subject tab and we're going to go for ELA writing. Then we're going to connect on the grade tab, and we've selected grade 4. Next, we're going to look at formative attributes. We're going to go to elicit evidence. Then the resources that we're going to use. We're going to use an instructional approach. This is something a teacher might use. Then we're going to click on intended user. The teacher's going to use this access, so we'll click on teacher. And then down at the bottom, you'll see it says apply filters. Pete will click on that. And what that does is it filters through the 2,500 resources in the library, and as you can see, there are 49 resources for this particular filter. So we're selecting Introductory Research Report, Native Americans and Their Environments, which is one of the 2 reports that were posted with distinction. The check mark in the corner there indicates the resource has been posted with distinction, meaning that it scored 4 or 5 on each of the quality criteria during the review of that particular item for inclusion in the library. Each resource card has a brief summary. It indicates the grade level address. Did you click on that one?
Subject, grade level.
Discuss. How many times it's been reviewed and how many times it's been downloaded, etc. Opening the resource, it begins with the About This Resource page, which contains an in-depth summary of the resource, information about the formative assessment attributes, connections to the formative assessment practices, connections to the Common Core state standards, learning goals. On the left-hand side there, if Pete scrolls down, you'll see subjects and domains that are presented, the grade levels that this is to assess or are related to, the Common Core standards that are applicable, intended users that might use this particular resource, the type of media that's provided. And when we select the green view, there's a green button here. When we select that, the View All Documents tab, you can preview each of the documents included within the resource. So this resource includes a teacher packet and 5 student packets to guide the development of a student drafting a report on this topic.
And this is the preview screen here up above in this area. So you can preview each of the documents.
Let's just scroll down a little bit.
Let me see.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's look at it.
There we go.
Goes. So the green download tab allows the user to download all of the resources onto their own computer, and this resource was, we can see in checking, was downloaded already by 351 users. So each resource has a collaboration tab that allows users to have discussion about the resource, a review tab for users to submit a review of the resource, a shared tab allowing users to share with other digital libraries information about the resource, and the related resources tab, which provides more information related to the one that's currently being reviewed. Okay. And then there is a flag tab at the end there that allows the user to submit an issues notification to Smarter Balance for further review or for resource. And so to click on a new resource, we're going to go back to the Digital Library Resources tab. We're going to click on the red Reset Filters button. And this brings you back to where you began with the filter process for a mathematics resource. So we're going to just quickly take a look at a mathematics resource. To search for mathematics, we'll select filters from the subject tab. Let's go with Math Practice 1 and grade level 5. Again, we'll use an instructional approach. And we'll use teacher and student as the intended users. And we'll apply the filters. And there we go. We get 34 resources matching the filters that we just selected. Three of these resources were posted with distinction. We'll select open-ended problems that link concept and procedure. And again, this resource provides open-ended math problems for students to solve in small groups. It's what its intent is. The resource includes a rubric for open-ended questions or problems, 4 pages of open-ended problems by grade spans, teachers' directions, and so forth. And so that, in a nutshell, is an example of ELA and mathematics in the digital library. There are many more resources in here. There are videos that, if you're interested, once we post the instructional the accommodations tool, the ICEP tool for accommodations. There'll be a webcast on that, and you can go in here and access a video that talks about the ICEP tool. So lots of great resources are being added to this as we move through the process. We're pretty excited about it. And unless you have questions on digital library, questions, comments?
A question is, the restriction on use of this is for teachers and not the general public? Can you explain the rationale and how that operates?
Sure. So on the front end, I mentioned that in order for a teacher to participate in the digital library, access it, that the CASP coordinator collects the information, uploads the file to the system. It generates a password for the teacher. And if you recall back, Assembly Bill 44, the purpose of that was to provide this resource to teachers as an instructional approach. It is only provided to teachers. We do, however, do presentations. Pete's been on the road a lot doing presentations around the digital library, where we will do a static display, a demonstration, so folks can access that. But the intent, this is something that was purchased for California's teachers. Other states don't have access to it because it was an optional thing. And so we're trying to be protective of that it's intended for the teacher. If we made it a public access, then we paid for that where other states haven't. We are happy to go in and do demonstrations, make it available to folks, but it is designed for teachers, pretty much by teachers. And so at this point, yeah, that's how we're handling it, through demonstrations and provided for specifically for teachers.
Board Member Holliday.
Have you received any feedback so far?
We have had good feedback and bad feedback. Good in terms of teachers really love the access to this. They love the resources. We're getting a lot of positive input, and we're seeing a lot of sharing of resources across from teachers. It's fun to go in. When I'm at home, I can go in and access it, and it's fun to go in and see what people say about different items or how somebody might build on an item that's already in there or things like that. You know, there is a network of educators who contribute to this process. It's a very rigorous process in terms of writing the items, of submitting them to inclusion of this and a review process. So in terms of the positive things, teachers have been very appreciative of that. On the other end, there have been some glitches. You know, we'll be honest about that in terms of we've had some problems with uploading the file. Some of the examples, and Pete can speak to this probably better than I can. One of the examples I'll just give is that the nomenclature for the file layout uses terms like parent entity, child entity, institution. So if you're a coordinator and you don't know what a parent entity is or what your role is in that, there's some confusion around that piece of it. You want to add anything?
And issues with some coordinators not knowing their NCES code, the federal ID for their school sites or their districts. So we put together a tip sheet that we sent out a couple weeks ago that takes the guide even further and assists coordinators in the uploading of files and actually being able to go in and reset passwords for their own teachers and other people in their district.
And we've had a couple of opportunities where digital library's been down and for maintenance and things like that, and so folks are a little confused about why it's down. So.
And Diane,
questions?
Go ahead. May I finish?
Yeah, follow up.
Just a couple.
Yeah, go ahead.
From your perspective, a personal perspective, what are you disappointed in so far?
More resources for me, but I think that's going to be over time. You know, I taught math and science for a lot of years, so I particularly like the math items. And I'd like to see more in terms of science literacy, but I think that's just something that's going to come with the growth of this product.
And do you have a good idea or concept of that growth? How much? I mean, we're paying for this, right? Mm-hmm. And you know, we need to know where it's going to end up, what we're actually paying for. Do you have a good idea about how many more resources will be added and when that will happen and these sorts of things?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I'm sure I could find out for you.
I think that would be good.
Projection would be.
I think that would be very good to find this out.
Sure.
Board Member Shimazaki.
So I understand when you were giving your presentation that you said that the Smarter Balance Digital Library was purchased for California teachers. Are there similar resources available for parents who wish to? Are there similar resources for parents who wish to provide more opportunities for learning for their students at home?
Well, in terms of introduction of Common Core state standards, I'm sure they are, but that's not my area of expertise. In terms of assessment, on the Smarter Balance, and actually you can access it from our CDE homepage, there are practice tests, training tests that parents and students can access.
And then one more question. For teachers, you were talking about that if they like one of the resources, they can write in the comments their feedback on the resource. Is there an easy way if a teacher decides that they download a resource, they modify it for their own classroom use? Is there an easy way to submit a modified resource for other teachers to be able to access as well? Or is there any channels for teachers to be able to submit additional resources to the digital library?
They can't modify a resource that's already on the digital library, but they can submit feedback for that resource, and that feedback goes back to Smarter Balance, and from there it should go back to the submitter.
Okay, Board Member Molina.
Is there a possibility to consider providing the LEAs with access in order to provide professional development for teachers? It would be a great way for our district offices to get the word out for teachers that this resource is available. But if currently it's only available for a teacher, how could we better promote this product?
One of the things that we're doing, we're working through a number of organizations, including CTA, where we're going in and doing demonstrations and providing access that way. This is a easily accessible, well thought out, well developed easy to follow process. And so if we do an introduction to it, then teachers can access it and look at the various resources. It's just another tool in their toolkit in terms of, I think, accessing and assessing or providing communication around the Common Core state standards. Like I said, we're trying to be very protective of this. The other part of it is if you made this become more public than what it's intended to be, then you're going to have other vendors looking at this and developing these resources and providing their own to LEAs and things like that. I don't know that that's what we would intend to do. But I think we're trying, as required for us, we're trying to be protective of this and ensure that it goes to the folks that it's intended for, teachers. And then we're trying to work around that by providing resources, making presentations, and so forth.
You have a follow-up to that, board member?
Well, I think I understand that it is I understand the intent, but I also think that it really is about collaborating together. And we get our best outcomes when teachers and district collaborate together and come up with, these are resources that we could use and how we could use them and how we can support each other, how we could make them better. I think when you separate them, it can create even an alignment issue at times, so something to think about.
I don't mean to give the impression that we would separate that and not work with county offices. Obviously, we work with county offices on a number of things, and so we're working through that by providing demonstrations of it and so forth. But that's about as far as we've gone at this point.
Board Member Cohn.
Can a district choose to make this available to parents?
It is the LEA's decision.
Okay.
Not to parents.
No, not to parents, I'm sorry. It is the LEA's decision to make it available to their teachers.
But they can't make it available to parents?
It's not designed for parents, no.
Given the conspiratorial nature of some of the opposition to Common Core, wouldn't it be a good idea, wherever possible, to just make things available?
So since he's here, Joe Wilhoff, Executive Director of Smarter Balance, I think if he's willing, I'm going to punt to him.
Go away. You're not getting away that easily. Good morning. For the record, I'm Joe Wilhoff, the Executive Director of the Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium. It's great to be here, and I know we have to conversation a little bit later on. On this issue around access to the digital library to the more general public, this is a resource that Smarter Balanced member states have a stake in, and we manage the access to it by virtue of the permissioning process to states that subscribe. If we open it up to say parents, there's no assurance that then that access would not, for example, be made available to a state in general that had not paid the licensing fee to become a member. So we need to manage, if you will, the access to it. Now, that management of the access is actually, in a sense, at the domain name on email, at the domain name at the school district level. So it's accessible not only to teachers, but to central office staff and so forth and so on. Diane, for example, has access to it, and as far as I know, she's not currently a teacher, and so it is accessible to folks in California who are engaged in public education. We're also working on an arrangement to make this available also in pre-service settings for teachers in training. It's a little bit of a different situation because it's based on a per student count, is how the fees are structured. But we're trying to arrange it so that it's not unlike the acquisition of a textbook in a pre-service class. So there would be a fee charged, and then within a teacher training program, they'd have access to it. One final word: because this was developed through Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium, there is a deliberate attention with regard to all of these resources to help guide teachers to become better at their day-to-day assessment of student learning aligned to the Common Core. So there really is an assessment focus with regard to all of these resources you've seen, and in addition to that, many of the videos that are training videos that are available. So this is not really primarily a focus on instructional activities of, this is a good way to teach XYZ, but there's an opportunity to look at an approach to teaching XYZ, and then how would we assess that in the classroom and know whether or not the students have learned that knowledge and skill. So it does have a assessment kind of flavor to it. Finally, there is the opportunity for comments. We need to manage, kind of as a consortium, we have a responsibility to manage the comments and be alerted when things, there's a, even within the teaching force, there are people who just kind of think a little bit differently than perhaps we do, and have bizarre comments or even possibly obscene comments and so forth and so on. And we need to manage all of this so that it just doesn't go out of control on us. This is the first year we're doing it, and it has been a huge undertaking. And, the money we got from the federal government to develop this assessment program was entirely focused on end-of-the-year summative accountability testing, and we were able to manage that resource with the U.S. Department of Education to bring together something that really gets much closer to the classroom. And so we're really, really very proud of this product, not that it won't change or improve over time.
Board Member Cohn, you want to? No, okay. Board Member Rucker wants to speak.
Okay, so let me begin by saying from the minute I first heard about the digital library, my reaction was, I don't know what that is, but I want it. So in hearing, I'm very clear that the issue about access, particularly for people who are not classroom teachers, is both about the consumer piece and possibly for people who are also trying to look at merchandising their own professional development, looking at ways to model some of the quality and some of the variety of material that you're providing. But there's also probably the access question, particularly for parents and other non-educators and districts. There's probably a real curiosity about what's in the digital library. So let me suggest that in offering for the department as the single purveyor of marketing and merchandising, both the access and the decision of districts to provide access to their teachers, and I'm going to come back to that in a second. Probably a good way to help the public understand what the digital library is in the same way you're providing sample items on the assessment, to consider looking at providing sample items that are available, some of the videos or sample worksheets or activities that are currently available in the digital library. Maybe consider a way to provide sample items, or even a way or some type of model for the public to just access a sample, a canned part of the digital library so they can satisfy their curiosity about what's in there, provide guidance or give options for LEAs, even if you're not planning to give them access, but to look at ways that they could work with and provide guidance on coordinating the work that their teachers are doing. Now let me get back to the statement that Ms. Hernandez made about it's the LEA's decision to make it available to teachers. So what happens, and this is what's being brought to my attention, there are a lot of teachers who are being told the library is not available. So is it the library is not available because there's a glitch, or is the library not available because districts have decided not to make it available to teachers? That's not what's being clearly communicated, and it's creating both some frustration in the field among classroom teachers who have a great interest in the library, but also it's creating really bad market press and reaction among professional educators about the utility of a document that they can't gain access to if they do not know that it's the decision and the discretion of the district to make it available. So I need to understand how that's being worked out.
So two things. You're right there in terms of that there have been both some minor glitches that we've been working with. This is Pete's responsibility to oversee the digital library, and he and his staff have been taking a lot of emails and calls in terms of helping walk people through the process, coordinators through the process, how to upload the files, things like that. There were some glitches in terms of the examples that we gave. So Pete and staff worked with Smarter Balance to put together a tip sheet to help them go through that process. So you're right, there have been some glitches, and the digital library was down a couple days last week. So we have been doing what we can in terms of getting communications out to the field through our flash. We sent a flash out last week when it was down. We've sent communications out about how to access it, who's responsible through that. We've done trainings, a number of things to help make folks in the field aware that it is available. Remember, working through assessment, we tend to work directly with the CASP coordinator. And so when I say it's incumbent on the LEA to get that word out and do that, that's our contact, is the CASP coordinator. So we would expect that the coordinator, in association with their department staff, would turn around and make these things available as they can. We have heard that some LEAs have not made it available, that for different reasons. One of the reasons that I heard, what a teacher told me, is that they wanted to make sure that everybody was on board, that they were introducing the Common Core standards and that things were in place, and then they wanted to roll it out across the district all at one time. So there are just different things that we're hearing. Not being in the district anymore, I'm not really sure what the process is or how things are going. But I don't know, Pete.
Some of the CASP coordinators that I've spoken to, as you said, are delaying it or not making it available. It was a decision by the district to not make it. One of them actually told me they were going to wait till January to make it available. So it was their decision not to work through it right now.
One other thing that I would add, Joe just reminded me, there's a little bit of confusion around what's available in terms of the digital library versus the interim assessments that will become available in January. So a lot of information out there. The triangular graphic that shows the three pieces of Smarter Balance in terms of summative assessment, formative tools or practices, and then the interim assessments. We're still working through that all the time. So to make folks aware of what's available through Smarter Balance is still an ongoing task. And then there's one other thing that complicates this. There are other resources that are out there. The digital blackboard, chalkboard, for example. People are confusing the digital chalkboard with the digital library. So there's just some things that we're working through in terms of communicating to the field about what these resources are, what's available.
Board member, you want to continue?
Yeah, I just have one more question. So I'm very interested in understanding and also monitoring. I was impressed, first of all, to hear 109,000 registered users are already in place. But I would like to really understand and be able to monitor and know what the progress is that's being made for those districts that are choosing at this point not to make the library available. I'd like to know a little bit more about that decision, about that work. And I'm not sure if I'm not really sure what I'm asking for when I express that curiosity. One of the things I have continued to say at each board meeting concerning whenever we hear the report about the implementation of the Common Core is I have a great desire to see some way of teachers receiving good, high-quality professional development support and materials that provide a model for the ways to go about doing this work and providing instruction for students. So if this digital library proves to be one of those significant models, which was one of the reasons why I have supported it from the get-go, I believe it's important to understand what is behind the decisions of some LEAs to choose not to make it available, and we need to understand that either as a way of improving the tool or as a way of helping to give them better information about why they should reconsider that decision. So, because many of them are making the decision to purchase other material and ignore something that's being made available to them at no charge. Mm-hmm. So, I just think that there's some considerations to be made on that. So, let me talk with you a little bit more, because I've talked with you before about this before the meeting. So let me talk to you a little bit more about what my curiosity is on this before I actually make a formal request to you about how to monitor this. Would that be through the president? If that's okay, I hope you'll allow me to do that.
Certainly.
Okay, I think that'd be a good idea. Board Member Burr.
Well, just a couple of things to pick up on what Member Rucker said. It just strikes me as odd, I'll just say from my own personal opinion, that if we paid for this to be available to teachers and it's not being made available to teachers, there's a problem. And we need to figure out what that is. And I'm sort of thinking, maybe previewing for the next item where we're talking about moving forward with, are we going to implement this? To me, a condition of that is that it's all made available to teachers. So that it just, I don't know what districts are doing, but it just strikes me as very strange. But so that's number one. Number two, I just want to associate myself with Member Cohn's remarks and reminisce a little bit about trying to implement a prior assessment system called the California Learning Assessment System. And I can tell you what killed it was when we said we're not going to share with people. We're not going to show you what the items are. We're not going to talk about it. It's all about us. And we can't make that mistake again. So I think the suggestion that Member Rucker made about you have to make samples available. There's nothing secret about this. The fact that it happens to be a resource that will be very helpful to teacher for purposes of assessment, formative assessments, et cetera, we got to share that with everybody because otherwise we will be creating a tempest in a teapot that you cannot get rid of. So I've got the battle scars to show it, so please be cautious of that. The other thing, though, I do want to say with respect to materials that are available, and I know this isn't your area, Diane, but several years ago, the department created something called Brokers of Expertise, which was kind of a common ground for teachers, administrators, et cetera, to share materials. I don't know the status of that or whether or not that's still available, but that would be helpful to know. And that's wide open. That's, it's open source. Anybody can look at it. But also to point out that if you look on the department's website, and we were having these regular updates about Common Core implementation that stopped a couple of times ago. But if you just look at the professional learning website, there are all kinds of resources available, and they're categorized in a very similar way of teachers, administrators, and I'm on the one that talks about parents and community members, tons of them on there that are all available, again, all open source. So it's not that there aren't other materials, but to Member Rucker's point, the ones we pay for maybe are higher quality and we are confident about the review process. But I didn't want people to go away thinking there's nothing available for parents or that somehow we're trying to Kenton's question, what's out there for parents who want to be trying to help their students.
Superintendent wants to comment.
Just want to comment. Thanks for bringing that up. The good news is we applied for some foundation support and technical support, and we've taken the Brokers of Expertise and updated it into the digital Blackboard. So I was actually thinking that we should have a presentation here, and in the meantime, between now and the next meeting, share how it's working, and it's souped up and much easier to navigate, and it's connecting to all kinds of free information, curriculum, and great lessons and great materials. So that's a measure of progress that just got launched about 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, I think we should do that, yes. Mm-hmm. Board Member Strauss.
I just want to kind of follow up a little bit on some of the comments. Just the rollout for the field, you said you're doing lots of presentations. Are you also doing webinars? I'm interested because you roll to the county office, but we have 1,000 school districts in our state and varying sizes of resources and capacities for people to help do the rollout. And so I'm wondering what we're doing to make sure we touch those in the curriculum departments who are charged with doing this rollout.
You want to speak to that?
Yeah. When we initiated the preview period, we did a webinar rolling this out to all LEAs. All the CASP coordinators were invited to it. I don't remember how many actually logged into the webinar. And we're actually going out to districts and, as you said, county offices and doing the rollout.
So do you email blast? I mean, I know there's lots of ways to get out to people in the field, and I'm just interested because there's such an interest that you can hear from our board members. There's such an interest on this. I'm just wondering with the vast size of and diversity of our state, how you're making sure that all this is right out there. And I think it's hitting districts at different levels of impact.
And so there are a couple of things that we do. As Pete indicated, our contact is with the CASP coordinator. And so we send all of our information through that, through ETS as our contractor provides a lot of information. We also do a number of webinars and webcasts, things like that. We've been doing, as Pete says, some presentations. We've gone through CTA and done some presentations on digital library and some other activities, a number of resources. We meet monthly or bi-monthly and give an overview to the EDCO Coalition, and we've done demonstrations there. We put out a Smarter Balance or CASP update that gives information and updates about things such as the digital library. When things happen, or for example, when the digital library was down a day last week, we sent out a flash to make people aware of it. We work through the assessment lens of this. In terms of the professional development, the other things, I think that we'll need to work across divisions on getting some of these things in place. There are some things that we're working with, for example, with Carrie Roberts in terms of literacy that I'll talk a little bit about later. But I think there's an opportunity here. You gave some great suggestions in terms of what we can do to perhaps put together just a package that we could make available for folks that are aware of. We also redesigned all of our assessment web pages so that they're tabbed now, that there's a parent page, a researcher page, a coordinator page. So as resources become more available or information becomes more available, we put it there as well.
So I just wanted to have you follow up a little bit on the parent resources, because my experience in the field is lots of districts are doing parent nights to try to explain what Common Core is, but some parents, I'm understanding from talking to people in the field, that they're finding the math homework for, say, elementary kids is really different and really challenging. And so there's different reactions from leaders trying to say, how do we help parents understand why students are being asked to problem solve, and it's not just the right answer, there's the process to it. And so if those resources for parent and information, I think it would really help, because as it's rolling out in the field, we're having different experiences depending on, people approach it from what they know, and it is different if it's being rolled out correctly.
One of the things we're doing with our communications contractors is put together a package. Their whole focus on rolling out Smarter Balance or implementation of Smarter Balance is to focus on parent and students. So you'll recall the video last year about what's the field test. That was our contractor produced that. So we're working with them to produce some videos as well as an assistance packets. If you're familiar at all with CASP or with Casey or STAR, in the past we developed assistance packets that went to the LEAs, and these included parent brochures, template letters that a LEA could use to send out to their parents and so forth. So we are working on some resources that are going to LEAs to assist them in getting the word out on these things.
Okay, if we let's move on to other parts of your update then. Many more items to go in this mega
exactly.
item. Yeah.
So thank you to Pete, and I'm going to introduce Cindy Kazanis, who's going to provide a technology update, and then I'll be back and talk a little bit about achievement level.
I am. So I have a handout that Nancy's going to pass out, but while she's passing that out, I wanted to let you know that I am the point of contact for the department for the redesigned Brokers of Expertise site, and it's called Digital Chalkboard. Digital Chalkboard. So it's where educators go to collaborate. It is a beta site. It's something that we are working on this year with our Educational Technology Fellow, and I welcome the opportunity to come back and present that along with Karen Holst to you at a future meeting. I think you'll find those resources to be very helpful for the public and parents and educators. So the handout that Nancy is passing out was also made available to the public on the table, and it is a real nice two-pager on where we are with the status of the Broadband Infrastructure Improvement Grant process. Big. So we've since our last meeting, we have completed a couple of different rounds. One is making sure that those that had either self-nominated or had prior to that been nominated by their county office or others to participate in this grant program, because it wasn't a normal application process, that number has whittled down from 629 to 304. So we are actually really confident that that is the state of connectivity in California of our neediest school sites. So as you can see towards the middle of that page, there's a geographic representation of the state by the successor regions. All regions have represented sites there, so you can obviously it's not a rural issue. This is also an urban issue. There are over 30 sites from LAUSD that have challenging connections to access the computer-based assessment. Of the 304 school sites, represents 170 districts and 53 charter schools. So the next step in the process, and you can actually see by county on the back who that actually represents. So majority of the counties are represented, with the exception of about 10 counties. Orange County is one that stands out. They have great connections to the internet, and we're able to fully test during the field test. The next steps are we are waiting for our service providers telecom community, the cable industry, to provide bids on these sites. And based on the bids that are provided and a technical evaluation that will take place, we'll be able to make recommendations to the State Board, to the Department of Finance, and to the Governor's Office on who to award the $26.7 million to. So I was at a conference about 2 weeks ago in Washington, D.C. with colleagues that are technical education technology folks, and I have to say that this is the most unique program in the nation. Most other states are asking the federal government to fund these efforts, the last mile connections. So the state's investment in this, I think, is fantastic, and it's something that we will, I think, get some. And maybe others will follow as we move forward, that the state is investing in hard-to-reach communities. But again, as you can see, it's not an urban or rural issue. It affects everybody. So there is a list of these sites by name on the webpage. So if you want to know more about which sites exactly are on the list, that is publicly available on the K-12 High-Speed Network webpage. Just to move on from the grant process, I spent yesterday in Oakland with the report writer. There is a connectivity report on the status of connecting students in California that's due to the legislature March 1st of next year. And that report the data collection for that report is underway now. So there's a sample of about 500 sites that have been selected. That sample is also publicly available on the K-12 High-Speed Network's webpage. There's asking questions that range from, what's the speed that you're accessing? Who's your provider? There's a lot of information about what kind of funding there's been, subsidies that have they applied for, have they received, like E-rate, the California Teleconnect Fund, perhaps bonds that they've passed. So it's going to be a real, I think, comprehensive landscape. It'll provide us a comprehensive landscape of where we are in regards to technology. And again, this is all based on the governor's budget that was passed in June, and part of the $26 million that is making sure that we all of our school sites can access the computer adaptive test. So with that, I just wanted to see if you had any questions regarding the process.
It's too early, I guess, to estimate paper and pencil use. You're working to, in effect, change that number, and so it's a moving target, I assume.
It is a moving target. We did close that for smarter balance assessments. That was closed on the 10th. Early estimates are that we'll have less than 60 sites using paper pencil that have technology issues. So that's far below the 304 sites that you see represented here. So we know that over 90% of our districts, or 90% of our schools were able to test during the field test. So I think that the rest of those sites are going to efforts to have creative scheduling and doing other pieces of that.
Yeah, given we have over 11,000 sites, 60 isn't a lot. Yeah.
60 is not a lot, and 300 is not a lot either. You're right.
Yeah. Board Member Holliday.
And a reminder that this isn't just about the test. This is providing internet connectivity for classroom use throughout the school year.
Well, is it? That's a question. I'm
well,
not sure that's true.
The legislation is very narrow, and it has to be a direct connection to the test. But what you're saying is definitely the argument, for my colleagues that we're struggling with. So what I think this will provide, if you think about the report as a foundation, so that everybody's on the same page, moving forward. Yes, we're going to have we hope to have rich instruction in classrooms as a result of having access to the internet.
I thought it was broadband to the school. It doesn't mean you have it in every classroom.
That's correct. It's a last mile connection, so it's the connection between the district and the school site.
Yeah, go ahead. I just wanted to clarify.
I understand. Thank you.
I'm real worried about what we're being able to do classroom by classroom.
But it is the link that can make this possible down the road,
happen,
and that's terribly important.
Yeah, I agree.
This has been a sea change when I talk to education technologists, and they meet next week here in Sacramento for their annual conference. They're expecting 900 individuals. It's by far one of the largest events they've had in their history, and so I think this has, between the Common Core implementation funding and the focus on assessments, has just provided increased support of technology at districts and in classrooms.
Board Member Rucker.
Well, first of all, thank you for this report. It's very helpful, and it satisfies my curiosity about what is going on to develop or complete the gaps in our technology infrastructure. The last time you talked with us, one of the things I asked you about, or one of the issues I raised, were the cost differences for the markets that some of these geographically remote connections are in. And would you be able, as time goes forward and the grant moves toward fuller implementation, particularly on completing those last mile connections, would you be able to monitor and give us some information about the ways that the E-rate or the Teleconnect Fund monies may be able to smooth some of those cost differences? Because if at some point in time, as it relates just to the mandate to have those services available for the online testing, this becomes a significant budget obligation for all districts. And so those cost differences become a very significant issue down the road. So I think this is something we do have to monitor and try to figure out. And then as it relates to making this access the norm in instruction, that then becomes what the districts decide to do once they have completed the connectivity issue and gotten that resolved. We then have to figure out other models to help districts understand they haven't, if they want to make sure that the online assessment becomes the norm, not the novelty, then we have to help them give guidance on what else to do once they get that connectivity. And so I do agree with Board Member Holliday's concerns about that, but I want to make sure in looking at for the schools that said they didn't participate because of the insufficient last mile issue, that we fix that and that isn't the issue anymore. But part of that issue is about the costs and the cost differences for them.
That's a great point. And to that point, there were 2 bidders conferences that were held for service providers that we're expecting to bid on these projects. And so that information will be due at the beginning of December to our partners. So we'll finally have a cost of what the build out is, but that also has to tell us what they plan the reoccurring costs to be. I think what we haven't discussed is those sites that don't get any bids. So where are the places in the state that service providers are unwilling to even place a bid on? I mean, how do we deal with those situations? Well, so we are, we've been in, we've had discussions with the California Public Utilities Commission. I sit on the Broadband Council on behalf of Superintendent Torlakson. And when we've talked to these service providers, we've sort of talked about a moral imperative to connect our students, and so I hope that message is been heard loud and clear, and that we do get 304 at a minimum bids on these sites. But also to your point, the legislation says that the district must agree to support the ongoing costs, monthly reoccurring costs, and so that is a consideration when we award these grants, that those reoccurring costs aren't too high, that would be unattainable for them to maintain. So,
okay, and so this last question, I'm going to tell you right now, I won't ask it correctly,
okay,
because I'm not sure of the correct term of art. But in looking at this particular issue of connectivity, especially since I'm quite certain that there will be some districts that are not bidded for, are there ways to look at creating a public utility or creating a commodity or some type of service mandate for existing public utilities to consider how to close that gap? So as you see, I'm not asking it correctly.
Sure, and
that's a loaded question.
It's a loaded question that I don't feel comfortable in answering publicly without doing a bit more research. But what I can tell you is, for the first time yesterday, we did talk about what is a temporary solution for these sites, and is that a microwave solution? Is it a satellite solution? What is a temporary solution until we can get a service provider that's able to produce a bid that we then could connect those sites to? So I hope that we don't have this issue when I come back to you in January, but if we do, we should explore options that you're talking about to the extent that the law or regulation allows us to.
Okay. Thank you, Cindy.
I'll make just a comment, if I may, Mr. President. There's great discussion, and following Member Holliday and Rucker's comments, this is an exciting time, and this gives us a solid piece of information. One part of the challenge, we know that districts invested quickly, and I think wisely for the most part, when the $1.25 billion was there on the block grant, it targeted, a lot of it went into bandwidth and the infrastructure and professional development, not so much in curricular materials. But I do believe we're going to need more resources as the state budget hopefully shows some way to do that, and maybe there's some additional one-time funding. But now with LCFF, the local districts are having some extra funds to prioritize, and where they didn't have money during the 5 tough years of the recession to do curricular materials or some of the other investment in the digital technology, they have more of that now, and some districts are supplementing that with their own ballot measures, going to the public and asking them to invest in some of the pieces that may not be in this particular grant or this particular plan, but the other pieces, so that it, to me, and I think your comment, Member Holliday, again, was around the rich learning opportunities to prepare our students. I think Cindy said it well. A moral imperative. It's a moral and learning imperative, I think, for our students to be connected to these rich softwares and internet resources. So it's the beginning of a long journey, but we're moving in the right direction.
Thank you. The last update from item 2 is regarding the Smart Amounts achievement level setting process, and you'll recall that they were conducted in October and included
Before we do
both.
this, I'd like to have the board take a break, so, okay.
Okay.
All right, so we'll come back at 10 after 10. We'll get them fresh for Joe, right?
Okay.
Yes, I am the fifth monitor. Great.
The board will reconvene, and we're going to hear from the Executive Director of the Smarter Balanced Assessment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 6. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
The pieces of item 2 asks is in response to the Smarter Balanced Achievement Level Setting activities. You'll recall that the achievement level setting work was conducted in October and included both in-person panels, online panels, as well as a vertical articulation committee. Their task was to make recommendations for grade level cut scores that would establish the achievement levels for English language arts and mathematics at each of the grade levels. You'll recall that California received over 1,000 requests to participate in the inline person panel, of which 27 folks were selected. And approximately 500 folks across the consortium participated in the inline panel. For the online panel, California participants numbered around 460, and I believe the total consortium-wide was about 2,700. Maybe Joe can confirm that. And with that, I'll ask Joe Wilhoff, Executive Director of Smarter Balance, to join us, and he's going to provide an update on achievement level setting and next steps. Joe?
Thank you, Diane. Again, for the record, I'm Joe Wilhoff, Executive Director of Smarter Balanced Assessment. And I have a few slides here to describe the process, activities, procedures that we have gone through and frankly are still going through to identify how well students need to do on these assessments in order to reach different performance levels or levels of achievement. This is not unlike the activity that occurs many times in our modern world with regard to adults, those of us who work in professions, to receive a certificate or authorization to be licensed. If you want to pilot an airplane, you have to take a test and get a certain score. That means that you're okay to pilot an airplane. If you want to be a certified public accountant, you need to take a test and get certain scores on that. Those scores don't come from nowhere. Those scores come from folks in the profession coming together and looking at the exam that examinees take and giving consideration, using their knowledge of their profession and bringing that to bear to how well do people need to do on these various exams to be certified. Part of the Smarter Balanced Assessment System are these end-of-the-year assessments that students take that are used for federal accountability, and in most states also to contribute to some degree for state accountability purposes. We need to find out how well you need to do on the test, short of getting a perfect score. And I've seen the Smarter Balance test, and I don't think even I could get a perfect score. And then, how well do you have to do? So that's what achievement level setting is. That's what we're about. And I do have some slides that I'd like to share with you, and of course entertain questions as we go. We started off with how did we plan this thing? We worked with a group out of New Hampshire called the Center for Assessment. They assisted us greatly in developing the request for proposals that we issued to find a contractor to assist us with this. We finally awarded a contract to Measurement Incorporated out of Durham, North Carolina. And I do want to note that we also acquired a subcontract with Hager Sharp. Hager Sharp is a communications firm that has worked extensively with the National Assessment of Educational Progress and reporting to the community at large and the public about the work of NAEP. So they have some experience with this. We did establish something we referred to as our Achievement Level Setting Advisory Panel. This is a group of about a dozen professionals with a particular expertise in standard setting or achievement level setting. We also, of course, have our own technical advisory committee, but their expertise covers somewhat of a broader landscape than the Achievement Level Setting Advisory Panel. That panel did review and endorse our plan was reviewed and endorsed by our technical advisory committee. It was reviewed by our chiefs and endorsed by our chiefs in 2014 in April. And it includes the requirement that we have an independent audit of our process. And so we secured the services of Dr. Gregory Cizik from the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. Dr. Cizik has written multiple professional articles and textbooks on the standard setting procedures and different approaches to standard setting procedures. So it was we were really thrilled to be able to have his resources available to us. Recruiting. As Diane mentioned, we did have an online panel. This was an opportunity for anybody to register, to participate in an online version of the achievement level setting. We had about 10,000 folks register for that. Then for the in-person panel, which was people who came together in Dallas in the middle of October, we wanted to fill 504 slots. I'll have a detail of that in a second here. We had up to, at one point, about 40 alternates because, you know, if you lose a parent in the 5th grade math group from Vermont, you need to find another parent for the 5th grade math group to fill the Vermont seat. So we had an awful lot of alternates going on. We ended up with 482 participants. That's a little more than 95% of what our target was. There were some activities related to viruses in Dallas where we were convening at the time, and that scared some people off. And I'm proud to announce to you that we are beyond the 21 days since I've been in Dallas, so I'm free and clear. But we did have some people who at the last minute, couldn't come, perhaps for that reason, and also people's personal calendars just, caused disruptions. We attended carefully to the demographic of the in-person panel. We wanted to make sure that every state had representation in every one of the panels. And remember, there's a 3rd grade ELA panel, there's a 3rd grade math panel, there's a 4th grade ELA panel, 4th grade math, and so on up the line. In addition to that, we attended to the demographics of the total panel set and made sure that they matched what is the demographic characteristics of the workforce with whom we engage. So we looked at National Center for Education Statistics data about member states and the diversity within our own member states with regard to gender and ethnicity, and we matched that for our in-person panels as we met. Finally, we recruited something called a cross-grade panel. These were 64 individuals drawn from the in-person panel, and the purpose of that cross-grade panel I will get to in a little bit. So here's a slide that shows the composition of these in-person panels. The left-hand column of numbers there is for grades 3 through 8, so there were let's see, there's 6 of those grades and 2, so there's 12 of those panels. And they each included 2 educators, teachers who work with students in special education, 2 who work with students in ELL, 12 general education grade level teachers, 5 teachers from the next grade up, because they're the receiving teachers, if you will. 6 non-teacher educators, that means principals, curriculum directors, central office staff, so forth and so on. And then 3 members from the business community or the public at large. So that's 30 people in each one of these groups. At the high school in grade 11, we shifted a little bit because the high school assessment, remember, for 11th graders not only carries stakes for the school and for the district with regard to accountability, but it also has stakes for the individual student, because we're saying that this is a student who is well prepared to enter into credit-bearing coursework if they go on to college. So because of that high individual student stakes, we wanted to have more people engaged in that. So you can see that we had 72 people in total divided among 2 panels. And it's pretty much the same as the 3 through 8, except for there were a lot of higher education faculty in the conversation. So we had mathematics faculty and English faculty from colleges and universities also engaging in helping us with these determinations. The online panel which going back to the folks who could register from anywhere, we held that open over the internet October 16th through 17th. We had about 10,100 register. We had about 5,800 actually log in. Anyone who's had a party at their house knows that not everyone who RSVPs shows up. And actually, it was it was more of a daunting task to do this activity online than we had anticipated. It took some amount of energy, and it was about a 3-hour activity at a minimum. Some people were spending much more time than that. We ended up with about 2,600 folks actually submitting a recommended cut score from the online panel. We did provide help for folks who had trouble logging in and so forth and so on. And the results from this online panel were shared with the in-person panels. So we said, for example, to the 8th grade math group, by the way, we had some members out in the public, many of whom said they were 8th grade math teachers. Here's what they thought, where they thought the cut score should be. You don't have to set it right there, but you should take it into consideration. So the online panel fed into the in-person panel work. The in-person panel itself, again, these 482 individuals were involved in some training activities. They learned how the software worked. All of this was done online, and that afforded us the opportunity for individuals to very quickly go out and find other either Common Core resources or Smarter Balanced resources to help them in their decision making. They learned about the Common Core. They learned about something called ALDs. This is would not be a successful education presentation if I did not have an abbreviation, and that stands for Achievement Level Descriptors. Achievement Level Descriptors are sort of a key pivot point in this. I have a slide that illustrates one a little bit later on. What we did as we built the Smarter Balanced Assessment is we looked at the Common Core standards, and then we turned those into what we refer to as assessment targets. These are simple statements that describe what an item might assess. And remember, the Common Core standards are not assessment standards, they are teaching and learning standards, and we needed to convert it into something that we can give to people who write test questions and say, and have confidence at the end of the day, the test question will be assessing the Common Core. So we refer to these as assessment targets. There are many, many assessment targets. And for those assessment targets, we convened back in October of 2012 a group of higher ed faculty and K-12 faculty and asked them to go look through our assessment targets and put them, is this something that a student who is really quite advanced would be able to do? Is this something a student who is at level 3 is advanced but not kind of highly advanced? Is this something that a student who's kind of struggling would be able to do? Is this something a student maybe in between struggling and ready to take a credit-bearing course would be able to do? So in other words, it was a situation of parsing them out along a continuum, because after all, the learning takes place along a continuum. Those are the achievement level descriptors, is taking the assessment targets and putting them in kind of different buckets, if you will. So we taught our panels about the achievement level descriptors. We also oriented them to a ordered item booklet, and I have an illustration of that in a second, so I will not spend much time there here. The activities for the panelists were to place bookmarks in the ordered item booklet and to continue to discuss with their colleagues as they moved through the activities. There was a table leader training the day before the activities got started, so individuals were broken into tables of 5 or 6 folks, and one person at each table was designated as a leader to help facilitate the conversation, make sure everybody's being heard from, make sure there's no one person dominating the conversation, so forth and so on. Okay, so what does this agenda look like for an in-person panel? There were several day ones. There was a day one for 11th grade, and that started on a Monday and went Monday, Tuesday, and half of Wednesday. There was a day one for grades 6 through 8, and that started on Wednesday and went Wednesday, Thursday, and half of Friday. And then there's a day one for grades 2 through 5 that went Friday all day Friday, all day Saturday, and half of Sunday. So the whole event took place with overlapping groups, if you will. On the morning of the first day, we oriented individuals to the whole activity. We reminded them that their charge is to recommend, not to set, score ranges to define 4 performance levels. We oriented them to Common Core and to our achievement level descriptors. They took a Smarter Balance test. They could get the experience of what a student experiences as they take the test, and they learned about the software. The afternoon of that, they discussed test questions with others at their table. We provided for each grade level and content group this ordered item booklet. It was a booklet that had about 70 or 80 pages in it, and every question in it was a little bit easier than the next question. So that's what the ordering of the booklet is it's a booklet that's been ordered according to the field test results from easy to difficult. And we asked the panelists to not make any decisions, just go through every item in the booklet and go through it and become very familiar with it. These items were selected so that they matched the overall test blueprint on the Smarter Balanced assessment. So if the overall assessment calls for 40% of the ELA test to be reading, then 40% of the items in the ordered item booklet were reading items, so that it matches the overall way in which the test is constructed. On day 2, I've highlighted or bolded, underlined, whatever, round 1, round 2, and round 3, and that's because right now we are in round 5 or 6. I can't remember, but fortunately I've written it down later on. The morning of the second day was round 1. Every individual was asked to, on their own, without kind of conversing with others, just on your own, go through a practice test and then go through the ordered item booklet and place 3 bookmarks. The first bookmark is where you think the defining line is between level 1 and level 2. The second bookmark, the defining line between level 2 and level 3. And the third bookmark, the defining line between level 3 and level 4. Everybody went ahead and did that. It took quite a long time. They actually started it the afternoon of day 1, and it bled into day 2. In the afternoon, the first thing they did is, as a table of 6 people, discuss where they put their bookmarks and why they put them there. Well, I put mine out here at page 23, and you put yours at page 15. Why is there this gap here? And then I say, well, okay, I put it at page 23 because I think by the time you get to 24 and 25, you're really into that next level. But 23 is kind of an easy question. And then you say, well, I put it at 15 because after 15 comes 16, 17, and 18, and those are kind of hard. And I know that 23 looks easy, but look, it's preceded by what I think are really pretty challenging items. And so I put it back there, we talk about it, and then individually we do round 2. So now round 2, think about this, round 2 has the benefit of some conversation about what's been going on. And this entire bookmarking process is really about multiple passes through the same information with more and more and broader information being brought to bear. So at round 2, every individual now has the benefit of this table discussion, and they place their round 2 bookmarks. Then the morning of day 3, they are shown the results from the entire room. Here's where everybody put the bookmarks, and it's actually a chart and a graph that's projected on the screen. And as a room, let's talk about it. Somebody put their bookmark at page 23. I think that was me. And he was the only person who did that. Everyone else was down around 15, 16, 17. So now I have to take that information into account and kind of decide if I'm going to change my 23 to maybe 20 or something like that. So there's a room-wide discussion, if you will, and then we go back and individually we set our bookmarks for round 3. And at the end of that, we fill out an evaluation form about the process. So here's an illustration of this ordered item booklet. When panelists first see the booklet, we ask them to do 2 things. We ask them to go through the whole thing and ask 2 questions. As you get to a page, ask yourself, what knowledge and skill does a student bring to bear to get this question right? What does it take to get this question right? Because this question somehow is in this booklet, and it's not at the very end, it's not at the very beginning, so it has some neighbors. So the next question is, why is this question more challenging than the ones before it. What's going on here, and what's happening as we move progressively through more and more sophistication with the knowledge and skills that students have with the Common Core. Some of our test questions in Smart or Balanced are scored not just simply right, wrong. Some of them are scored like 1 point, 2 points, 3 points. A 3-point item will actually occur as 3 separate pages in this ordered item booklet. There's an early page of what you have to do to get 1 point on it. Later on in the booklet is to earn 2 points, and later on in the booklet is to earn 3 points. So it's not just a collection of items, but it's also a collection of all of the performance necessary to complete the test. Here's an example of something you can see in the upper right-hand corner. This is a page 2 on 4th grade ELA, so it's early in the book. It's pretty easy. Read the sentence and the question that follows. My aunt was hungry and wanted to eat before the movie, but the rest of the family wanted to see it before dinner. What's the best way to correct an error in the sentence? Add a hyphen after movie, add a comma after movie, add a semicolon after movie, and add an exclamation point after movie. And so that's a fairly straightforward item. Later on so we ask the folks, what do you know about a student who responds successfully to this item? And so what skills do you have to bring to bear? And what makes this item more difficult than the one that was on page 1? Here's a page 60 item, and I'll read it because the print's kind of small. In source number 1, the author says that, quote, friendly behavior can be important to an animal's survival, unquote. Explain what the author means and give 2 details using 2 sources that support your explanation. For each detail, include the source, title, or number. That's a more complex question. Once again, it is a 4th grade English language arts item, but it's much more complex than the earlier question we saw. Students have to not only find in the sources they've been reading about friendly behavior being important to survival, but also find it in 2 different places and provide two separate details from 2 separate sources. So it's a little bit more complex. This item also, there's some tools available to panelists. They can click on that middle button and it takes them to the sources so they can go back and find the reading materials that are associated with it. And they can also click on the right-hand side to the achievement level descriptor, which is the descriptors, as I said, that outline the kinds of things students can do at different levels of performance. Here's an example of achievement level descriptors for what we refer to as targets 1 through 7 in reading literary text. And so these are the kinds of things that students can do if they have just entered level 3. We refer to these descriptors as threshold descriptors, not unlike the threshold on the dais here. These are knowledge and skills that students who have just crossed over into level 3 that they ought to be able to do. And so this will assist the panelists as they're looking at the ordered item booklet. If I see something here that test question appears to refer to, well, we know that's a student that has already entered level 3, so you need to back up a little bit. So it's this interplay between the content of the assessment and the achievement level descriptors that the panelists are going through as they make their determinations. So we're all the way out here now in level 3, and if I think that if I ask myself, do I think the student would have at least a 50% chance of getting that item right, then I move ahead. And if I say, no, I've now reached the point where they have less than a 50-50 chance of getting this item right, that's where I put my bookmark. And that's where all the panelists, the data for all the panelists comes from, is where they've placed their bookmark. That's why it's called the bookmark procedure. You put a bookmark in a book. And so items 1 through 17, they have at least a 50% chance of success, and items 18 through 22 in this example, they have less than a 50% chance of success. So the results of the in-person panels, each grade by content panel, so there were a whole lot of those. Let's see, in grades 3 through 8 there were 12, and then in high school there were 4 more, so I guess there were 16 panels altogether. They recommended 3 cut scores to define 4 achievement levels, dividing levels 1 and 2, dividing levels 2 and 3, and dividing levels 3 and 4. And we also used the group median, and we reported also the 10th percentile for the group, the 25th percentile, the 75th, and the 90th. The median, of course, being the 50th percentile. The evaluations were extremely positive. We had a number of evaluation questions. This was one of them. How confident are you about the 3 bookmarks you just entered? This was asked at the end of round 3. We have, 98% being confident or very confident of their level 2 bookmark, 97% at their level 3 bookmark, and 98% of their level 4 bookmark. All of the evaluation questions were between the 92nd and 99%, saying that they were very confident or strongly agree with regard to the questions put before the panelists. Okay, so we've gone through 3 rounds of bookmarking. Now I said we have multiple rounds. In a way, this is now round 4. Let's recap. People have done this individually. They've had table discussions. They've done it as a table. They've had room discussions. They've done it as a room. But they've all been within grade level, haven't they? What if the 5th grade math room is just for some reason way out of whack with 4th grade and 6th grade math rooms? So now what we do is we convene this cross-grade review. That was the 64 people I mentioned earlier. And we convened them for a whole day of working with them, looking at the whole system. Again, now we're looking at across grades, and are there places where things are going wrong? We oriented them to some ground rules and required that there be a motion and a second, and that we have a 2/3 majority in order for a recommended adjustment to the scores to be passed. What we were looking for were 2 things. First of all, aligning the cut scores across grades. It doesn't make sense for these things to be bouncing around a whole lot. We're trying to build a system here, not just individual grade by grade by grade results. And more importantly, things that were called scale score reversals. What you don't want is the score to be at level 3 in 8th grade to be lower than the score to be at level 3 in 7th grade. That would mean if you met level 3 in 7th grade, you'd already met it in 8th grade. There's no sense in going to 8th grade at all. And so those are score reversals. And so sometimes those things happen and need some adjustment. We had, I think, 3 score reversals across all of the 42 cut scores that were recommended, and they were minor. They were on the order of 5 or 6 scale score points, so we were able to make some recommendations. But the cross-grade review panel had access to exactly the same items, the ordered item booklets, exactly the same achievement level descriptors, all of the resources that the in-person panels had. And I was part of the math cross-grade review, and I can tell you those folks always went back to the content of the test. They were so focused on the content of the assessment that they were not chasing numbers. They were not saying, oh, I think we should have 50% meeting standard instead of 42%. No, they did not do that. What they looked at was, oh, this doesn't make sense. Well, let's go back and look at the achievement level descriptors. Let's look at these items. Is there room here? Maybe we can, kind of pay attention to this. That was where the median was of the whole group. Can we move around the median a little bit and see if we can make some adjustments? The audit itself, the focus was on all of our activities from the pilot test, which was conducted in Durham in August. We piloted this entire activity I've just described to you, reviewed the software, reviewed the online and in-person panels, the vertical articulation or cross-grade group is what we've been calling it, and also the overall adherence to the plan. Lifted from the audit report is the conclusion of the auditor that the standard setting activities described were designed and conducted appropriately to yield defensible performance standards grounded in the knowledge, skills, and expectations represented in the achievement level descriptors. We also asked our standard setting advisory panel, and they endorsed at the end of October after they reviewed the information about the achievement level setting activities and the auditor's report, they confirmed that the design and procedures that we used and the vertical articulation were implemented as planned. It represents a valid process consistent with best practices and standard setting and supports the defensibility of these content-based performance standards. And finally, we went to our TAC on the 30th of October, and our Technical Advisory Committee also endorsed our work, and they concluded that the Smarter Balanced Achievement Level Setting design and implementation reflects contemporary professional practice and represents a valid process that supports the defensibility of content-based performance standards. So some key words in all three of those. One is this notion of contemporary professional practice or whatever. The standard setting process using the bookmarking process is a well-accepted and commonly used way to establish performance standards on assessments. Frankly, there is no known truth of where level 3 in 8th grade math is supposed to be. That is not something that can be revealed to us, and we just simply have to search to find the right answer. It is a judgmental process. We need to bring together professionals to bring their knowledge and skill to the process to come up with what is the best possible answer. We know there's lots of wrong answers out there, but where the precise right answer is, no one truly knows. So all we can do is rely on a structured approach that is rigorous, that calls on people to use their professional judgment. And finally, this notion of a content-based performance standards. The recommendations out of the whole achievement level setting process was entirely focused on the content of the assessment. But that was at the end of stage or round 4. We then entered into round 5, which takes another facet, if you will, and broadens the circle of information. And after the in-person panels, we have this round 5. Last Thursday, we met with our chiefs or their designees, K-12 leads and higher ed leads. We asked them to consider the recommendations brought to them really through a policy lens. 2 principles that needed to be balanced. One is we asked them to honor the work and advice from the achievement level setting panels. And secondly, take into consideration what we know from external information about student readiness for college level coursework. In particular, there's been a lot of work recently done by NAGB, that's the National Assessment Governing Board. This is the independent governing board that governs NAEP, and they have spent about 5 years studying what do we know about grade 12 preparedness for credit-bearing courses. How many of our 12th graders in the nation are well prepared to engage in a credit-bearing course in English or math, and what does NAEP inform that at all? But this was not just a NAEP study. They looked at student transcripts across an entire state, and not only transcripts, but what they did then in college and what they did in the workforce. They looked at alignment studies between various assessments, including NAEP, SAT, and ACT, and they looked at also a number of tried to look at preparedness for a number of vocational activities and job training. That latter effort really was not conclusive, but the readiness for college was conclusive, and they do have some findings with regard to the proportion of 12th graders in the nation that are well prepared. Those findings are not, we did not hit exactly that same target in our work as NAGB did, and so what the policymakers are now considering and evaluating is how do we kind of balance these two, using these 2 principles that I have on the screen. The conversations with states are continuing. I leave this meeting and go to a meeting of the chiefs that conveniently is in California, down in San Diego, going on right now. And Friday evening, we will be reconvening with our chiefs and their delegates to continue our conversation about whether or not any further adjustments need to be made. Finally, there's a state-by-state adoption process that every state needs to go through then to adopt these standards within their state, and usually a state board of education like yourselves is the adopting agency, but that happens on a state-by-state basis. Before I entertain questions, I have a couple of slides to show you about the assessment overall. So please do not interpret these as how where the standards are, but I did want to give you some insight into the overall quality of the Smarter Balanced assessment. We gave this assessment as a field test to many children, 4.2 million children across the consortium. Some of those students took part of a on-grade test and part of an off-grade test. So some students took, say, the 5th grade math and for half the test, and the 4th grade math for the other half of the test, and these would be 5th graders. We counterbalanced those, so some took the on-grade first and some took the on-grade second, and we did that so we could see if we could build what's called a vertical scale, really a growth scale from year to year to year. Those of you who have children are very familiar with the pediatrician's charts that show kind of as your child gets older, where are they on, height and weight sort of a thing, and so forth and so on. Fortunately, for my own sake, they don't have those for adults. But in any case, so we tried to build this vertical scale. We did not know if we would have one. Quite frankly, these things don't always work. But what we have here is the growth projection for the English Language Arts Assessment. It shows scale scores starting at around 2,400 for that red line, which is the average. And you can see that it progresses steadily upward. It doesn't go in a straight line upward. It kind of tapers off, doesn't it? That's common experience, quite frankly, in achievement growth. That as you get higher and higher in the grades, making that same increment of growth is difficult. A way to think about it is, as a student goes from 3rd grade to 4th grade, they have an additional 25% of their schooling happens in that 1 year. As you go from 10th grade to 11th grade, it's maybe only 10% more schooling that happens in that year, so things will kind of level off. And then the blue line and the green line are plus or minus 1 standard deviation. I also want to note that on the left-hand side is the scale we will be using in Smarter Balance. It will be a 4-digit scale that runs roughly from 2,000 to 3,000, so that it's not confused with SAT scores or with Lexiles or with scores that are commonly used in student achievement reporting. So we kind of claim our own territory with regard to the scale. And then here's the math. Pretty much the same picture. 9th and 10th grade in both of these charts are open boxes because we did have some 9th and 10th graders in the sample, but kind of a smaller number. And so it's, they're indicators there, but they don't have the same stability as the other grade levels. I noticed that in mathematics, the standard deviations also broaden as we get up into the higher grades, and that's also consistent with other findings, and perhaps due to the fact that as students get into high school, they begin to have differential course taking, so that there will be some 11th graders who are taking Algebra 2 and some 11th graders who don't intend to take Algebra 2 at all and only take geometry or only take Algebra 1 or something like that. Whereas in 8th grade, everyone's taking, well, not in California, in 8th grade, in 7th grade, everyone's taking the same math, and I know in California we encourage kids to take algebra in 8th grade. So there's, but the overall picture here is so very encouraging that we really do have a scale that we can rely on that will show student growth. These grade-to-grade differences are different from each other by more than a standard error of measure, and so we actually will be able to notice true growth as students grow through the years, and we're as I said, just extremely encouraged by this. So I think my last slide says questions, and you've been so patient listening to me. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for that very exhaustive look at the process, and yeah, right, and I think it's.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Yeah, you should, because it's really, I think, gives us confidence about the technical, solid technical basis that the Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium used. Board Member Williams.
Hi. I had the pleasure of having dinner last night with Member Rucker, and I look forward, because I know she attended these sessions, so I look forward to her also making comments and asking questions, and so I got like a preview. Do I understand correctly from her and from you that each state will decide for itself where its cut scores are, which means, of course, it won't be a common assessment where states can actually kind of compare themselves to one another? And how was that decision made?
Thank you for the question. Great question. First of all, Smarter Balanced is a membership organization of states. So I work for you all as opposed to, being something that sits outside of you. If we do have some states or states that chooses not to adopt the Smarter Balanced cut scores, they have the latitude and freedom to do that. There's nothing that we can do that can make them adopt our scores. Should that occur, it would be confusing, wouldn't it, to the public and at large if California adopts the Smarter Balanced cut scores and what the heck, Idaho decides not to. And so then Idaho says, we had 80% of our kids meeting level 3, and California, you didn't have 80%. What do you. Well, it's because Idaho chose their own cut scores. So we probably would move in a direction, and again, this would have to be agreed upon by all members, that we would probably move in a direction of states that did not adopt the Smarter Balanced cut scores, certainly not being able to use our scale, because the scale is associated with the cut scores, and maybe even not be able to use the brand name of Smarter Balanced. And they can say that they gave, in my absurd example of Idaho, because I know Idaho is very supportive of us, but they might be able to call it the Idaho Assessment of Student Progress or something like that with their own, so that essentially they can use our items. They're a member. They can use our test questions, but we just have to be extremely careful about how they report that and how they talk about it.
So just in the interest, you're saying, of public transparency, so that when the public hears nationally, this state has this and this state has that, they know apples to apples or apples to oranges.
Yes, it's incumbent upon us, and I think incumbent upon, it's an important value proposition for all of the member states, I think, to manage that boundary, if you will. But on the other hand, I don't really understand the logic that a state would use to say that 11th graders in their state need to accomplish more than all the rest of the states in the consortium before they can go into a credit-bearing course. That doesn't make sense to make the test more rigorous. Or you mean kids in Idaho really can take college algebra knowing less going in than the rest of the consortium? That doesn't make sense either. So I think there are some forces at play that make that kind of an unlikely possibility, but that doesn't mean it's an impossible possibility. So, yeah.
Thank you. Other comments from the board? Board Member Burr.
At the risk of kind of opening up a broader conversation, I think that while I want to applaud Joe's presentation, thank you for going through it. As President Kirsch said, it gives us a lot of confidence in how these decisions and recommendations are being made. To a certain extent, what it will yield is cut scores that are part of sort of an old way of looking at accountability. A single measure that says, did you get over this bar? It's like saying, all of us should be able to high jump 6 feet. Well, I'm sorry, I can't high jump 3 feet. But so this sort of threshold notion on a single measure, as good as it will be, doesn't represent the kind of direction that we've been going in around a broad-based accountability system, all of the work that's in LCAP, et cetera. So I just want to put the caution out there that while there's some value to a comparable metric, it should not be the sole metric that we use to make decisions about students.
Joe, you want to respond?
If I could, thank you, Member Burr. We will, I have already forwarded to all of the states a position paper with regard to the use of these achievement levels and the use of scale scores on assessments, particularly with regard to some of the shortcomings in achievement levels. It was the authorship of that paper was greatly assisted by folks here in California, but also others in the consortium. We hope to have that formally adopted by the member states so that it can be a companion piece to this. And this is a topic of discussion within the professional community, the value of achievement levels and so forth and so on. Good or bad, it is a federal requirement that states establish these performance levels, and it is. I mean, it's deeply embedded in No Child Left Behind, and also, quite frankly, in ESEA prior to No Child Left Behind, and so the use, I think, is appropriate for California and other states to take a careful look at, figure out how they want to use these achievement levels. But whether or not we have achievement levels we don't have much of a choice. It's just part of the federal accountability program.
I just wanted to add to that we are a member of a consortium. It's a consortium of states, and the state superintendent will be in San Diego on Friday to discuss how to interpret achievement levels, how scale scores might be used, how growth scores, scale scores, achievement levels might link together, and a more, I think, holistic look, I would say, of understanding what students know and are able to do and how they are progressing. So the board and the public can expect, if and when the members of Smarter Balanced agree on the overall approach and their thinking about how to use these levels and how they fit in with other measures, you can look forward to a discussion of that in January. But we can't say much about that because it's in deliberation at this point by a consortium of which we are one state in the members. So the California group will discuss that with other states, but it'll be a broader conversation. And Joe Wilhoff really can't say anything about that now, much other than what he said, because he's executive director. He listens to the states and to the members of the Smarter Balanced State Consortium. So he's waiting for an outcome as well and helping us guide it. Board Member Rucker.
Okay, so with regard to what Board Member Williams said, I do need to say, in fairness of full disclosure and transparency for the public, I did attend the convening in Texas. Smarter Balance makes available to all the member states the opportunity to have observers. And so multiple states did send observers. Some only stayed for one panel, in particular the grade 11 panel. And I have some questions for you about what makes the grade 11 panel decisions a little bit different from the other grades. I do want to make sure we point that out. And I was allowed and able to stay for the entire week. But I was not there as an observer representing the board. I was allowed to go as a stakeholder representative from the education community, and that was an opportunity to forward it to us as a favor by Smarter Balance. So, Joe, I do want to thank you for that opportunity. But having done that, I do want to say to my colleagues on the board, I learned a lot about the process. I learned a lot about the information that Joe comes here and presents to us, and it will inform a lot of the conversation I will have sitting on this panel. So while I appreciate the curiosity that you may have about what it is I observed, I don't think it's appropriate for me to sit in this chair and give that type of report because I was not there representing the board. But I do have some questions for you about the grade 11 panel. Some of the disclosure that you gave to the grade 11 panel in setting it up identified some of the distinctions or the differences about what is at stake on the grade 11 decision that is different perhaps from some of the other decision points that were made for the preceding grades. And it goes back to the point that Board Member Burr made. So I'd like to ask you, first of all, are there some differences in the content of the assessment items that are included on the grade 11 assessment? For example, one of the things I was made aware of is that it did include NAEP and PISA items. Could you talk a little bit about that? Because it's important for people to know that the content of the grade 11 assessment is different and there's a reason for it.
We did include in the field test, we did include NAEP items, some NAEP items,
for students in 4th, 8th, and 11th grade, although they were grade 12 NAEP items. We did include some PISA items. PISA is given to 15-year-olds internationally, and so the high school test did include some PISA items. That was for the field test only. On the operational test that students take when we go live in spring of 2015, there will not be PISA items or NAEP items or anything other than Smarter Balanced items. So the operational test will purely follow the Smarter Balanced blueprint in grade 11 as it follows a grade 8 blueprint, a grade 7 blueprint, and so forth and so on. The blueprints for the operational assessment do change slightly from grade to grade, but primarily it's because the items themselves, the content in the Common Core changes somewhat. So the amount of space allocated in Common Core, for example, to geometry, does change from grade to grade to grade. So naturally, the blueprint changes from grade to grade to grade with regard to how much of the test has geometry questions on it. But overall, when we go operational, it will be purely a Smarter Balanced assessment. We included the NAEP and the PISA items so we could get a sense of how the test was performing against those external metrics. And we also provided information as the panelists went through the ordered item booklet. They would occasionally come upon a NAEP item. And all they would see about it, it did not align to an assessment target. It was just a NAEP item, but they could see that, well, about 40% of the Smarter Balanced students got that item right, and about 43% of the kids in the nation got that item right. So it helped provide some sort of informative information. High school, the high school panels also had access to some ACT data. We had one state that had student information about both ACT performance and performance on the field test, so we could align those together. The idea was to bring as much information to bear to the panelists, in front of the panelists, to help them make as informed decisions as they could.
Okay, so then my other question is, so the level 3 cut point for state and federal accountability purposes has stakes for all students. What is also different about the level 3 cut point at grade 11? I already know the answer, but people never listen to me. I'd rather somebody else answer the question.
Well, I'll try not to be quite as exhaustive in my response. The federal law requires that every state establish at a minimum 4 achievement levels. Something that marks proficient, but does not have to be named proficient, but it marks proficient. A level higher than that, and at least 2 levels lower than that. So if you have 4 levels and you follow those rules, looks like level 3 is what is determined to be proficient. That is for federal accountability purposes, and states need to integrate those results somehow into their accountability workbook and their overall federal accountability plan. And we all know, with all the waivers that have been issued by the U.S. Department of Education, and No Child Left Behind has been going for a dozen years, 13 years now. I mean, there are no 2 states that have exactly the same plans. They're very idiosyncratic. What's unique about the 11th grade assessment is not only does it carry these accountability features for schools and for districts and for the state, and in some states, quite frankly, for teachers, for individual teachers, where they use them for teacher evaluation. In 11th grade, individual students have a stake in the assessment, because if they score at level 3 or higher, they can be exempted from having to take remedial courses when they enter college or university. That has a dollar sign attached to it for the students and the parents, because you pay for those courses, but you don't get any credit if you have to take a remedial course. And so it actually has individual student stakes associated with it. So that's why we paid particular attention to the 11th grade and brought higher ed faculty in. In addition to that, Smarter Balance has its own internal policy that member states have agreed to with regard to who can vote on what. All member states get a vote on any policy matter that we set. But any policy matter that has an impact on higher education, the state's vote needs to needs to reflect a consensus perspective both from the K-12 sector and the higher ed sector. And so for that reason, whenever we voted on things in the cross-grade review group, if it had 11th grade associated with it, we invited the college faculty to vote. And if it was just for 3 through 8, it was just the K-12 votes, folks who counted in their vote.
Okay, so then as it relates then to that level 3 cut point, Smart and Balanced has what's called a content readiness policy. And the member states, including California, have adopted that content readiness policy. Can you tell me what a level 3 means under that content readiness policy for 11th graders?
Yes.
And what a level 4 means?
A level 3, student scoring at level 3 in 11th grade, that's an indicator that the student, should they continue to pursue their academic work as they have been, our estimate is that they will be ready upon graduation to enter into a credit-bearing course upon graduation. So it does not mean that a student scoring at level 3 now can kick off their shoes and stop taking math. They need to continue taking math. They need to continue taking English and getting the same kinds of grades and showing the same kinds of academic progress they have been making. That's distinct from level 4, which is a much more advanced level. And level 4 indicates that actually, in point of fact, the student could enter into a credit-bearing course right then and there. These would be students ready for dual enrollment, if there's a dual enrollment program available for them. Certainly taking AP courses and being expected to succeed in AP courses, so forth and so on. So there is a distinction. There.
And so then, what happens for students who do not get that level 3 or that level 4 score? What do the content readiness policies say about those students, or at least suggest about those students?
Well, students scoring at level 2, but perhaps maybe close to the threshold, if you will. And this gets back to Board Member Burr's observation with regard to, making. I don't know if the score is 2650 and I get a 2649. Darn, I didn't make it. And so all of these policies associated with these different levels all include the opportunity for higher education institutions to use other data at their disposal to make these decisions. So it's not like a hard and fast rule, and if you're 1 point or even maybe 10 scale score points below the cut score, I'm sorry, you're out of luck. I would imagine students in level 2, some of them might do quite well on ACT or on SAT, or their coursework would be such that they would be able to enter into a credit-bearing course. So it's not a hard and fast decision, but generally students in level 2 need to do more work and to spend their senior year kind of boning up their skills, if you will. We're just getting started with this. We will have 11th graders in 2015 take this assessment. They will become 12th graders in 2016. We won't know how they did in their freshman year or if they took remedial courses until spring of 2017. So for right now, much of this is quite frankly speculative, as close as we can get using professional judgment. But we really have to wait for the data to come in to make sure about fine-tuning these achievement levels. Part of our contract with Measurement Incorporated, our contractor on this project, is to advise us on a schedule of revisiting and relooking at these achievement levels. And what might we do a year from now, right after the test has been given once? What might we do 2 years after now? What might we do 3 years after now? And so that's part of what their advice to us is to kind of continue to understand how this all fits together.
Thank you very much for that. So for the most significant thing that I've gotten from this is, first of all, it's important in California that our 4 post-secondary segments have adopted these standards, and they are looking at actively making some agreements, not only about what it means to make decisions for students and articulation agreements about what type of remediation courses should be made available to them, but also exploring alternative pathways and making decisions about what it means for students in their senior year what type of math courses they should take, in particular, whether we continue with a course-specific sequence or look at integrated math, or for English language arts, what type of courses should be defined or made available to those students in their senior year. So it's very important that we have the 4 post-secondary segments who've already adopted these standards and are working on that. But for department staff and for the board, it means our deliberations on how we evaluate the implementation down the road on CAS becomes important. So our evaluation decisions are not a question you can answer, but I just want to put out there that my curiosity then will be on how we choose to go about evaluating the CAS system going down the road, because these are the great unanswerable questions that we have to live with until we make this adoption decision, until this is an active board item in January. But thank you very much for letting me ask those questions, because that was particularly with the grade 11 assessment, it was very important for us to put that information out there so people can start deliberating on that now.
If I could have one additional comment, Member Rucker, and I think President Kirst would be disappointed if I did not acknowledge this. This is not all of our kids go to college or university, and many of them pursue other career activities. The National Assessment Governing Board was not very successful in kind of wrapping their arms around that. It's much more complex in the career sector than it is in the just continuation of post-secondary education sector. But we are committed to continue to better understand not what achievement level necessarily you need to be at to, say, go into auto mechanics or to become a pharmacy tech or something like that, but what range of scores might be indicators of what knowledge and skills you do have. This is work that lies before us. We did some groundbreaking work in Smarter Balance in this area already, much more so than our partner assessment consortium. But we've only really begun that work, and we know a lot of that still stands before us to attend to, so we can provide good quality information, not just to our college-bound students, but to all of our students.
Okay, so I'm from a state other than California, so let me make sure let me put this in a register of English I understand. Does that mean that there's a possibility that a cut score for career readiness could be different than the cut score for college readiness?
I think it would be fair to say that that preparing for a career in a well, I mean, what the heck? Law school is a technical college. It just prepares you for a different kind of career. But with regard to certification programs or technical training programs and so forth and so on, it's a much more diverse field. So I don't think we would have separate cut scores for every kind of professional training or job training that folks might have. But I think we can learn more about well, a person right now in the 21st century who wants to be an auto mechanic, they have to be able to read informational text. If you're going to work on cars, you have to be able to read pretty technical manuals, and they have to have some mathematical skill as well. Someone who wants to be a physician's assistant, they have to do the same thing. But is it the same as someone who has to be an auto mechanic? I don't know, and I don't think we really quite understand that. I think that there is a level of career pathways referred to as ONET 3, which is a Department of Labor kind of leveling, that probably comes kind of close to what we're talking about of preparing students for credit-bearing work in college. But there's great diversity among these professions, and I have to yield to the president of the board, who knows much more about this field than I do, but I just simply wanted to acknowledge that we know we're not done, and we know we have not really cracked open all of the information we need to understand about career readiness.
Okay, so we have an operational assessment that's coming out in the spring, and 11th graders are going to take this test for the first time. So what kind of information? I understand the information we potentially will receive concerning college readiness. What type of information then are you anticipating being able to give in your analysis in these score reports about career readiness?
I don't know that we will be prepared in 2015 to list, for example, various career pathways and then what this score means with regard to those pathways. The work that we do intend to accomplish between now and June, July of this first year is given a student's scale score on the assessment, reports that say these are the kinds of things that students scoring in this range, these are the kinds of things students tend to be able to do. Kind of looping back to those achievement level descriptors and say, in pretty much plain English rather than just in test question, pretty much in plain English, this is, you scored at this level, these are the kinds of things you know and can do. This is the stuff that lies ahead of you that's going to be challenging for you. And these are the kinds of things that really you've clearly accomplished, and that ought to be able to help parents, students, teachers, guidance counseling staff, career advisors, and so forth and so on, find the next step for students. It's one of those old Madeline Hunter statements that every student is capable of learning the next thing they don't know. That's kind of where we want to be with this.
All right, thank you so much. And I want to thank President Kearse and my colleagues on the board for letting me delve into that a little bit further. So I appreciate your patience on that.
Yes, I think that was very useful on CTE and everything else. I just want to point out that make clear that, yes, we have to do certain things for federal accountability, but how we use these levels for state accountability is up to the various state officials that participate in that kind of policy. So we're not bound by the federal there, and we will have some discretion and I'm sure some deep discussions about how to use these within as part of more of a moldable indicators approach, which is envisioned by the 8 state priorities.
Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead.
May I? Carrick Ashley, Interim Deputy Superintendent of District School and Innovation Branch. Very happy to be with you here this morning.
Let's tell the rest of the story.
Well, I was part of a 4-car pileup this morning. So, but I'm here and everything's in working order apparently. Well, we'll see how.
Yeah, all right. Yeah.
How well I can make myself understood. So since we're talking about accountability and the setting of these cut scores, I think we need to just realize that as Member Burrow was saying, that the cut scores really are just the first step in a process here. That cut scores lead to, as was mentioned before, the No Child Left Behind sort of unhealthy over-reliance on one measure, which is the percent of kids proficient, and measuring just that from year to year. And although our API system, much better than the federal system, because we've attempted to measure an increase or a growth of a school from one year to the next, it is still a single measure. It's a single number to represent what a school has accomplished. And I think that with local control funding formula and the local control accountability plan, I think we're interested in moving as a state towards something beyond one number. That one number does not represent all that a school does or all that a school has accomplished. And there's a lot of activities that go on in a school, a lot of way to measure those activities that go on in a school that are part of local control accountability plan. And I think it's time for the Public School Accountability Act Advisory Committee that advises the superintendent on such things to start discussing how the API can work more in concert with the local control accountability plan, something that that looks at more than just a single number of what a school has accomplished. So I think this board can anticipate some information coming to you, probably maybe as early as a December memo, and certainly an item in January for us to discuss, because how these scores get used beyond just a cut score, we now have the ability to actually look at student growth. Right? Before, we didn't have tests that were vertically aligned, and it somewhat hampered us in terms of looking at school improvement from year to year. But now that we have this, we shouldn't rely on a single measure. We'll have PSA start looking at how we can look at student growth from year to year and use that in the API, which again is a single measure, in overall measurements that are already aligned for us or already laid out for us in the local control accountability plan. So I just wanted to, since we were on the topic, mention that.
Okay. Board Member Holliday.
And because I agree with Member Burr and just exactly what you said, I think it's really important that we continue to think about vocabulary as we talk about this shift. Even the word cut score is just, it sends an entirely wrong message to everyone. And instead we're talking about where a child is in his progress. And he may be here today, and he definitely may be there tomorrow. It is not a cut situation. Mm-hmm. And so in all of our publications, in all of our conversations, continuing to think carefully about how we speak is very important.
Yes, agreed.
Okay, maybe we're ready for some public testimony and then maybe more board discussion.
We have 8
Thank
speakers.
you, Joe, for that long workout.
Doug McCrae, Lydia Gutierrez, Tracy Mann, Linda Kaminsky, Sheila Whitley, Jessica Sacco, Robert Reitenbach, and Bill Honig. Please line up.
Go ahead, up.
There's sign up for that one?
No.
No.
I have got actually handouts for both item number 2 and item number 3 coming around to everybody. My name is Doug McCrae. I'm a retired test publisher from Monterey. I want to talk primarily about the achievement level cut scores. The Smarter Balance website indicates the cut scores. Sorry about that, Member Holliday. From the October process are preliminary cut scores to be validated by 2015 Smarter Balance data. The cut scores were substantially flawed. As is discussed in my handout, I'd be happy to answer any questions. There are 2 points where I think they are still flawed. In addition to process flaws, the October cut scores are flawed by a lack of implementation of Common Core instruction as of spring 2014. A quote from Measurement Inc., the vendor for the cut score activities, is relevant. No matter how well the tests are constructed, no matter how well they are aligned to the Common Core, no matter how carefully we set those cut scores, if large numbers of students have not had the opportunity to learn the content of the tests, then no cut score will be valid. That's the underlying process of where this is coming from, which is problematic. Use of the 2014 cut scores for early return of 2015 test results, as currently your approved plan here in California, will result in distribution of more than 3 million invalid scores. Valid cut scores will not be available until fall of 2015 at best. A need to recall and replace more than 3 million scores is a prospect with very limited appeal. I'd urge the State Board to delay return of 2015 test results from Smarter Balanced until fall of 2015 to avoid dissemination of invalid scores for California students, etc. Very briefly,
Time.
I had 2 other brief points, but she started the clock before I began.
Can you come back? There'll be another round and another.
Oh, there'll be another round in a
We
minute.
gave you more time.
No, yeah, in the next, in another item, you could speak, you could make more points. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm here as a concerned parent, here to inform you of the information that I have researched. Oh, sorry, my name is Tracy Mann. I'm here to inform you of the information that I have researched shows direct link with brain research and Smarter Balanced. There is an alternative motive behind Common Core state standards, curriculum, and assessments. The federal government has taken control, and you will be amazed to find out what they are doing. The Brain Initiative, Psychology, Neuroscience is part of this. UCLA and CREST signed the MOU. Did you guys know that UCLA received the Brain Initiative grant 2 months prior to you guys signing that consent. Please halt everything that you have done with Common Core state curriculum, assessment surveys, CalPAD reports. It is time to investigate why they want this type of information. Please look into this heavily. They have taken control. The government has lied to us. They have taken control of the education, now implementing the design to empower them with the help of Bill Gates' technology is beyond the imagination. Psychometric testing has always been there, but the new technology, psychology, and neuroscience makes this very dangerous combination. These surveys, new learning algorithms, curriculum, and deeper way of thinking is all the way that they need the type for the brain search that they need. If I thought I was wrong, I would not put myself on the limb to sit up here and tell you guys this. I tell you in hopes that you will stop, look, and open your eyes to the possibility that the government is undermining the education system in the United States with an alternative motive, power. What is sacrificing one generation of children if you can control what individuals think and how they think? They are mapping the children's brains, which are just part of a unique to a fingerprint. Do not allow them to do this to our children. And I strongly encourage you to take a second look at these assessments and ask yourself why Arne Duncan and the federal government is not allowing any states to back out of them. Thank you.
Good morning, President Kirst, and congratulations, Superintendent Torlakson. My name is Linda Kaminsky. I'm the superintendent for the Azusa Unified School District. And I'm here to do quickly two things. One is to compliment the state for providing a well-rounded set of tools to help us with a smarter balance. That means the digital library in particular and the upcoming interim assessments. Some of the questions that were raised by various members speaking today, I'd like to say, at least on my behalf and who I work with, I'm also a member of the AXA boards. I'm in contact with a lot of different districts. I have not yet encountered a district that has forbidden access to digital library. But in my district and other districts, our problem is consistently getting access to it. And so the more that our state can help support whatever resolution of whatever glitches have happened will be much appreciated because, in fact, our teachers want to be on it. We want them to be on it, but we can't reliably get on it. The other issue is the concern that the interim assessments are coming late. We understand that there was a delay. They will be available in January, and as the Executive Director of Smarter Balance indicated, these are to help inform teaching so that our students are better prepared for the assessments. We're going to get them about 2 months before the test. That's not enough time. Our tests begin in March. They will be available in January. We need more support for that. So again, anything that we can do to help that or that you can help move that forward. The other thing I'd like to say is I appreciate some of the comments about Superintendent Torlakson about the question of cost. In our district, we used all of the Smarter Balance, or rather the state Common Core implementation money, only to deal with technology. And we're making progress. By December, we will have finished that last mile connection, but it still leaves the classrooms without what they need. And there's no additional funds to help do that piece. So again, I don't want to continually say, we need funds, but funds used well create opportunities and doors for our students. So thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Sheila Whitley, and I'm a classroom teacher in high school math at Merced Union High School District. I'm here representing CTA. And I'm here representing a lot of the frustrated teachers throughout the state that, just like Mrs. Rucker said, we heard about this, we want it, and we are having terrible time getting the digital library. I was given 6 different reasons from my district, even early this morning, about why it wasn't available, including institutional codes not being right and so on. And when they heard I was going to speak here, in front of you today, I magically got my password and my code as I was sitting here in the audience. We sent out an email earlier this week and asked how many of the people on curriculum and instruction with CTA had access to the digital library. There were 20 large districts who have had teachers trying to get access and cannot get access. And I really felt like that you guys needed to hear this from a classroom teacher because it is extremely frustrating to us. And this is not what you are wanting to happen when this amount of money has been spent to obtain this material. It is going to cause a lot of hard feelings and a lot of people to turn away from this whole process. And so I was wondering if there's any possible way that individual teachers could be given access to this if we're not able to get it through the normal channels through our district, because it is not working the way it's being done. And I'd also like to thank Mr. Holliday for his comment about cut scores. Our kids are not cut scores, and success and failure of a child is definitely not on just some magic number. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Lydia Gutierrez. I am a public school teacher, and I've taught nearly 30 years. And just to give you a little bit of my background, I have two teaching credentials, a master's. I'm an international baccalaureate teacher in Mathematics Leadership Institute with the Cal Poly State University. I'm also a master teacher with UCLA Mathematics projects and so forth. The reason I'm coming to you today is also I'm talking about I am a primary teacher. And one of the things of getting ready for taking the Smarter Balance testing, they are having my first and second graders learn how to type, and I have to take 45 minutes out of my teaching day during the week for the children to learn how to type, so they'll be ready for third grade. Also, on top of that, they want 45 minutes to do a math test, and I have a serious problem with children just going click, 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 because that is not really developing the brain. I also, as in the inner city, a majority of my students are English language learners. And I want to give you a typical math problem that my children had to do in the first 2 months of their experience in school. And it went like this. There are 7 friends at the park. Then 8 friends come and some leave. Now there are 12 friends at the park. How many friends are at the park now? Now that's 3 steps. And that process of teaching little 7-year-olds, their English language learners, is a huge leap. And this is what's being put in front of our children. And this is all getting ready for their Smarter Balance test. Another point I want to point out is that when we're talking about cut scores and things, I know we may not like the terminology, but what's going to stop a state from creating a lower cut so that they can show that they are higher? And, with their qualifications in front of the federal government. And that's a concern. Or what stops from a student going from one state to another when there's different kinds of cuts and they have those scores? How is that going to be readjusted? So that's a concern I have. And I just want you to, one last part is on the career and college.
Time.
I will catch you on the next one. Thank you.
Good morning. Is it there? Good morning, members of the board, Superintendent Torlickson, President Kirst. My name is Jessica Sacco, representing the California Science Teachers Association. Pleased to be drawing attention to another portion of the report that was presented today about the status of science assessment, a little bit different from the conversation of the last few minutes. I'm also pleased to inform you that my colleague Chris Rowe of CSLNet did ask that I inform you that they did support CSTA's written comments on this particular item in regards to science assessment, and he asked me to share that with you as he could not be here for this portion. We are excited, very excited to see this process moving forward. Just a few points I want to address in addition to our written comments, which are really emphasizing the need that these assessments truly assess the 3 dimensions of NGSS and not be narrowed in any way. We also want to draw some attention to the need or the desire for CSTA to see performance tasks to be a part of this assessment. In the focus group, or the stakeholder group report, about half of participants indicated support for hands-on performance-based assessment. That question wasn't really a part of the online survey. It wasn't an easy checkbox to say, yes, I support performance assessment. And so that you didn't see as much support in the write-in my other option. So I just would like
that to be taken into consideration when evaluating the need for performance assessment and how much support there is for that in the field. We do support the development of the library of assessment items that could be used by teachers to support their instruction, formative interim assessments that are referred to within the stakeholder report. We would also request that there be significant guidance provided to parents, teachers, and administrators regarding the continuation of what I'm going to call legacy assessments that have to continue, I know, for reasons of federal compliance. However, just any indicator as to their significance or non-significance, depending, would be greatly needed. Also, seeking a reprieve from those from the federal government would be preferred. Looking forward to the next steps and also the accountability conversation that was referenced. Thank you.
My name's Bob Breitenbach. I'm a very, very concerned parent and grandparent, all about Common Core. I had a son and daughter that went to school in the 70s. They started new math. By the time they got into high school, they went back to regular math. It took my wife and I the 3 years while they were in high school to get back into the system. They were just going to pass them on because, hey, it was no big deal. Common Core today is another follow-up to new math. And I have something here that in our history books, I don't know, I'm an American. I believe in our founding fathers. They want to take this out. I believe in World War I because I know people in my family that fought in it. I know stuff about World War II. What are we going to do? They're going to mention this in your history book. That's all, not in your history book, on your computer. How about the Gettysburg Address? You think this here is worth knowing? How about the free enterprise system? That's what we grew up on. That's what we know. This is something our government is trying to take away from us. The Boston Tea Party, was that important to us? It was darn important to me. The Korean and the Vietnam War, did that mean anything to any of us? We grew up in it. What did we do to our soldiers?
Time.
I got this. I wish you people will look at it. It's the only one I have. It states on here what they plan on taking out of your history books and what they plan on putting into it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Itha Banghart. I live in Shasta County, and I'm a teacher, parent, grandparent. I've done all of the above. I'm a concerned citizen of the United States. I feel that we the people are not being listened to. I do not believe in Common Core. I have letters here from other people. I'm going to leave this with you so that I hope you go through the letters and read them. We're talking about how can you assess one child with one test and another child with another test. Some of the testing I looked at on the assessment, they're going to try to teach kindergartners about masturbation with pictures. They're teaching second graders sex education. That's not supposed to be in the school system. We're supposed to teach them literature, not parts of literature, but the whole literature book. How can you understand Tom Sawyer if you don't read the whole book? Just a section of the book doesn't tell you the values. What about Old Yeller? That's not just about a dog dying. That's about feelings and understanding other people. So please think twice when you do Common Core. Say no. Thank you.
My name is Orlene Krilla. I'm from Santa Rosa. And I wanted to comment, I think it was Member Strauss who mentioned the class test. I experienced that 20 years ago. I was one of the parents who refused to allow my children to take it. And it was not just some of the reasons you mentioned. It was because parents as well as teachers were discovering they were not really assessing children's knowledge. They were assessing their attitudes, their belief systems. And I'm afraid that that's exactly what the Smarter Balanced Assessment as well as the PARC assessment are all about. And it is no wonder that so many states are saying no. I think it's more than 10 or 11 states now who have dropped out of either PARC or Smarter Balanced. When you hear this entire explanation that Joe gave, it is so complicated. How does someone actually score these tests? That was the other thing with the class test. The school districts began to find out it was so arbitrarily scored. These enormous essay questions, how do you score an essay question with a computer? You really can't. It took millions of manpower people to be able to do this. They didn't have enough people. So they began to choose 3 tests out of each district to represent the entire district and score the district. And the districts began to say, no, that is totally unfair. This is too arbitrary. And so they said no, and that's why Governor Pete Wilson finally threw it out. I'm afraid we're probably going to be facing something similar, just as you were concerned about. And I'm also very aware that there's a huge opt-out movement now going across our nation. Parents are discovering it is the assessment test that is doing most of the data collection on their students, and they don't want this being done. So there are opt-out tests that are being turned in all over the state. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ileana Bustamante, and I am a student at Center High School in Antelope. And I am witnessing or experiencing firsthand Common Core because I'm in the class. I'm in the math Common Core. And ever since I was in first grade, I struggled with math. And last year, I was in pre-algebra, and I was just starting to understand it. I was just having a breakthrough and getting an A for the first time in my life. And then I expected to go into regular algebra because I passed. But then when I got my schedule, it said integrated math. And it was something so new that I had never heard of before. I didn't know what was going to happen, and my parents didn't know what was going to happen. We didn't get a say. I have a plan for my life, and if I fail the class, it will be ruined. And there are so many other students behind me that wanted to come today, but didn't want to talk because they were scared, and they believe, they're so convinced now that we are who we are, and we are defined by the grades we get in school, and that whatever we say won't matter. And I want to speak for them. I don't want to struggle anymore, and the seniors that aren't passing aren't able to walk. So I say, please, no more Common Core, because everyone is struggling, and I'm scared. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Matt Lopes. I am a college student at American River College. And I also want to address the problems with Common Core because I keep hearing about them. I'm hearing about students failing, but I'm not hearing about any actions being taken to help those who are being left behind by Common Core and similar programs that are going on. And I was just hoping to hear someone address the problems that are arising and see what actions are taking course. That's all I want to know about what's going on. Because I find that everyone's panicking because they aren't hearing about any actions to help those who aren't passing. That's all I have to say.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Duran. I'm a co-founder of Concerned Parents of Elk Grove, and I'm a parent. Nearly every school district in the nation seems to want to affirm emphatically the Common Core aligned test is the best, greatest thing to hit the classroom, the holy grail of tests. the savior of upcoming generations of diverse learners in the U.S. Making this claim of test efficacy to parents and ground-level teachers without documented validity data is unprecedented. I'm quoting Dr. Gary Thompson, a Utah early childhood development specialist and child psychologist in the area of specialist in academic testing. Psychology has a long and storied 150-year history documenting the many abuses that have befallen people when organizations and practitioners play fast and loose with ethical guidelines associated with testing. What do parents not know about standardized tests and what value they may have for children? This is a wake-up call to parents and families, as well as the education community, to the importance of following best practice ethics and consequences to children when these are ignored. Parents are not being told that all tests have limitations in regard to certain children, which may dramatically affect the validity of the numbers and results, and that life-altering decisions for their children may be made based on the results of results with questionable validity. Parents are also being told that accommodations are in place for vulnerable special ed students to ensure testing results are accurate indicators of their child's performance. Yet there are absolutely no studies to confirm these policymaker claims. There's no documentation to support these claims because, to pull a quote from Orleen Kurla's book, Common Core, The Trojan Horse for Education Reform, they are literally building the airplane, Common Core assessments, while it's in the air. We're experimenting with the nation's children, with California's children, and we need to stop that. We need to pull back and have a look at this before we continue on with it. Thank you.
Good morning. Bill Lucia with Ed Voice. I want to first thank the superintendent and his staff for getting the second grade tests done on time and within the legislative deadline. As you know, I've come before you in July and September and raised that as an issue and wanted to call that out and say thank you very much. With respect to the issue of you've, I hope, been sensitized already by Board Member Burr, but I think there's good reason to be even more so after the testimony you've heard about the balance between transparency and this elusive concern about a free rider problem. I have at least one suggestion, but there are many. First and foremost is it's probably a free rider problem that's a good one to have and not to worry about. And if in terms of the functionality, you saw glitches even this morning. You heard from teachers that aren't getting access for various reasons. I strongly urge you to focus on that and get it right. You can have access to a system without having all the functionality of the bookmarked filters, for example, but still make it available as a possible solution. With respect to the issue of subdivision L on the back that's highlighted on the back of the first page, there was no mention in July, no mention in the statement of work, no mention in September, and no mention in the long, robust, finally good, deep conversation about the digital library about formative assessments. They are defined here for you. I won't bother you with reading it except to say it's for teachers and pupils, and it's for timely feedback. And that's not happening. And the digital library is a great thing. It sounds like it has a lot of promise. It's a term of art. It's not in the statute. Formative assessment tools are in the statute, and they're not being funded. It's time to not be just led by the golden ring in your nose with only federal funds and think about what the legislature contemplated and use California state general fund money and support teachers and students. Thank you.
My name is Bill Honig. I'm Vice Chair of the Instructional Quality Commission. We are, under statute, we're obligated to inform you on accountability and assessment, and we've had presentations before us and similar on these topics you've been hearing. I just wanted to share some of the conversation and our orientation. Number one is an issue on the digital library is basically that that individual lessons are important and good for teachers, and I think we would support the idea of making them more accessible and to teachers and so forth. But there's a legitimate issue in how do you take individual lessons and craft them into a total curriculum, which is a district issue that Board Member Molina brought up, and that should be in the considerations too, that these are embedded in this broader purpose. That was some of the tenor of our discussion. On the area of assessment, couple of comments. I would support Carrick's comments. Number one, the Smarter Balanced results should be part of a much broader assessment procedure, the way Board Member Burr was talking about. So that would be number one. And number two, even in the assessment area, there are performance assessments that Smarter Balanced really can't get at to. They have a couple of in there, but they need to be, you need broader information about a student's ability to accomplish this, that, or the other thing. And so let's not just look at Smarter Balanced as the only way of measuring student capability. That's, I think, an important issue. And thirdly, I'd like to support what Board Member Rucker and Burr mentioned. I think it's crucial. There's no question that level 3 or whatever range is an indication of how well a student is prepared for four-year college credit-bearing coursework, and that's useful information. This is 11th grade. I'm representing the Instructional Quality Committee, so I think it's a little different.
No, I think we'll have to, yeah, you got to come back on another item. Yeah, okay. Time's up, yeah.
IQC can't make our pitch?
Yeah, but later, yeah, under another item.
I'm going to finish the sentence anyway. But number 3 predicts four-year college, but there are other kids that are rigorously prepared. They may not make that level, but they sure prepared for a community college tech prep or others, and you, when you deliberate this, should actually take that into consideration. So it's important not to put everything on four-year college bound, but also have ability to say how well these other children are doing.
Okay.
I am going to request the board put the IQC as an ongoing presentation, because I think we should be part of that, so I will make that request.
Thank you. Okay, we're now ready for item 3, and on education technology.
Again, Diane Hernandez,
Go ahead.
Director.
Can I just ask you the question about formative assessments tools? And maybe it's in a subsequent item as we're going forward for a new contract. I don't know, but the issue that was raised about formative assessment tools, I have a recollection. We've talked about that in a prior item about a timeline. If you could just clarify what the timeline is on that.
I'm not sure what you mean in terms of clarify the timeline.
The statute calls for formative assessment tools. What are our plans for formative assessment tools?
So formative assessment tools is also the digital library. We have referred to them as formative assessment tools and practices. Digital library, we use those interchangeably. As Assembly Bill 44 has evolved over time, Smarter Balanced has revised some of the terminology that they use. Currently, we refer to them as formative assessment tools and practices. And essentially that speaks to the digital library. I think it's important to remember as well is that the digital library is in place. The interim assessments will be online in January. There are, of course, the things that have to happen in order to get the interim assessments available. The achievement level process has to be done. All of that has to be done so that we know what items can be accessed and used into the interim assessments. So there are a number of steps that have to take place before we can make the interim assessments available, and that's why they won't be available until January.
Okay. All right, go ahead on the item.
Sure. So item 3 is an action item. The department recommends that the board approve the 4 recommendations outlined in the item, which would include administering the Smarter Balanced summative assessments in spring 2015, provide paper pencil versions of those assessments to schools that lack the necessary broadband connectivity that Cindy spoke about earlier, or for those schools that need to access the Braille version of the assessment. And also encourage those LEAs to plan to overcome any barriers that they have in regards to computer-based testing by 2016 testing. The department also recommends continuing professional development and training that supports the implementation of the Common Core state standards and assessments, continue providing support related to technology, and lastly, use the consortium assessment model to guide the development and implementation of a new alternate assessment, computer-based alternate assessment. I should point out that statute requires that the administration of assessments aligned to the Common Core state standards occur in 2014-15 unless the board determines that they cannot be fully implemented. So the department's job in helping you make that decision was to determine, one, how educational agencies are progressing towards the implementation of technology-enabled assessments aligned to the Common Core, and two, the extent to which computer adaptive summative assessments can be administered in spring 2015. To that end, before and during the Smarter Balance field test, the department, in collaborations with its contractors and the assessment senior fellows, provided a number of resources and supports to LEAs. This included in-person trainings and updates, support in terms of technology, webinars, videos, parent assistance packets that were designed for LEAs to use with respect to parents, the Smarter Balance update, flashes as things became current. We put the information out through a flash. We designed, as I said earlier, our assessment web pages and provided a number of resources to assist LEAs as they implemented the field tests. During and following the field test, the department's contractors conducted in-person focus groups and surveys that allowed us to further gauge or evaluate the LEA's preparedness and their ability to administer computer adaptive assessments, particularly looking to the spring of 2015. The findings of that work are captured in the report and recommendations for the full implementation of the Smarter Balance assessments that was provided to you as an October memo, and also to the board, to the Department of Finance and the legislative committees required in statute. In closing, I think the Smarter Balance field test represented a tremendous statewide collaboration that will transition California to a full complement of high-quality, valid, and reliable computer-based assessments. The key, as Member Rucker pointed out earlier, is going to be professional development. And I think that lies with recommendation 2 and something certainly that we will need to work towards. And with that, Cindy and I are both here to respond to questions.
Board member questions? Okay. Do we have public speakers on this item?
Yes.
We have 11.
We have Doug McCrae, Lydia Gutierrez, Holly Eds, Linda Kaminsky, Irma Gutierrez, Sherry Griffith, Amber Banks, Deborah Brown, Connie Brooks, Terry Burns, and Liz Cullen.
Okay, I hope the people speak to this item because we had a lot of testimony on this issue in the last item, so make the comments directly to this item.
Good morning. It's still morning. My name is Doug McRae, retired testing specialist from Monterey. I've got the handout on green paper, which came around previously to all of you folks. The department report on California readiness for the full complex of Smarter Balance summative tests. It's both thin and shallow. It focuses only on technology readiness, ignoring instructional readiness, and it does not analyze the California readiness for different components of the Smarter Balance summative tests. My handout proposes an alternate recommendation for the 2015 Smarter Balance test, a recommendation based upon readiness by grade and by component, with those components for which California has documented readiness being administered on a mandatory basis, and the results used for accountability. That's using the data from the department report. Components for which California schools are not sufficiently ready for test administrations, and that's data from the department report. They'd be available for administration on a voluntary basis at local districts, and the results would not be used for accountability calculations. Specifically, alternate recommendation calls for mandatory administration of the Smarter Balanced Computer Adaptive Tests for English Language Arts and Math grades 3 through 8, voluntary administration of all Smarter Balanced non-computer adaptive components grades 3 through 8. Also calls for voluntary administration of both computer adaptive and non-computer adaptive tests at grade 11. Details for the readiness analysis are in the handout that I've given you, as well as how this plan would address requirements for state and federal accountability report calculations, which are addressed in the handout, along with several other important issues. I'd be happy to answer any questions about this alternate recommendation for going forward. Thank you.
My name is Lydia Gutierrez, a public school teacher representing myself. And the reason why I'm making a comment on this section is that as I am a second grade teacher and have taught for over 7 years in second grade, but I also was during that time of STAR testing. And during the STAR testing, our district even decided to teach our kindergarten and first graders how to bubble in or take the test. In other words, our whole curriculum was set around testing. And when I heard that you were considering a second grade assessment test, it really brought up my concern because I had to do pre-test, post-test, all in preparation for the test, and academic success was put on the back burner. And I'd hate to see when we fought so hard to get rid of second grade testing, and to know that that may be sliding back in really concerns me. I ask you to reconsider this. Do not allow us to go through that, and not giving us the opportunity to teach foundation for their success, especially my English language learners and my African American students, as you know, are the lowest performing in every category. This is very dire that you allow us to teach our children. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Holly Eads. I'm the Assistant Superintendent for Educational Services for the Orchid Union School District. I just want to thank you for the discussion that has taken place already today concerning the Academic Performance Index and the calculation of it. I'm really encouraged with what I hear about using multiple measures and looking at more than just a test in the formation of that, because there are multiple ways to measure the progress of our students. I'm here today to urge you to consider waiting to release the base API performance index until the 2015-16 school year. Additional time will give our teachers and staff time to continue to work with the new expectations and the second year of full implementation of the new California state standards, with clear understanding of what is considered to be proficient in the new assessment system. It would also allow us to fully implement the formative and interim assessment tools and move forward towards a known proficiency target. Allow us to continue to build trust with our stakeholders in our community with our scores and feedback we'll receive with the 2015 administration of SBAC. Also, implement complete API results when they are ready and can be a valid and reliable tool, and they include all of the metrics that will make up the final API. And I ask that you exercise your current statutory authority and take action not to calculate the API as a base year in 2014 and 15. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Linda Kaminsky. I'm superintendent of the Azusa Unified School District and member of the board of directors for AXA. And I am here also to urge that you not calculate an API based on this year's results. In 1999, when our state designed the API, the state used data from 1 year's worth of the assessments and spent a year modeling how to create a tool that fairly worked and worked well and effectively for all the variety of districts. In fact, it's during that modeling process, I happened to be at the time part of what was called the Technical Design Group, a subcommittee of PSAA. It was composed of university statisticians and district administrators who had a background in statistics and data analysis. In that analysis of real data, there were a number of anomalies found regarding configuration of schools, whether it was a K-5, a K-6, a 6-8, a 9-12, a 6-12, whether it was urban, rural, whether it was high income, low income. And now we add on the additional configuration we need to consider in terms of where people are in their achievement level. In statistics, there are two major issues that affect this. One is called a ceiling effect. If you start high, you only have so much growth that you can do, versus a floor effect. When you start low, you can show extensive growth. All of those factors play into
the development of a tool for accountability and must be considered and analyzed based on real data, not designed before we have the data, but take the time to use the data that we're going to get, really study it well, bring in the best experts to do that, and create a tool that works reliably. The other piece that's important is to think about what many of you have said. The API, in 1999, the legislation actually called for inclusion of other measures, such as graduation rate, such as attendance rate. That never happened. It's difficult work, and it's work that we want to do this time, but if we create an API that is similar to the old one, which is one measure, we'll be recreating something that was incomplete. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Connie Brooks. I'm a parent and a soon-to-be grandparent of 2 little babies in the spring, so I'm excited. I also am a recently elected school board member, and so I will be inducted in December. But anyway, I did run on anti-Common Core, so there is a lot of swell out there of parents and a lot of teachers. And I just want you to know how concerned I am. One thing about Common Core, too, is that the cursive writing is being taken out. And there was recently a study done at Princeton, and it talked about how important handwriting is. It said when you take notes with technology, they took extensive notes, and they weren't able to break it down to small general ideas. And with cursive, they could break it down into general ideas because they have to, and also there was a definite hand-to-brain learning experience. And so it was very important that cursive was important. And so I hope we can keep that in there. Also on the technology, Bill Gates is set to make $500 million to $1 trillion. I think we always should follow the money and see what he is concerned about probably isn't that great. And I'm really concerned about parents and grandparents not having a lack of access to, say, the digital library. Anything that our children are doing, it should not be not allowed for the parents. That is totally wrong, and it would be totally taking away parent rights. Not right at all. Not saying you'd be sneaky, but there could be someone that could sneak something in, and you wouldn't know it. And we actually already had an incident this year, a couple months ago, that the book Black Swan Green was brought. The parents found it by accident. There's 500 of these books in the library, and totally.
Time.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Sherry Griffith, board members, Superintendent Torlakson. I'm here representing the Association of California School Administrators. And we do want to remind you, as you heard from Holly and others, that, and we thought this might be on your agenda this month, so that's why you're hearing more about the API than you might have thought today, that you do have the authority this year to consider suspending the API for 1 additional year. And the reason that the legislature gave you that authority is that as you transition to your new standards-based assessment system, if you find that there are any compromises in comparability, quote unquote, of results across schools or districts, then you can consider that suspension. We at ACSA urge you to consider that suspension, but with the caveat that all data from the SBAC assessments this spring are released to schools, districts, parents, teachers, and students so that it can inform the LCAP process. Many districts are waiting to find out how they're incorporating an API, a new API, a reconstructed API, into the modeling that they're doing with the LCAP. And for those of you that were around in the late 90s, you might remember it wasn't for about 4 years until we got real comparative data where the system had all the weights in place, all the indicators in place, and then we were able to use valid and reliable data to gauge accountability. There's going to be enough noise in this system, as you know, because next year you're putting in the secondary indicators. We feel it would be premature if you don't have all the pieces of SBAC fully in line. You don't have your alternative assessments. You don't have your interim assessments. You heard the performance cut points may change over time, that you would be better served by bringing your API baseline online next spring. Let the field use the data this year to inform the LCAP process and inform instruction. So with that, we urge that action, hopefully at your January meeting. Thank you.
Association. You heard the student at the prior item mention how students are stressed by how their old scores are comparing to their new scores and so forth. Boards are in that same situation, and we would ask the state board and the department to really take a lead in messaging a common message, what these new scores will mean, what they represent, and how this is going to come forth. Parents, the community, all need a consistent message. It's going to be very difficult as we transition to these new scores to not have people compare them to the CST scores. They aren't the same thing. We all know that, but the public wants to be able to compare things. So we need to be able to be very clear on our messaging. We would concur with AXA that using these base scores in an API at this time is not appropriate. We're all still getting used to what they are. Thanks for your help.
Good afternoon, President Kearse, Superintendent Torlakson, members of the board. My name is Amber Banks, and I'm representing the Education Trust West. In relation to the proposal from AXA, the Education Trust West agrees that there are compelling reasons for not using the API, for not using the results from the 2015 SBAC assessments to establish the base year for the API. If the 2015 results are used, improved administration and adjustment to the test could be misinterpreted as student growth in 2016. And as California is thoughtfully and deliberately rolling out the Common Core standards, we must be careful about how the new test results are integrated into our accountability system. However, at the same time, we urge the state to maintain its commitment to transparency, which includes making the district and school level SBAC results available to the public after the 2015 administration. We're also concerned about the length of time without a strong state accountability system for identifying low-performing schools and triggering interventions. The LCFF has promised to create the mechanisms for support, and there are mechanisms for state intervention, but these interventions are still many years off. We request that in the interim, the state develops while the state develops evaluation rubrics and a new API, that we develop a short-term mechanism for reviewing student performance in extremely low-performing districts and allowing intensive supports and, where needed, state intervention. For example, the State Board of Education could ask the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence to prioritize its work and focus on low-performing schools even before the evaluation rubrics are adopted and implemented. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Kearse, Superintendent Torlakson, Deborah Brown with Children Now. A couple of comments for you. The first is we would like to support the department's recommendation to move forward with the smarter balanced assessments, and also the secondary recommendations around providing supports for teachers and educators to make sure that they have the tools and the resources that they need, sort of building upon the previous conversation to really help students master these standards. We think that having the moving forward with the assessments is important so that parents know how well their students are doing, that teachers can identify areas of strength and weaknesses with how their students are doing, and that the system as a whole knows how we are progressing on the standard. So we think it's important and urge your support of the department's recommendation on that. We also appreciate the comments regarding accountability and the need to move beyond a system that's based just on academic performance. We do think that that's obviously very important, but think this conversation around broad measures is also important. And so related to that, on the proposal that's been discussed about delaying the calculation of the base API, we just urge some caution around that and just want to make sure that if the board does take that authority that's been granted them, that all of the issues have been fleshed out before that is done. I think that there's some issues with regards to federal accountability that we do need to be mindful of, and calculations related to AYPs and safe harbor that need to be considered. And so hope that if the board takes this item up, that it is carefully considered. Thank you.
I'm Bob Reitenbach again, a concerned parent and grandparent. And what I think I got to tell you this time is I believe you all ought to get out and read the 10th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States, because our federal government has no chance of being in the school systems. That belongs to the state of California, Oregon, Washington, or whatever state it is. So my advice to you is tell the federal government and these people that are trying to brainwash our kids to get the heck out of education and teach them the proper things, because Jerry Brown learned it the right way, and I think he'd like he don't have kids and won't have them, but I think he'd like children to learn the proper way and not to be found the way they're going to be found here in years to come. Thank you.
Hello again, I'm Itha Banghart, and I taught first grade, and Smarter Balance to me is being paid for by the federal government. I don't know how much the states are paying them. I don't know where our money is, but in the state of California, we're in the red, we're not in the green. And when you assess a child, you need to assess that child. I'm, as being a first grade teacher, I was from a classroom of probably mostly foster children or children that were in the system, and they were low on the totem pole. And I didn't have a computer in my classroom. I worked with those 20 children one-on-one. I didn't have an aide. When they left my classroom, they were reading 3rd and 4th grade reading. And that was because I was teaching them one-on-one. We were reading literature books from the beginning to the end. Because if you don't read from the beginning to the end, that's what teaches you how to speak. If you're only reading a couple paragraphs about something, you really don't understand the beginning to the end. So when we're taking these assessments, let's take them from the beginning to the end. Because when you're in the 10th grade, at that time you have to make a decision. Am I going to go to a tech school or I'm going to prepare myself for college? So if you do a computer assessment, is that really assessing the child, or is that assessing what the child can type into the computer? So think about taking a computer test or being able to handwrite it out and be able to listen to what that child has to say. Thank you very much.
I'm Orlene Kurla again, and I wanted to talk about the connectivity of all of the technology. In both of my books, I cite examples of the danger of too much Wi-Fi in the classroom. Wi-Fi is a pulsed radiation that is coming in, something we never hear about, never talk about. Both Australia and New Zealand have banned Wi-Fi in the elementary schools because they believe it is such danger to the children. When you realize that Wi-Fi is so powerful it can go through the cement walls of a building, could it not also go through the thin skulls of a little child's head? And children are developing headaches. Plus the fact that the iPads, the computers they're using also gives off this radiation. So they are being surrounded by it, and it is really harmful. So I recommend that you research this. And if you are going to have all this connection to internet, you can do it with wired technology. It doesn't have to be wireless. That's what Wi-Fi is wireless. The other thing I wanted to mention, one of the biggest concerns about all of this technology is the data collection and the fact we believe that this data is actually being sold to the highest bidder. And if you have any doubt of that, just Google the situation that happened in Chula Vista, California, where the data was sold because they needed to raise money for a school where Arnie Duncan was coming to speak, and the school needed a platform for him to stand on. The school needed renovating, and emails went out, picked up by a San Diego paper, that revealed the only way they decided they could raise that money was by selling their children's data. So if you doubt that, just do your own research. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name's Tracy Mann. I wanted to let you guys know we were talking about technology. I wanted you to know that CAST actually is funded by Bill Gates. So Smarter Balanced is tightly connected to Bill Gates. And also they're called interfaces to computer systems. Technology has gotten so advanced that you won't even know it. But they're called BCIs, and the federal government's been working on it for quite some time. You don't have to be hooked up to monitors to give the information of brainwaves nowadays. You can interface a lot of computer databases together that will actually support. So like I was saying, you got your psychometric testing, your neuroscience that's behind all this, and your technology that's behind all this. And I'm dead serious when I say, please try to back out of this or at least look into it a little bit deeper before you open your hands to the Education Department and Bill Gates, because technology is there with Bill Gates. He's already done lots of things with the brain already, with the Android that's already, and all that technology is there, you guys, and it hit the Education Department. Some technology is good, but when there's no permission for the parents with our FERPA law being taken out, the technology is not good at all. So please take that into consideration as you discuss this. I'm sorry. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'm Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. We're a nonprofit civil rights law firm. We partner with parents and student organizations across the state in our policy advocacy. With regard to the action recommendation, it sounds very practical. We are concerned about a slippery slope of delaying inclusion of test scores in our accountability system, and we do appreciate that their recommendation includes reporting results to parents and students, but we think reporting should go on as usual to the state, the public, and policymakers. While we definitely support the broader accountability system that LCFF and the LCAP take us to, how students are doing on this assessment is an important part of that. But the how students are doing on the assessment is relevant to this agenda item. In the memo, there was a reference to an independent evaluation coming up. We think that's a real opportunity to look at readiness. I know that there were updates presented on the readiness of various aspects of the system, and some issues have been identified. We hope that the board and the department will make that evaluation as robust as possible and include in the evaluation the impacts on high-need students, districts with concentrations of high-need students, so that it's not a big surprise down the road about who's not having access to all the opportunities to learn that are needed to do well. Thank you.
Mr. President, Board, Bill Lucia with Ed Voice. It was a little confusing in hearing the testimony to this item as to what the item was, so I'm trying to take your admonition to focus on the item and be respectful of that. Ed Voice strongly supports the superintendent's recommendation, and we believe that it's appropriate. There's a lot of work in 2015 that's legislatively mandated for the board to consider, including the evaluation rubric for LCAP and setting of standards in the 8 state priorities, including the absolute standard as well as growth. Those are statutorily mandated. And without the data available in the scale scores, you wouldn't have that available to inform that very important process that the legislature mandated. But we believe that before you today is a question of the readiness, and we believe the superintendents and his professional staff have made a very reasonable recommendation to move forward with paper and pencil if necessary, but wherever else available to continue to go forward as planned. And these other issues that you've heard testimony about, we believe are more related to the question of the reporting out of scale scores and how that informs the process of the other work that the board will be doing as it upgrades the API, looks at the evaluation rubric for LCAP and setting the state standards for the 8 state priorities. So this is a necessary foundational activity for the state to undergo in order to inform all of those other processes. So we encourage you to move forward. Thank you.
Okay, that's the end of the public testimony. Is there any further board discussion on the department's recommendation? Member Burr.
I move the department's recommendation.
Second?
Is there any public comment on the proposal and to approve the recommendation of the department? Seeing none, board, any further board comment? No? All those in favor, raise your hands. Passes unanimously. And so we will adjourn for lunch and return about 12:20. 1:20. Sorry.
leave your worries, leave them on the doorstep. Life's sweet. Just direct your feet to the sunny, sunny side of the street. Hop, bob, a doodle that pitter pat. You know that happy tune is my step. Life's all reet. If you dig that beat on the sunny, sunny side of the street. Used to walk in the shade with my blues on parade. What a track, old man, getting stuck in the shade. Get hip, don't be afraid. Moving on over, keep yourself in the clover. Only hip for a cent, who cares? Rich as Rockefeller can't be beat. Gold dust round my feet on the sunny, sunny side of the street.
Okay, the State Board will reconvene, and before we move on to item 4, Board Member Holliday had a comment he wanted to make on item 3.
Yes, please, thanks. After years of working on this and lots of votes along the way, I take it that item 3 vote means we're going to have tests this spring. And as a result, potentially one thing that the department might consider is to draft a letter that LEAs could send to parents that is concise and short and brief, but simply outlining, here's the reality. Here are the tests that your children will be taking this spring. Just think it would be sort of a nice, crisp wrap-up to a lot of this and send a clear message that what's going to happen, and so parents won't be confused.
Be happy to do that and work with President Kurz, too, to just review a draft and get the right message together and get the information out there early so parents and all can prepare. Thank you.
Okay, good idea. All right, now we're now ready for item 4 on the RFS for the new assessment system.
Again, Diane Hernandez, Director of Assessment Development and Administration Division. Item 4 is another action item, which the department recommends that the State Board approve the release of the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress, or CASP Request for Submissions, RFS. Statute stipulates the department develop and the board approve the contract for CASP and requires that the department, in consultation with the board, develop the contract through negotiations with the testing contractor. I'm going to talk about the RFS in this item, and then the next item is going to be about an RFP. So I thought it might begin by just providing a few points about the RFS process. One, in accordance with statute, the department uses a competitive bidding process, and upon the board's approval, will release the request for submissions. This process is required in statute. To ensure transparency and equity, the RFS is not attached to this item, but pending board approval will be posted on November 17th to the department's funding profile page, which all vendors will be able to access in the same time frame. Submissions in response to the RFS are due back to the department by January 5, 2015. And 3, the RFS requires bidders to submit a plan for the task outlined in the request. And following the evaluation and selection, the board, in consultation with the department, negotiates the contract. And I want to assure you that the RFS was developed by department staff, and we have taken every precaution to protect the process over these many months of development. You might also note that the current CASP contract with Educational Testing Service, or ETS, ends on December 31st, 2015, and a new contract would be expected to be in place July 1, 2015, which would allow for some contract overlap and would allow us to work towards the transition of the new assessment system. The scope of work for the CASP system addresses the assessments outlined in Table 1 through the 3 years of the contract. And in general terms, the scope of work requires a number of things. One, the development of some assessments, such as science assessments, administering, scoring, reporting, and analyzing the results for the individual tests within the CASP system for the 2016, 2017, and 2018 administrations. Technology hosting of the computer-based Smarter Balance summative and interim assessments, and the non-Smarter Balance assessments that become online assessments. For example, if science becomes an online assessment. And of course, the development of successor assessments, essentially science, primary language, and alternate assessments as approved by the board. Lastly, there is a potential to expand the CASP system. The statute requires that the superintendent make recommendations to the board about the expansion of assessments within the CASP system by March of 2016. And at that point, a discussion would take place about that, and the department's recommendation to the board regarding the contract, this contract will come to you in March of 2015. And so with that.
Could you clarify why the RFS was not included as an attachment for this board agenda?
Sure, and as I said, we wanted to ensure that everyone has the same access to this. There are a number of vendors that may be interested in this contract, and we wouldn't want to put it out there as an attachment to this item and not know that all vendors had the same access in the same time frame. So it's a requirement that we attach the RFP or the RFS to our funding profile page so that everyone, again, gets it in the same time frame.
Okay, Board Member Strauss.
And I know you, just to highlight again, why RFS, not RFP?
Well, I'm going to talk about RFP in the next item. You want me to
Okay.
just give you a difference between the two? So the RFS, so in terms of this contract, statute determines whether it's an RFS or an RFP typically. For CASP, it's an RFS, which means that in developing the scope, for example, we give the parameters around the tasks, the things that we want included and addressed, and we ask the contractor to provide a plan for that. And then the costs are set, but the negotiations about the scope take place between the board, the department, and the test contractor. An RFP, on the other hand, which is a request for proposals, is more specific in terms of what we want. We put a lot of detail into what each task will include, and then they develop a bid in response to that. And then they go through the evaluation, the criteria, the evaluation, as does the RFS process. But at the end, those contractors or bidders that have met all the eligibility requirements, we have their bids, and they're blind bids. We open them, and whichever is the lowest is the contract the contract is awarded to that vendor.
Okay, Board Member Williams.
I should have probably gotten this out of all this material. I should have probably understood this out of all this material. But could you break out science for me and the science test? Because it feels like it's embedded in with all of the other tests, and I can't tell what the RSS and RFP, what parts of science, what's happening next with science?
Where science fall? So in this item is the request for submission, and science is part of the CAS system, so that will include the development of the science assessments that I mentioned this morning, developing the pilot test, the field test, and the summative tests that will take place in the years that I mentioned previously.
So the people chosen for this will be developing that?
Correct.
And they haven't been chosen yet?
No. So we're only asking you to allow us to release the RFS. It's gone through a rigorous development process and has been reviewed by a number of folks within the department, including contracts and legal. We are at the end of that process, and provided you approve that release, then we'll post it to our funding profile page on November 17th, Monday. And at that time, it becomes public, and vendors can start developing their submissions, which are due back to us January 5th. And then there are a number of other things that happen in the process in terms of perhaps a bidders conference and the RFP process, or we ask if they have questions about the RFS, they submit them to us, and then we respond to the questions, and all vendors that have access to those responses. And then we do internal and external review in terms of bringing people in that are external and internal to review the submissions that we receive. We have criteria for evaluation purposes. And so then at that point, we've gone through that process, and we'll come back to you in March with information around the cost, the submissions, and the department's recommendation for the contract.
Excuse me. And can you tell me to what extent this reflects the criteria, or the specifications, what you're asking for science for this next phase reflects what was in the National Research Council's report on next generation science standards aligned assessment?
Well, we certainly, as part of the process, recall that I talked a little bit about the work that we did with the stakeholder groups in terms of looking at the recommendations. That was a key component of that review, was what the NRC's recommendations were in terms of developing science assessments. In fact, Dr. Mark Wilson is on our science assessment committee that participated in this process, and is also on our TAC and helped advise us on that piece. So taking all of that into mind, the RFS will reflect the expectations in terms of developing NGSS assignments or assessments, as well as the information that's provided in the science stakeholder report that we provided.
Okay, thanks.
Board Member Cohn.
Somewhere in item 2, 3, or 4, there is this reference to a separate $200,000 independent evaluation that one of the speakers referenced earlier. What's the timeline for that?
So actually, we have 5 or 6 RFP, RFSs going on right now, all with competing timelines. Assembly Bill 44 statute requires that the CAS system have an independent evaluation, similar to what we do for Casey. The Human Resources Research Organization has been our independent evaluator for the Casey since the inception of Casey. This statute requires that we do a similar process for CASP. So we are in the process of developing RFP for that. It's being vetted right now. And the release for that one, Eric, do you recall the release on the IE? I think we're looking at tentatively release that one in January.
All right, and can we have the board staff take a look at that before you release it?
Certainly, I can talk with about that.
Diane, I was going to suggest that because this is new to the board, it might be helpful if you explain to them once the January 5th date hits, what the process is and how the board intersects with that from then until you actually, you award the contract and what happens after you award the contract, the whole thing, so they have a better sense of the whole big picture.
So as I said, once we release the RFS, we post it on our funding profile page. At that point, then we receive the submissions for that. The submission process will generate a number of questions from the vendors, things that they want clarification on in the RFS. They will submit questions to us. We'll work with board staff to provide resources or responses to those questions. And eventually they'll need to submit their submissions, which is, like I said, due January 5th. At that point, we are setting up the meetings for the review process. Again, we'll work with board staff in terms of who's reviewing those. There's a training process that goes on around the preparation for that. And we walk through that process collectively and come to consensus on the kinds of things that we want in a contract. At that point, then it's reviewed. I'm not sure if it's a legal review at that time or what role legal has in the RFS process once we've gone through the evaluation process. I'm putting Amy on the spot. Yes, you are. Sorry.
If there are questions with regard to the responsiveness of the submissions, then the legal office may get involved as well as other program staff that would have input on that. For example, if there's a special ed component or an EL component, then we might speak to those particular divisions or staff who might have some input.
And once we've gone through that process, then what we do is we return to you in March with the information around the costs, the submissions, and staff will correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that the vendors are able to come in and do a presentation for you on their products, and then it's your decision to make on the vendor. And then once you've selected a vendor, then there's the negotiation process starts after that. And that's RFS. RFP is a little different, and I'll talk about that one in the next item.
Okay, if there are any further board questions? Yes, Member Rucker.
Well, I suppose my question is, this next step is critically important to developing and building out in the CASP system. And so I guess what my question is, and I'm probably going to rephrase this question and shade it slightly differently depending on how you respond. So where in the scope of the work in developing the RFS and then going through this process, how is that going to inform ultimately the ways you then turn around and look at how to evaluate the build out of the system and then where we are after we complete this process?
One of the things that's required by statute is that we develop a 3-year plan in terms of explaining how we build out the system and the components of that. Most of the components within the CAS system are outlined in statute. Mm-hmm. Primary language assessment, alternate assessment, science assessment. So that's pretty much what's been guiding the process for us.
Okay, so then I'm going to reframe the question. So then how do you so are you saying that we'll evaluate how we did on building out the system simply because the tests now exist and they didn't before, or is there some other way you're going to look at what the quality of the work that's been done to create this system?
I don't know that I could speak to that right now. I'd have to give that some thought.
Okay.
Board Member Burr.
Well, I think you explained this, Diane, just a minute ago when you were talking about how the whole process works out for RFS. But I just, for my little pea brain, just to make sure that people understand that both processes, the RFS and the RFP processes, are competitive, meaning everybody has an equal opportunity to participate. Right. And they're judged using, as you described, a very rigorous criteria-based analysis before they come to us for recommendations. Right. The difference in my mind is one is a low bid, that's the RFP, one is a negotiated price and scope. Correct. Okay. So then I just wanted to, because of that, because of the nature of the competition and a level of sensitivity about making sure that everybody has equal access. We've had a long-term relationship in the state with our current test contractor. And I just wanted you, because you explained this to us in meetings, about the level of care you've taken to make sure they are not advantaged somehow going forward. So could you just speak to that?
Right. So this process has been in the works for, Linda, what, 12 months? About 12 months we've been working on this process, and we brought people on the front end. So we brought together the contracts office, legal, the divisions that would be a part of this. This is like no RFS we've ever done before. The STAR program was strictly assessment. It wasn't any different than what we've done for the past 15, 20 years. This is a very different animal because of the technology component to this. And there are a number of things that are required from the technology side of it in terms of a feasibility report, having what's called an IV&V and an IPOC. These are people that oversee and monitor the process of computer-based testing. So there's a whole component to this process that we haven't been engaged in before in developing an RFS. So we've been working with Cindy's division, we've been working with TSD, we've been working with legal and contracts and kind of bringing this process to fruition as a collective process. And I think what's been really important about that is that we've been able to work closely together, and we haven't engaged in any conversations with our current contractors in terms of what we need or what we want. We're very careful to ensure that we meet privately, that there's no involvement with other staff in this process. So I think we've taken a great deal of care in terms of protecting the integrity of the process, because without that, we won't end up with a contract, and we're well aware of that.
Okay. I guess I'm sure there's public comment on that. Why don't we hear that, and then we'll resume with the board discussion. Public comment?
We have 6 people for public comment. Doug McCrae, Lydia Gutierrez, Connie Brooks, Patricia Williams, Robert Reitenbach, and Jessica Sacco. And Bill Lucia.
Good afternoon. My name is Doug McCrae, retired testing specialist from Monterey. I'm following up on the theme that Member Burr followed a minute ago. I'm wondering whether the RFP has been written to advantage the incumbent contractor. We cannot see the text of the RFP at this point in time, so we cannot vet it publicly. I would say that the previous competitions with the RFS, the board did approve the entire RFS and had the opportunity to vet it in public, and people make comments along those lines. This is a new process in terms of transparency on the RFS itself, and all of the review has been done internally within the department this time. It's clear that CDE staff have had a close relationship with ETS, the incumbent, in recent years. I'll have a comment on this item 19, how it has led to a non-vetted, non-transparent expenditures and tens of millions of vendors' dollars just this past year. In addition, it's notable that one or more of the reports that ETS has provided in recent years have included language that, for somebody who's read a lot of RFS or RFPs, suspiciously similar to language found in the RFSs. These observations lead me to ask, will the incumbent vendor be advantaged, unreasonably advantaged? California's main statewide assessment contract's the largest in the country. It's not been competitively bid since 2005. It should go without saying California taxpayers and schools benefit from open competition to identify the best vendor at the lowest price for their statewide assessment program. large-scale RFPs and large-scale assessment RFPs and RFSs issued by states in recent months have been plagued with accusations of supposedly open competitions tilted in the direction of certain vendors. The state board should be sensitive to this aspect of open competitions and ensure that this RFP issued by the department does not advantage one vendor or another. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lydia Gutierrez, public school teacher, talking on my own for myself. My concern is the cost, is that when Common Core came into existence with language arts and mathematics, that every school district decided how they were going to approach the curriculum, and it became a financial burden. For example, my school district is taking partial of the open court curriculum, writing it itself, writing its own curriculum. So now with science being aligned to Common Core, health being all the other subject areas, what is going to be the financial cost? Since I already have beautiful science books already, beautiful health books that I love, are those going to be replaced, and where will that money come from? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Connie Brooks, and I'm a parent and a new school board member. I believe that testing is an invitation to corruption. That's Campbell's Law. Campbell's Law is the more any quantitative social indicator is used for social decision making, the more subject it will be to corruption pressures, and the more apt it will be to distort and corrupt social processes it intended to monitor. And this is from Diane Ravitch in The Death and Life of the Great American School System, How Testing and Choice Are Undermining Education in 2010. Here's some examples. The detailed tax codes distort business judgment. When surgeons were rated on survival rates of patients, they simply adjusted their behavior and stopped taking high-risk patients. Corruption in schools. Schools relying on standards and testing lead to cherry-picking of students who are likely to improve a teacher's numbers and teaching to the test. Teaching to the test is already happening. The result for kids and teachers is to focus on the test. Finland, the #1 education system in the world, Common Core is a top-down kind of system, squishing the teachers and the students. And Finland is the bottom-up. And they focus on the teachers and collaboration, and all their teachers are masters, and they're the top 3 to 5% of all the students in the country are teachers. That's the biggest thing that's important to them. And they also are downplaying testing. They are going away from testing. And so therefore, their students don't have test anxiety either. So that's kind of interesting. Anyway, and then the worst part of testing is the collection of data on our students, with possibility of up to 400 pieces of data being collected. And that's very dangerous, like as we've heard earlier. It can be sold. So anyway.
Time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm Patricia Willems, and I'm a concerned California taxpayer and citizen, and concerned about what Common Core is doing to our students, to our families, to our state, and to our country. I'm concerned about the testing. A lot of parents are concerned about the testing. They're concerned about what's going on with the math, which is really the only quantitative thing that they've seen so far. But as I was campaigning for my friend Connie Brooks when she ran for the school board, and many, many, many parents tell me that their children were struggling with the math, and the parents were struggling. Even friends of mine who are retired teachers could not figure it out. And to me, that is a very dangerous thing. You're confusing these children, and as this girl stated earlier, that is going to ruin her career choice because she cannot understand the math. I'm also concerned about the testing and the cost of testing, and I don't know if you've heard, but there's a school district in Colorado where the students learned that Pearson Publishing was benefiting monetarily from the testing in their school district. 30% of them have said they are not going to take the tests. And I don't know if you know about kids and social media, but this is going to go around the country, and I'm sure that there are going to be a lot opting out as well as parents who are opting their children out. We have provided many parents with the opt-out information. And, you know, I think that's something that you really need to take into consideration. I wonder how many of you have really studied and researched into Common Core. I suggest you read Arlene's books. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Jessica Sacco, representing California Science Teachers Association. I'd like to thank Member Williams for her questions earlier on this item. It helped add some clarification as I was reviewing the item as well. One of the things I noted in Table 1 of the item is that the science assessments referenced, or the development, is only designated as CBT for computer-based tests. And as I mentioned in my previous comments, CSTA strongly supports the use of performance-based assessment. And so we would like to see a consideration of including performance-based assessment within the scope of the RFS. The intent of NGSS is to really encourage all students to participate in hands-on science. And if they're not assessed in hands-on science in a hands-on way, it makes it, well, I'll just leave it at that. We would also like to make sure that the RFS does adequately address the need to assess the 3 dimensions, and just really interested in seeing more about the budget to develop these assessments and what that's going to be invested in and what that looks like ultimately. So thank you.
Good afternoon, Bill Lucia with Ed Voice. I refer you to the handout on terms of art definition vocabulary that staff earlier recommended that the process focused on the statute. And knowing that 60647 of the Education Code governs disputes over the competitive bid process and the risk of going to the Code of Civil Procedure and asking courts to determine whether something is arbitrary capricious, I wanted to, for the record, state that the earlier comments were inaccurate with regard to the nomenclature on formative assessment. The AB 484 was proposed to evolve, and it in fact did not. It only had a very minor adjustment last summer in the trailer bill process that changed the NAEP from the MAP to the CASP. Other ideas that were contemplated were not enacted by the legislature. I would recommend that whenever you talk about digital library that you specifically reference 60603L if that's what's intended. If it's not, then you're subject to a challenge under 60647 for being arbitrary and capricious because the legislature did not evolve the statute. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. I really appreciate Board Member Cohn's question about the independent evaluation. It is similar to what was done for the exit exam in HMRO, but it's not exactly the same. When AB 484 was being negotiated, we were part of the conversations, and we really wanted an independent evaluation that is at least as robust as what HMRO has been doing for the state around exit exam. The best we could do was get in language that said that these studies have to take into consideration the purposes of the assessment system and its results, the timeline for implementation of the assessments, the adoption of new curriculum resources, and the development and delivery of professional development. So it was our effort to get in language that said this independent evaluation needs to look at how the system readiness is helping or not students. The HMRO statutory authority was really clear that it was looking at the impact of the exit exam on specific subgroups of students and what they needed. This language doesn't. So to the extent the state board has a role in developing the RFP, I hope that you will make it as robust as possible so that the evaluators can really look at how the system readiness is affecting both positively and negatively our neediest students. And if there's any way that the public or stakeholder groups can be involved in that process, that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, we've had the public discussion and just comment by the superintendent.
Just very briefly, President Kirst, may not need to be said, but I'll say it for the record that I know that Diane Hernandez and her staff have been meticulous, careful, following the law in every specific way. I total trust in her and her team. No vendor has any disadvantage in this process, any advantage in this process. Thank you.
Board Member Williams.
I trust that that's the case as well. But I just have to make one last comment about next generation science standards and the assessment. It's been frustrating to me that it's always kind of reported as part of the whole system instead of being pulled out. And while the stakeholder groups that you met with and gave feedback, I've seen that questionnaire. I saw what the topics were. It doesn't come close to covering what the National Research Council addressed in their report on what would have to be in the assessment or the kind of assessment it would need to be in order to capture the vision of NGSS. And I get a little bit afraid that by pulling it into the whole system, it becomes the science part of Common Core, which it's not. It's separate and different. And the three-dimensional learning part of it is critical for it to actualize itself in education in California. So I want to just reinforce that, reiterate it, go on the public record saying that I hope when we do see the RSS and when we see what's proposed by the people that are going to be working on it, that we see that they get that, and that's what they plan to do and provide for us.
Just on a personal note, I taught math and science for 21 years before I came here. Science is near and dear to my heart, so you can be sure that I'm going to keep an eye out for science.
Okay, Board Member Burr.
To me, this is the next logical step based on the action we took before lunch to move forward with smarter balanced assessment. This really creates the architecture for that, as well as bringing in additional subject areas. Diane mentioned some of them: primary language assessment, alternative assessment. This is the big kahuna, and if we want to move forward, we have to do it. I would just reinforce what Superintendent Torlakson said. I have infinite faith in the department staff that they have maintained this as in the most ethical way and to ensure that there is no bias whatsoever going forward. So I would move the department's recommendation.
All right. Is there any public comment on the recommendation? Seeing none, board member comment? All those in favor, raise your hands. Thank you, Diane. I think you're here for the next one, no?
I am.
Item 5, which is the English Language Proficiency Assessment, approval of the release of requests for proposals. This is an RFP, I think.
This is an RFP. So
Okay.
Item 5 is an action item that the department recommends that the board approve the release of the request for proposals, or RFP, for the English Language Proficiency Assessments for California, or the LPAC. For this contract, with the board's approval, the department will release an RFP, similar to what I just said about the RFS. Unlike the RFS, though, this requires the bidder to provide a specific set of plan or for individual tasks. This is what I talked about earlier in the RFP process. It's a little more guided in terms of we want specific things to be a part of the tasks that are in the RFP. And that's important for a bidder to know because they have to build a cost out there, and they're trying to achieve the lowest cost in order to get this contract. So it's important for them to know as much about the process as they can. Like the RFS, submissions go through a very rigorous evaluation, and this contract is not negotiated. As I said, it goes to the lowest bidder after having looked at the eligibility criteria and that they've met that criteria. So as with the RFS, the LPAC RFP is not attached to this board item for the same reasons that I stated earlier, but if approved for release by the board, we will post it to the funding profile page, and we intend to do that within hopefully the next 10 days. We're still working through some things on that one. Submissions in response to the RFP for the LPAC are due back in early January. I'll also point out that the existing California SELT language development test, or SELT contract with Educational Data Systems, or EDS, ends December 31st, 2015. Though we do plan to extend it, we're trying to close out the SELT, and we're trying to build a new, very different assessment. And so while the contractor begins development of the LPAC, we'll finish up with the SELT assessment. So just to provide a little bit of context or background, statute requires that the superintendent, with the approval of the board, to contract to develop the ELP test, which is comprised of two separate assessments. You'll recall that one is for initial identification of English learners, and the other assessment is a summative assessment that will annually measure progress of English learners attaining English. For the initial assessment, the department intends to pilot test in 2015, fall of 2015, field test in fall of 2016, and operationally test in fall of 2017. For the summative assessment, we intend to pilot test in spring of 2016, followed by field testing in spring of 2017, and operationally test in spring of 2018. This new contract resulting from the RFP would begin in March 2015 and end December 2018. And in terms of next steps, as required by statute, the department intends to bring back blueprints to you in July 2015 for the new assessments, LPAC assessments.
Thank you. Comments? Board Member Strauss. Okay.
I move.
Well, let's, we have some public comment, I'm sure. Public comment on this item?
Yes, we do have.
We have 5 people: Doug McRae, Lydia Gutierrez, Orlene Kohler, Bonnie Brooks, and Liz Guillen.
Okay, and I would like the members of the public to speak to the agenda item, which is the LPAC RFP. We have a general comment process at the end of our meeting.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Doug McRae, the retired test publisher from Monterey. What's the target date for transitioning from CELT to LPAC? It wasn't in the agenda materials, and I was distracted and I didn't hear that. But that's my major question: is what's the target date? In previous communications, the target date has been early spring 2017. However, this target date would require item tryout studies to take place spring 2015, followed to a benchmark type study in 2016 to allow operational testing in spring 17. Having item tryouts in spring 15 with a contract that doesn't become available, doesn't commence until March of 15 is an impossibility. One can only assume the target date for transitioning to CELT, from CELT to LPAC has slipped from 2017 to 2018 because of the delay of this RFP. In addition, it's apparent that the work developing blueprints for future LPAC tests will be part of the scope for this RFP. Typical process calls for an RFP for the test development contractor. It already has blueprints. They are done in advance of the RFP process in order to provide the specifications for the details of item writing and other aspects of the development process. Development of blueprints is a considerable amount of vetting with the field, in this case English language development specialists at local districts, takes some time. Is there a reason there are no blueprints done in advance of this RFP? Adding blueprints is obviously also going to delay the development of LPAC to some extent. Whether it'll be another year, I don't know. Last very quick comment is, once again, the board did approve RFPs up until roughly 2005. Then they adopted a policy that they would, the board would review the research questions in RFPs prior to issuing the RFP. That's the history. Thank you.
Okay.
Lydia Gutierrez, public school teacher, speaking on my own. Just real quick, I just really appreciate knowing that this is going to be a piloted program. And my only comment, I wish Common Core would have been a piloted program. Thank you.
Connie Brooks again. This pertains because all of you are public servants and need to listen to the people, and the people in Common Core were never listened to. There was 3 private organizations in Washington, D.C. that wrote it. There was no open meetings. There was never provided any access to any public comment or critiques they received. Again, no standards experts ever signed off on these. And we're talking about English standards. We had English standards that were pretty good. They were, according to Sandra Stotsky, who was the only standards expert on the English Common Core Committee, and she wouldn't sign off on them. Sandra Stotsky is the one that made Massachusetts English standards. She took them from a D to an A, of which they still are today. And she did research on our California standards that we already had, and they were 3.4. The Common Core English standards are 2.7. So I'm just wondering why we would go to lower standards. And you do speak for the people, and I don't hear, it's always hard to hear if you're listening to us. And I think Common Core, it's unconstitutional. There's 3 laws on the books against it. The 10th Amendment is against it. And I really think the whole thing is kind of, it's not good. And thank you very much.
I'm Orlene Kurla. First of all, for the public, it would be really nice for the layman coming in. I was an English major. I've never heard of RFPs or LPACs, and most of us don't really know all these acronyms that you're talking about. As far as classical English literature, what Common Core is doing to that, to me, is heart-rending. I loved all the beautiful classical English literature that I read as a little child growing up. That's what made me want to major in English and gave me the love that I have for it. Under Common Core, that is being lowered in elementary down to 50%, replaced by informational text. In high school, it's lowered down to 30%, replaced by informational text. Informational text is what you read on the computers, and nothing that you can put your heart and soul into these. And for the most part, it's very liberal. The assignments are one-sided. They only give a one-sided view to the students. Even in elementary school, the children are being asked in kindergarten and first grade to read informational text about labor unions. And, what little child needs to know that information? And, of course, it's only a one-sided viewpoint. So, to me, informational text is just another term for indoctrination. And why should that be part of our English curriculum? And I'm sure with the testing that is coming up under this ELP, it will be much informational text that they are being assigned to read instead of the great classical English literature. And what is so wonderful about the classics, that is where children learn the difference between right and wrong. They learn about liberty and justice. They learn about aspiring to be a better person. You don't read that from reading a computer manual. Thank you.
Hello again, Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. We support issuing this RFP. This assessment is sorely needed for the state's over 1 million English learners so that the Common Core aligned instruction is properly assessed and we're in compliance with Title III. While the delay in moving the LPAC forward is understandable given all the tremendous work the department and the board are doing, right now, we're concerned that the significant English learner population is going to be left behind. We should be doing everything possible to make sure that their language instruction is aligned to their formative and summative language assessments, as we've done for non-English learner students. In April of 2013, the department reported that we'd be piloting the new LPAC this school year. And in April of this year, it was pushed out to next school year. Since then, there's been another delay. In April, the department said we'd be issuing this RFP last summer, and now it's this meeting. We hope that the department will do everything possible to keep to the revised timeline that it shared in April so that both the formative and the summative LPAC pilots can be piloted next year. Thank you very much.
Okay, that's the end of the speakers, so I think we're ready for a motion.
I move approval.
Second by Board Member Molina. Public comment on the motion. Hearing none, all those in favor raise your hands. That's unanimous. We'll move on then to item 6, the Golden State Seal Merit Diploma, approval of changes to eligibility criteria.
Yep, that's me again.
You are again, yeah.
I promise this is my last item today. Again, Diane Hernandez, Director of the Assessment Development Administration Division. This is also an action item that requests your approval of the proposed eligibility criteria for the Golden State Seal Merit Diploma. The department recommends two things. One, that the board approve the proposed criteria outlined in Attachment 1 that includes a combination of qualifying CST scores, course grades, and or results from other assessments in order for students in the class of 2015 to receive the merit diploma. And two, direct the department to convene a work group consisting of CDE and SBE staff members and stakeholders to provide input about a plan for the class of 2016 and beyond in terms of the eligibility criteria needed to meet to receive the award of the merit diploma. Just a little bit of background information. The merit diploma is awarded jointly by the board and the state superintendent to each qualifying high school student that completes all the requirements for high school diploma and demonstrates mastery of the curriculum in at least 6 areas, being English language arts, mathematics, science, and United States history, and then with the remaining 2 subject areas selected by the student. From 1997 to 2002, students qualified for the merit diploma using the Golden State exams, you recall the GSEs. The GSEs were repealed in 2003, and from 2004 to 2014, students used the qualifying scores from the CST results to meet the eligibility criteria. The specified CSTs currently designated by the board to qualify for the merit diploma are no longer administered as part of the CAS system. And therefore, students in the class of 2015 cannot qualify for the merit diploma. So the students in the class of 2015 would need to have a new set of criteria. And so what we're proposing is that for each of the content areas, something a little different. For English language arts, a scale score of 370 or above on the CSTs taken in grades 9 and 10. For mathematics, a scale score of 370 or above on the CSTs taken in grades 8, 9, or 10. This could include geometry, algebra 2, summative high school mathematics, or integrated mathematics 2 or 3. And for science, a student would need to achieve a scale score of 370 or above on the CSTs taken in grades 9 and 10. And this could be CST scores from biology, chemistry, physics, earth science, or the 4 integrated sciences. For the U.S. history requirements, students would have to complete the required U.S. history course with an overall grade point average, either weighted or unweighted, determined by the LEA, of 3.5 or above. And lastly, for the remaining 2 subject area requirements, students could use the results from tests that I've just mentioned or achieve an overall grade point average of 3.5 or above, or use the results from examinations produced by other providers. For the class of 2016 and beyond, the department at the board's direction would convene, as I said, a work group that would consist of CDE and SBE staff and stakeholders and develop a plan for students in the class of 2016 and beyond in terms of qualifying for the merit diploma. We would bring that plan back to the board for consideration and adoption. And lastly, I'm going to end with just one little tidbit of information. I don't know that you know this, but approximately 55 to 65,000 students annually are awarded the Golden State Seal Merit Diploma. So it's quite popular. 55 to 65,000 annually are awarded the Golden State Seal Diploma.
Let's go to 7.
Can I make a motion? All right, I move approval.
All right, is there any public speakers on this item?
No public speakers.
Okay. Oh, there's a public speaker.
So close. Sorry, revise that.
Hi. Good afternoon, Sherry Griffith with AXA. We just wanted to recommend for the stakeholder group for the prospective diploma that the board consider ensuring that secondary principals, teachers, and curriculum district administrators are included. Most importantly, that the student representation would include members from your Student Advisory Board on Education who will be speaking to you tomorrow, and also finding a way to ensure that we receive greater student public input for this through the California Association of Student Councils. Thank you.
Okay.
No one else.
Question, go ahead. Board Member Shimazaki.
under the other two subject matter areas, can you elaborate more on examinations produced by private providers? I know in the attachment, I think in the background for the agenda item, that for the class of 2016 and beyond, you listed more specific private or examinations by private providers, but you also, I think, listed it, again, allowing private provider or LEA summative tests that meet the rigor of a four-year high school course of study. Could you just elaborate a little bit on what a private provider summative test is, other than the more specific examples?
Thank you. My understanding is that a student could use the results of the different assessments, for example, the SAT or ACT, something along that line is meeting qualifying for those other exams. Because we know that students have taken a number of examinations. We wouldn't want to just pigeonhole them into just using the results of the CSTs in those four subject areas.
Okay. Any further discussion by board members? Any further comment, public comment? No? All those in favor, raise your hands. All right, thank you. That is approved. Okay, now we're on to item 7, which is the Next Generation Science Standards implementation.
Good afternoon, President Kurz, Superintendent Torlikson, and members of the State Board. I am not Diane Hernandez. I am Carrie Roberts. I'm the Director of the Professional Learning Support Division. The California Next Generation Science Standards Draft Implementation Plan was originally presented to the September board meeting, along with the public comment that was received regarding the plan. The CD staff, in collaboration with the SBE staff and the liaisons, Member Williams and Member Strauss, collaborated and worked hard on making the revisions to the plan based on the public comment and as well as internal discussions that we had. We also reached out to the public as needed to clarify some of the comments. We greatly appreciate the collaboration from the State Board of Education and the field. And I also want to express gratitude to the K-12 Alliance at WestEd for facilitating the development of the very first draft of this plan, which remains the core of this document. The format of this revised plan has been changed to make the document more clear and concise. The details regarding the CDE actions for implementation remain in the plan, and the individual elements for each strategy have been streamlined. The additional tables that were included in the first draft are now sections that follow the CDE actions for each strategy and provide suggestions and opportunities for LEAs, community stakeholders, as well as support providers. Some additions that were made to the plan based on the public comment as well as the State Board of Education input include an executive summary, a revised timeline that provides a link to an additional timeline and activities for implementation, a section that describes the integration of the Next Generation Science Standards with the California Common Core State Standards, inclusion of the environmental principles and concepts, which are included in Strategy 1, 2, and 4. The CDE will also be providing a report of progress on the California Next Generation Science Standards implementation to the State Board of Education each year for 4 years, from 2016 through 2020. And there's also an addition of a clearer picture of what the digital center will be. And along with that, additional information within Strategy 8 around the coalition building to increase stakeholder understanding and support of the Next Generation Science Standards. And it also addresses the design and implementation of coalitions and collaborative partnerships. And the coalitions are meant to help build local capacity as well as provide momentum and be responsive to the needs of all stakeholders at the state, regional, and local levels so that every student in California has the opportunity to be engaged in a quality science program. More resources have also been added to Appendix C, and a few more resources that were just recently received will also be added. There were a few public comments that requested the inclusion of information that will be actually part of the framework that's currently under development with Tom Adams' division. So these will not be a part of the implementation plan. The assessment strategy now includes an implementation timeline and a focus on the formative assessment tools and processes, while providing information on the accountability that the federal government requires. As the CDE staff and stakeholders reviewed this final draft of the plan, there were some minor revisions and edits that have been noted and will be addressed as well. These include grammatical edits and some word choice revisions, as well as those additional resources in Appendix C. The CDE is recommending that the State Board of Education approve this state implementation plan for the California Next Generation Science Standards for public schools, kindergarten through grade 12.
Thank you. I'm sure board member comments, maybe yes. I want to say that Carrie Roberts and Trish Williams and Eileen Strauss and Patricia DeCoste worked very, very hard on this. This was written and rewritten, and it shows. Go ahead.
Yes, it does. It is. I appreciate the fact that you acknowledge the work of the K-12 Alliance in facilitating those first meetings, and that work remains at the core of this. I also appreciate how many revisions have been made, and each time it has the readability of it has improved dramatically. I think the formatting of it, as you know, I've read each of the drafts and provided pretty extensive comment, and I really appreciate your generosity and equanimity in handling my comments on the drafts and taking them into consideration. I'm looking forward to hearing public comment on it, and then I would be prepared to make a few more comments and a motion after that.
Thank you.
Board Member Strauss.
So to Carrie and Tom Adams and your division for all the work you did on this, and I think Trish and I have been part of the entire process. So watching the science leadership team and with the facilitation of the K-12 Alliance and West Ed, this has come a long way from those early meetings where we actually just started to talk about what it would take. I mean, it really is fully developed. I thought there were three bullets on page 8 that were particularly, I just wanted to highlight, which was talking about expanding the science instruction in elementary, which I think all of us who've worked at all the levels realize how important that is. And that we have to integrate the content to real-world experiences and problem solving. I thought that was a key point that how it sets the stage of this whole document. And finally, that we have to look at professional learning to grow our teacher capabilities. And I think that those set the tone. The 8 strategies are so well developed. And I think, for districts, I think we really ought to think about how we're going to share this document, because it really provides so many resources and strategies and suggestions throughout the document. So first, a credit to you and your responsiveness in trying to facilitate this. I know you didn't start it at the beginning, and also to the entire process and everyone who participated in it. But I think what I wanted you to talk about, and maybe that's something we can talk about maybe after comments, is how will CDE share this with the field, particularly not just county offices, but with directors of instruction, ed services departments, who are going to really have to lead the work in their own districts of rolling out the next generation science standards. And I don't know, I know we have rollout coming for ELA, ELD, and I just wonder what the steps will be with this wonderful document to help guide the next steps.
And I think that was in strategy 7, I believe, communication. There's a plan for rollout similar to that we're doing for the ELA, ELD framework. So yes, that's definitely part of the plan.
Okay, other board member comments? No, at this point, or board member Holliday.
I think it's a wonderful plan. Congratulations to all of you. Certainly ready to vote for it. When we come up with a long-term plan like this, one of the concerns I have is that teachers and principals will be thinking, well, I've got years to get started on this thing, and also there may be a fear that if I start developing my means of teaching NGSS now, it may disadvantage my students who are taking the old science tests, for lack of a better term. And I just want to say, I'm not an expert in this at all, but it's my sense that the sooner teachers and principals start incorporating NGSS into the classrooms, the better their students will do on the old science tests, and certainly on the new ones. Is that generally the? Can you speak to that? I mean, I just think teachers should feel that they don't have to wait forever, and they can proceed.
Carrie, do you want to respond? Or?
Well, I thank you, first of all.
Can I help you?
Yeah. But the second thing is that I wanted to say was we have, along with the coalition building, it's very nicely laid out that we'll have a statewide coalition as well as those local coalitions, and our hope is that through those coalitions we'll be able to build in that better communication of what NGSS is all about, so that not only do we know about it here at the state, but also at districts, at sites, and also businesses, parents. The coalition building will be huge, and that's strategy 8, and that's one that I'm really excited to start working on, and I think we might have Member Williams to thank for adding that one in, because that was a strategy that wasn't originally in the Common Core. But given what we learned from Common Core and that lack of coalition building and understanding and making sure that we communicate well with the not only the educational community but the business community, it should really make a difference. That's our hope too.
I just wanted to add one thing about the assessment part of that. You're right that the grade 5, 8, and 10 assessments aligned to the previously adopted science standards will be in place until we pilot test in, what did I say, 15, 16? And so there's a number of things that we're putting in place to support that transition as well. And when it comes down to it, in terms of science, a cell is a cell. I mean, in terms of how you teach that, you're still teaching the same mechanics of that cell structure, for example. So there are certain things that are going to transition from the old standards to the new standards, albeit that the NGSS is certainly much more comprehensive and goes much further beyond than what we've ever done before. But there is some pieces that transition over, I think, from the old standards to the new standards. And so as any time that we've transitioned from an old assessment system to a new one, there's things that have to be taken into place. And one of the things that Carrie and I have been working on in terms of the implementation and the assessment piece is to ensure that we have each other's back in terms of making sure that we're on the same page of getting materials out, the framework in place before the assessments and so forth.
Board Member Williams?
I was going to make a comment about this later, but since you've raised it, I'd like to make it now. And that is that it is troubling that the science CSTs are going on. We didn't get a waiver for those yet. We could consider that maybe. And yet I'd like to encourage LEAs not to worry about that. We have suspended the API. We don't know whether exactly what the next accountability system at the state level will be, but it's doubtful that by the time we have it, it includes districts incorporates an old CST on science when they're moving forward on NGSS implementation. And what I've heard from the science people who know a lot more about this than I do, the science educators, is that they are recommending that LEAs begin with the practices and starting to learn how to implement the practices and build more, those 8 practices, build them more into their current work. They don't have to start right away. So I think I want to encourage LEAs not to be worried about having the old science CST. And what I hope is that either the CDE or the state board can support LEAs in some way by giving them communication messages they can share with their parents about not being concerned about that during this transition. So that's one point that I want to make to Member Holliday's. Another one is that I'm assuming that this is a fabulous current plan and that it will be updated as time moves on and things change. And one of the things that concerns me a little bit about NGSS implementation getting off the ground And I know everyone wants to make sure Common Core gets really fully actualized this year for the assessment. But in the plan, in the timeline, it doesn't give a date for beginning LEA implementation, and it actually doesn't list a year for full implementation to occur. It talks about the testing, but it doesn't specify LEA implementation. And one of my concerns is that between the fact that we're not explicit in the plan about getting started now, even if it's just reading the standards and following the curriculum framework and maybe talking about the practices, getting started now in planning and including it in your LCAP under state priority number 2 is an okay thing to do, and it can be in slow motion while you're busy with other stuff, not to be worried about it. But it's important to know that this is coming, and it'd be better to start earlier rather than later, as Member Holliday says. So between the old CST and the fact that we're not explicit about LEA implementation, I'm afraid that sends a little bit of a signal that they don't need to be thinking about that this year. And so I'd rather we address that more directly with them in some way, either if it's not going to be right now in this plan, just in the signals that we send about it verbally and in other kinds of communications from the department and the state board.
Board Member Molina.
First of all, I want to compliment the work that everyone has done, and very, very well done. And I do want to just caution us. We're all excited about getting started, and but we really need to be really cognizant about what we're currently doing and trying to really get the pieces together in regards to ELA and math. And our teachers are truly, truly overwhelmed with the work, and they feel very stressed and feel that they can't attend one more professional learning. So I really want to caution us on our, I want to caution us on our messaging, and that we're very thoughtful about what we are asking folks to do. In our excitement, and I'm speaking for us, or I should say myself, I'm in my excitement about getting this going. And you're right, that as we implement the science standards, that they will, in the end, students will do better. But again, that old saying that we got to go slow to go fast. I just really want us to be thoughtful about that and about our messaging, not to necessarily put that kind of pressure. And as we relate to the LCAP plan, remember that whatever we put there, we must hold folks accountable for as it relates to professional learning and outcomes. So I caution us in terms of how we take this approach. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we need public comment.
Our speakers are Danny Tucker, Doug McCrae, Lydia Gutierrez, Orlean Curler, Amber Banks, and Chris Rowe.
Could you please all line up and we can move the line quickly? Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Danny Tucker, a teacher in Hacienda La Puente, and I'm speaking on behalf of CTA regarding the 2 models of delivery for the Next Generation Science Standards. When presenting the report, the committee had varied opinions on the 2 models of delivery. And this Board of Education recommended both the integrated and the discipline-specific models be options. However, we're seeing an emphasis on the integrated approach, especially seen on your website, on the California Department of Education website. And we just ask that you consider giving both models equal support and provide parity to both approaches. As with the math, LEAs are given local control in choosing the best approaches for their students. Please provide 2 equally supported approaches to the NGSS delivery models. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Doug McCrae, retired test publisher from Monterey. I'd note that the plan to initiate NGSS statewide tests spring of 2019 is a solid plan worthy of your support. The plan involves NGSS curriculum frameworks in 2016, recommended instructional materials late 2017, time for local districts to adopt instructional materials and then conduct professional development on NGSS frameworks and the particular instructional materials they'll be using in their local district prior to initiation of statewide tests. This is the appropriate sequence for implementing any new set of content standards. It's unfortunate California is not using the sequence for English language arts and math with a Common Core. I would support this plan as written. The entire strategic plan for implementing NGSS has been well considered and deserves the full support of the board. However, I would note that the wish list for characteristics of statewide assessments on pages 30 to 34 will result in substantially longer test administration times and significantly increased per-student costs. So the plan is in the taxpayer's pocketbook a little bit. Just a very quick answer to Member Holliday's question. The implementing NGSS should not affect STAR science scores. Test makers try very hard to measure what is to be learned, not how it's being learned, because there can be many different ways it can be learned, and the tests need to be above the different pedagogies involved. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lydia Gutierrez, my name is Lydia Gutierrez, public school teacher. And the only thing I would like to, the comment of a living document was used for the next generation of science, and if there was any clarity on that, because for me, science is factual and accuracy. And the other part is that I appreciate the length of time that it's going to be going through the process of being reviewed. I didn't hear when there's going to be another opportunity for public comment or for review. And if I understood the word living document, if there's going to be a definition to that, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Amber Banks from the Education Trust West. We would like to acknowledge and appreciate the efforts from the CDE to revise the implementation plan that is presented today for approval. Specifically, we applaud the improvements in the plan's readability and clarity, the explicit efforts to align CTC certification in Strategy 1, and the inclusion of an expanded coalition of stakeholders to support implementation in Strategy 8. We applaud the updates to these plans, and we have several questions and concerns moving forward. Number one, equity. We hope to see greater emphasis on equity and access in the implementation plan and encourage the board and Department of Education to keep equity and access at the forefront of all implementation efforts. The second is accountability. As was mentioned, we would like to see additional guidance from the state for districts with regard to suggested timelines for local implementation plans and continued transparency around the development of the new state science assessments. We realize they'll take some time to create. However, it will be critical for the state to be clear and specific about how districts should manage that transition. And finally, specificity. So the current NGSS implementation plans provides adequate guidelines for implementation efforts, but we believe that the field will need greater detail around how school leaders and teachers will be supported by the state and other entities around professional learning, specifically how to integrate NGSS with the Common Core, how to engage community partners authentically around implementation efforts, and how districts should pace their implementation efforts so that they are prepared when the assessments come online and we are fully implemented. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Jessica Sacco, representing California Science Teachers Association. I would like to first apologize for the late submission of our written comments. I know they weren't received by the deadline, so I do apologize for that. I want to thank also the staff, State Board, as well as department staff for their work on this. I agree with many of the comments of the predecessors about the readability, clarity. It's very much appreciated. In terms of some recommendations about the plan just moving forward, looking forward to, as sort of Member Williams alluded to, making adjustments to the plan as implementation progresses so that we're addressing the areas that bubble up as needing more attention than what we can foresee at this point. So really looking forward to some flexibility within the plan and perhaps adding to it as time moves on in order to help focus the efforts in those areas that need additional attention. Appreciate the recommendation under Strategy 2 for LEAs to research best practices about making time for science, especially in K-5. That's a critical component to realizing the vision of science for every student every day of every year. And also wanted to add that I know for our part, our members are hungry for more professional learning about next generation science standards, as well as how to integrate it with Common Core. So as much professional learning as can be provided and supported by the state around those topics is greatly valued and appreciated. And I wrote it in our written comments, but we do support adoption at this time. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chris Rowe with the California STEM Learning Network. We first wanted to thank the staff for their really hard work and energy put into what we think is a very, very strong plan, a big improvement over the first plan, and I think really reflects the hard work that the task force put into developing the plan over the first few months. So really wanted to acknowledge that. The document, as has been noted, is much more readable, and I think will end up being more widely utilized by the field. That said, we do have a couple of further areas we would like to see addressed, and we did submit a letter with some of those specific ideas. Some of those have already been talked about in terms of further detail, especially around timelines is one particular area. We are also really excited and greatly appreciative of the Strategy 8 around coalition building, and would hope that, as others have mentioned, that further refinements and additional areas could be addressed as that coalition gets up and running over time to really make sure that this is a living document and gets widely utilized. And then finally, I think it was mentioned already, just to make sure that this is a widely utilized document by LEAs in particular, that staff would think about how to get the field, the information out to the field in a manner that will be utilized as greatly as possible. And then finally, has been addressed around communications as well. I think if anything we've learned from Common Core, it's really, really important that we get out early and communicate not just to people in the field that will be implementing, but to parents and students about what the NGSS is and why it's important that we move forward. So with that, we support enthusiastically the adoption of this plan and look forward to continuing to support this work going forward. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Orlene Kurla again. A few months ago, when you were asking for a public comment, I submitted a letter, and I'm sorry to say I'm giving a different viewpoint again. According to the talking points that I put in this letter, as you know, this really is a national program. It sounds like from all the tweaking of it, you've made it become more of a California program, but this is a national next generation science system, and according to the Fordham Institute, these standards would actually be inferior to the California science standards that we already have. There is again inaccuracy and a one-sided viewpoint with no other viewpoint allowed. That is why the state of Wyoming rejected them, because the NGSS teach that coal miners should be shut down, coal mines should be shut down because of their contributing to the climate change or global warming, which I do not believe is based on any true accurate science. Coal mining is one of the main industries in Wyoming. So of course they are saying no to the NGSS. They're very transformative, which reflects a whole new vision for American science education with new performance expectations, essentially meaning little memorization of scientific facts or application of essential math skills. You know, often a good scientist becomes a good medical doctor. If he didn't have all of these math skills and science facts memorized, would you want him operating on you? We need memorization, and for people to continue to say that that's old-fashioned and we should do away with memorization is not true. And again, NGSS is a practice strategy or inquiry learning, which believes that students learn more when they are engaged in the practices of science. But how can you really have those practices of science without the memorization behind it? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Sherry Griffith with AXA. We're fully in support of the plan and think that it will be an excellent document to distribute to the field. And I wanted to commit on behalf of AXA that we will do our part in ensuring that the plan is fully distributed across the state on numerous occasions, and not only in terms of access to our general membership, but also through our academies and our other events throughout the year. I just want to thank personally Board Member Williams for her leadership in the area of science and next generation, and the advocacy that she's provided to our members in terms of beginning this process and getting it going. I want to commit to you too that in our professional development that we do for our members, that we will stress under priority 2 that standards implementation includes all standards, not just the Common Core. And I wanted to also alert you that we have recently met with our leadership, and we have a campaign called One Voice for Students, and we have made a commitment to advocate for additional one-time funding to implement the science standards along with other aspects of standards implementation, but we really feel that we have to focus specifically in this area, not only for the general costs, but the significant costs for professional development and lab equipment. There are costs with science that go and exceed other areas, so we're making it a priority under our Students for One Voice campaign this year, and thank you for your leadership.
Krieger. I'm sorry. I'm going to read from Larry Krieger, retired AP history teacher from Pennsylvania and contributing writer to the Orange County Register. The College Board's redesigned curriculum is totally antithetical to the goals and content of the California Framework. California Framework has exhorted a generation of teachers to emphasize the importance of history as a story well told. Inspired from their state standards, California teachers focus on
Excuse me,
forceful...
is this on the item topic?
Yes.
This is science. That's history.
My science, are you...
This is a science topic.
Yeah, you're right. I beg your pardon. Actually, you're correct. I have the wrong sheet here. Beg your pardon. Excuse me.
Okay, that ends the public testimony, and so we're ready for more board discussion. Board Member Williams.
I want to ask Carrie a question. Did you say that, while you're walking up there, did you say that you would be reporting back to the board on progress once a year?
Yes.
While Common Core, we get every single meeting?
No, we do not anymore.
We do not anymore because we're 4 years in. From August 10th adoption, 2010 adoption, we're 4 years into Common Core. We've just started in GSS. Once a year for the next 4 years doesn't seem like it's often enough.
Well, I'll just be reporting back in on how the progress we're making on the implementation plan and the things that are in there. If there's a need for additional reports,
we can request them.
We would have framework reports, though, because the framework group is working, Instructional Quality Commission makes reports, so I
well,
would
since
think
we
we'll
have
hear-
just said that we think it's a living document and that it's likely to be updated with more specificity, then I'm assuming that if that's occurring, first of all, that you intend to include Member Strauss and I and the State Board staff in considering some of the updates, and that we might request that you come back more often for reporting to the full board.
I'd be happy to come back more often if it's necessary.
Okay, in that case, then I move that we approve the state plan.
Second.
Just brief comment.
All right. Is there any further board discussion? Any superintendent wants to?
President Kurtz, I just wanted to underscore, thanks to everybody for the great work putting this together, and underscore the comments that AXA made, going along with the comments earlier today of looking for some one-time implementation dollars. When the CSTs started up, I think there was $3 billion dedicated, maybe a dozen years back, to implementation. And so along with the Common Core and the computer connectivity and the professional development there, the need for help in lifting this report into reality is a big one. And so figuring out, hopefully in this budget, there'll be some room for that, and working together to get the earmarks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie.
Okay, I think we're ready for the vote then. All those in favor of approving the implementation plan? That's unanimous. Okay, I think now we're ready for the charter schools, but before that, I want to turn to the superintendent.
Thank you, President Kirsten. As Julie Russell comes up, this will be the last time we're seeing her here, and she's just been a star, incredibly patient, very thorough, very skilled, beloved, leader of our charter school division. Previously to that, last dozen years or so, she was working in the after schools division. So wrapping up 34 years of state service. Wow. So thank you so much.
That makes me sound old. Yeah. Yeah, it's when they didn't care how old you were when you started.
Well, I want to thank you for the board also.
Yes.
And I understand you're going into the wine business, so you'll have to tell us when you're open for tasting.
What?
Cortland, Julietta.
Julietta Winery down in Clarksburg. Just a few minutes south of Sacramento. So after a long week of board meetings, if you're looking for a glass of wine, come on down.
Yeah, all right. We can.
Well, we have all the different wines, so they're all wonderful.
And for purposes of public transparency, that was not a commercial.
Yeah. Right. Okay. All right. Well, with that, I think we're ready to salute you. Okay. So you'll present on this item.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, for almost the last time. I have 2 items here. So, and it's been a pleasure. Thank you all. It's been wonderful to work with the board and be able to present all these nice charter items to the board and to also ACCS, working with the charter division for 3 years now. So it's been a pleasure, and thank all of you. So I will begin on item 8. Good afternoon, Board President Kearse, Superintendent Torlakson, board members. I'm Julie Russell, Director of Charter School Division at the California Department of Education. Item 8 is an appeal to establish a new charter school, Rosamond Community Charter Elementary School. The charter petition was denied by the Southern Kern Unified School District on December 11th, 2013, and the Kern County Office of Education on February 11th, 2014. CDE received the appeal from Rosamond on April 23rd, 2014. CDE staff has reviewed the appeal documents and is recommending that the State Board deny the charter petition. This item was first presented to the ACCS at the June 2014 meeting. During that meeting, the ACCS commissioners requested that the petitioner provided additional information to ACCS. So the petitioner agreed to be heard by the ACCS at the October 8th, 2014 meeting. During the October meeting, or following the discussion at that meeting, there was a split vote. 2 commissioners voted to recommend denial of the petition. 2 commissioners recommended approval, or to move forward in approval, and 1 abstained. Because 5 votes are necessary to carry an action forward to the State Board, there's no official recommendation from ACCS on this item. CDE staff reviewed the appeal documents, which include the petition and appendices, budget information, educational and demographic data, board agendas, minutes, and findings from both Southern Kern Unified and Kern County Office of Education regarding the denial of this petition. Pursuant to Education Code 47605, a charter petition must provide a reasonably comprehensive description of several required elements. CDE finds that the Rosamond petition does provide a reasonably comprehensive description for many of the required charter elements. If you refer to Attachment 1, page 2 of this item, which is the Charter School Petition Review Form, these elements are identified with a yes. There are also elements that are identified with a yes, with an asterisk by it, which indicates a technical amendment. Although the elements identified yes with technical amendment meet the minimum requirements for a charter petition, additional information would be needed to come submitted to the CDE if this petition is approved as a State Board authorized school. The technical amendments are required as a result of the change of authorizer, or in some cases to strengthen the petition or to clarify for monitoring purposes. CDE staff has also identified some elements in the petition that, that are not sufficiently described. These are identified with a no on that same form, the review form on page 2. The Rosamond Charter Petition proposes to serve 425 students in grades kindergarten through grade 5. The petition proposes the first-year enrollment of 175 pupils in kindergarten through grade 3. Then they'll be adding grade 4 in the second year and adding grade 5 in the third year of operation. The enrollment projection of 425 may be unrealistic. There are 2 elementary schools located in Southern Kern Unified. Rosamond Elementary, which has enrollment of 741, and West Park Elementary, which has an enrollment of 705. A significant number of those students would need to transfer to Rosamond Charter School to achieve the proposed enrollment. The CDE also has concerns that the budget submitted by Rosamond is not fiscally viable or economically sustainable. CDE finds that the projected budget understates expenditures related to teacher salaries and special education excess costs and overstates federal revenues. The CDE projects that the proposed budget will end the first year of operation with a negative ending balance of $123,000 and 0 reserves. Rosamond's proposed original budget included short-term loan from Charter School Capital in the amount of $250,000 with a 1-year repayment plan. Rosamond also included $575,000 for the public charter school grant in its original budget. As practice, when we're reviewing petitions as well as the locals, and you've seen this a lot as they come up on appeal, if they have PCSGP grant in their proposed budget, we back that out because it's a competitive process. There's no guarantee that you're going to get funding. So just as a review, we back that out. And that was the case with this original budget. The locals also backed out the PCSGP when they did their analysis. Since the June ACCS meeting, 2 additional budgets have been submitted by Rosamond because ACCS requested some additional information. Both were received by CDE on September 18, 2014. The CDE also concludes that both of these budgets will also end with a negative ending fund balance and no reserves. The PCSGP grant was removed by the petitioner from both of these revised budgets. One of the budgets that was submitted has enrollment of 175 students, which is the same as the original, and a short-term loan of $330,000. The loan repayment was only for $280,000 spread over the 5-year budget. The second budget that we received on that same day has enrollment of 100, so there was a reduction of 75 students in the first year, and a short-term loan of $300,000. The loan repayment was for $250,000. Again, the PCSGP was not included as part of that second budget as well. Because the reduction in the proposed enrollment was significant, a significant change to what was originally submitted in the charter petition, CDE did not do a full analysis on that second budget. Rosamond did include a copy of a pre-qualification letter from Charter School Capital stating that the charter school has been pre-qualified for a loan up to $750,000. However, this loan amount was not factored into any of the budgets that were submitted, and although the pre-qualification is for up to $750,000, the letter states that the actual amount funded will be determined by the PENSEC, the pupil estimates for new or significantly expanding charters, or and/or actual attendance. So it's up to that amount, but the actual loan or that they would be receiving would be based on what their attendance actually is. So based on the information that the staff had in the review, the CDE concurs with both the Southern Kern Unified School District and the Kern County Office of Education that the petitioner describes an educational program that is not likely to be successfully implemented. Additionally, CDE finds that the financial plan for Rosamond Community Charter Elementary School is neither fiscally balanced or sustainable with projected negative balances. The petitioner is here today to present to the board. There is also staff from both Southern Kern Unified and Kern County Office of Education that are here to address the board. And CDE staff are also available if you have questions.
Okay, thank you. I think we have a public hearing on this. I prefer to take the public hearing and then have board comments. So we'll get back to you and your staff. So I now declare the public hearing open. Each side will have 10 minutes, and then we will also have 2 minutes for people not involved in the pro or con side, or on the or on either the pro or con side. So let me open up with 10 minutes for the proponents of this petition, and then we'll have the opponents. You have 10 minutes.
Ready? What are we doing?
Maybe he comes out from there. Yeah, here he comes. Yeah, he emerges, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it should be this one. Okay. And then from there, we will...
And then just the arrow keys, right. We'll
just go down?
Yeah, down will take you through.
Okay. Thank you.
1 second, yeah.
Okay.
Are we good?
No. Not yet. We're not online.
He's got to set it up.
Thank you. We need every bit. Yes.
There we go.
We good? Okay. Good morning. We're glad to be here. Thank you. Can you all hear me?
Good afternoon.
Okay, good.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Sorry. We've been here twice, and I've been here in the morning. We're going to try to be a little humorous, but we are serious. We've been in this process for a little while, and so we take it pretty seriously. So if we don't smile, we are happy people. Good morning. Thank you for allowing us to be here. First and foremost, second, well, not second, but actually the CD, we have to let you all know that they were incredible with us. We felt they were fair and safe. We felt that we fought a tough battle, but we came through, and we came through honestly. My name is Kim Oliver, and I will be the primary administrator for Rosamond Community Charter School. My role is going to be as teacher admin, and I will also be in charge of curriculum instruction and everyday school operations. We've been on a long road, and hopefully we'll have time to explain that to you all in more detail.
And good afternoon. I'm Crystal Washington. I'm also a lead petitioner for Rosamond Community Charter Elementary School. My role will be a secondary administrator. My responsibilities will be teacher administrator, special education, and overseeing of overall school operations. I want to start off by giving you a quick recap, a little history of our last 2 meetings with the ACCS, starting from June 11th. There were no clarifications or questions from the ACCS at the meeting, as the CD has already approved our educational plan as having a sound educational program. The ACCS did offer us an extension for October the 8th, and we did accept that offer for the extension, given the fact that we acquired approval for the El Dorado SELPA, and we also received a letter of intent from the Charter School Capital for guaranteeing the funding amount of $750,000 upon that CDE request. The requested adjusted budgets were forwarded to the ACC commissioners on 9/8 and 9/18. The ACCS also requested validation of our 175 meaningful interest parent signatures, which we did provide at the October 8th meeting, along with 44 additional signatures as well. The ACCS and CDE accepted the letter of intent from the CSC for $750,000, but as they said, decided that they would back out the funds since they were not guaranteed. The ACCS, we did provide the adjusted budgets that were sent to the members of you do now have the current adjusted budgets. So we stand as of today before you, letting you know that we have been awarded the PCSGP competitive funding amount of $575,000. This was on October the 27th. The CSC funding is not needed. Our 3-year and cash flow budgets are balanced and sound. This information, we believe, would have rendered an approval recommendation from the CDE and ACCS. And so we come with you with our balanced budget and an approved sound educational plan. We're standing on behalf of the students at Roseman Community Charter School. We're letting you know that we are very strongly compelled to give our community, our parents, an offer of school choice. Now, here I'm going to go ahead and go over 2 significant changes below that we believe that we would have changed the outlook for the CDE staff recommendation and the ACCS vote. And I'm going to allow Nick to come up at this time and speak on this.
Good afternoon, President Kirst, Vice President Williams, board members, Superintendent. Nick Driver from Charter School Management. I want to just emphasize what Crystal has said around the budget changes. And Director Russell gave you a long explanation about all of the work that they have done, the good work that they have done for the CDE. And we are in another change situation. As Crystal just said, there's 2 major changes to the budget. The most significant is the fact that the peer review committee approved the PCSGP funding in the amount of $575,000 for Rosamond. Of course, that's contingent upon your approval today of the petition. The only other minor piece of review that would have to be gone through if you approve it would be a budget review, but that's not in our awareness, we're not aware of any other charter that's been kicked out of funding by that budget review. So from the purposes of putting together another revised budget, and there's been quite a few over the last year plus since they were first submitting to Southern Current School District, we believe that this most recent change renders, as Crystal said, the receivable sale as not needed. Therefore, all of the backing out that Ms. Russell just told you about is no longer necessary. The budget is balanced. In fact, it ends up with a $969,000 positive fund balance, net fund balance at the end of year 3, without any receivable sales being necessary. We believe that the ACCS meeting, where they didn't have this information, that was some of the confusion that led to a 2-2 split vote. And if they had the full information, that it would have been a positive recommendation to your full board. I'll let Crystal and Kim get back to the rest of the presentation, but be available for questions. Thank you. Oh, sorry. A couple other things. Special education was also amended since the approval into El Dorado Charter SELPA. We are now allowed to book a $464 per student revenue amount. The school will, of course, spend more than that in order to serve those special ed students, but there is an extra revenue piece of $464 per student also that helps balance the budget. The costs, as you can see on your screen, are going to be spent in the following ways: a full special ed teacher, and then there will be an added food expense and revenues of an extra 10% that we put in the budget with the available funds. And the cash flow, unlike the previous budgets of either the 175 student budget or the 100 student budget, are now in the positive every single month of every single year of the 3 years. So that was another concern that Director Russell and her team had of the initial budget that was submitted. I just want to say in closing that it has been more than a year, that the first budget that was submitted was when we were all just beginning local control funding formula. And therefore, it's because it's a living budget and there's been so many different changes over the course of the year at the state level, including at the federal level and the award of the PCSGP, that we would ask that you approve the most recent changes because they do make the budget for Rosamond whole. Thank you.
We've got a short time, but we want to give you a little piece of us and let you know how and why we got started. We are from Rosamond. There are about 5 or 6 teachers. We had been on every single district school board you can imagine, whether it was ELAC, DLAC, PI, and so we got a little frustrated, and we were basically by a water cooler, and we decided, hey, let's do something. We didn't have any other means to go, and so we've been in this since approximately 2010. Currently, we want to talk to you just really quickly about the district being pervasively low, but historically low. 3-tier pervasively low achieving, it's there on the screen for you. You can see the definition. You can see that in terms of a lot of the documentation we gave you, we really told you who's not proficient. That's where we went because those were the numbers. Those made sense because those were the children. When we went back and did research, before there was West Park Elementary, it was Hamilton. Hamilton closed, West Park opened. Those students moved from Hamilton to West Park. But you can see even when Hamilton was open, that 2002, on this slide, the English language arts non-proficient was 77%. Again, why do we tell you that? Because those are the faces. Those are the children walking around that tested in an elementary setting that were from grades 3 to 5. You can see where on both sides, I give you both sides, West Park and Rosamond, there's not been much change in the years that the district has been going. Here's a breakdown. I give you the whole children numbers. For instance, if you look at any of these, you'll see that these are the subgroups, these are the children, and we'll be servicing many Hispanic students. So, for instance, if I tell you there are 222, and you look on the upper left-hand row, 607, that's a lot of kids. From in an elementary grade, that could be 2 to 5, 3 to 5. When you see 63% of those students walking around that's non-proficient, when you think of those second graders, you understand that they're in second grade, they are now reading to learn that they can't. That's pretty big. When they get to third grade, it's now reading a math word problem, and they can't. So that's powerful for us, and this slide is for you to view. You all are pretty familiar. I say 7 years because that's a long time. That's when I started the district. Our plan.
Is it time?
Are we time?
Yeah, we're time. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll have some questions for you.
Sure. We'd love to give you your educational plan.
So we'll give 10 minutes to the opponents, and then I have some questions, so you'll be back.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Ken Taylor with the Kern County Superintendent of Schools Office, and we're on a short time, so I'm going to just try and hit a couple highlights. You have our findings in your packet, so you'll have that information already in front of you. But I wanted to speak to a couple issues if I could. One is concerns expressed about whether or not there was fair treatment given at the county level in the appeal process. I think it's important for the State Board to know that currently we have 2 charter petitions, two charters in Kern County that were granted by the County Board of Education as a result of appeal from 2 separate districts in the county. They were recommended for approval by county staff. The County Board of Education approved them, and we currently enjoy an excellent working relationship with both of those charters that were granted through appeal. Also, there was concern expressed about communication between petitioners and the county. They've come before us 3 times on appeal. The first 2 times in 2012 and 2013, we met with petitioners. We discussed the charter, our findings. We responded to questions that they had. And on the 3rd petition, the one before you right now, we had scheduled a meeting for February 7th to discuss it with them once again. They canceled the meeting. We offered to reschedule. They chose not to take advantage of that offer. And I think it's also important for the State Board to know that they were also not present or making a presentation to our County Board of Education at the public hearing at the county level. So significant, I think, for you to be aware of that, and at least as if there's concerns expressed, I think it's important to know that information. As far as findings go, our primary concern probably centers on the belief that they're unlikely to successfully implement the program. Two areas of primary concern, but I'd like to speak to budget, and our concerns on the budget include overstated incomes, understated expenditures, lack of alignment between the budget and what's promised in the charter, cash flow, and borrowing practices. At the county level, we'd just like to respectfully recommend that you deny the charter, and thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. Jeff Weinstein, Chief Administrative Officer and Acting Superintendent, Southern Kern Unified School District. The CD presentation for recommending denial in the county goes over a lot of things, including a lot of concerns with budget. SKUSD, Southern Kern Unified School District, does have the same exact concerns, and we express that in our denial. But I'd like to talk just a second about some of the concerns that we have. Throughout the process, as our board and our administration, we know that there are four primary responsibilities of every school district, every school, every charter, and that is the safety and of the employees and the students being number one, achieving student learning outcomes, and also supporting the community around you, all while maintaining a stable and fiscally sound program. We do this and we make changes to our budgets and our business plans because they're interwoven in a fabric that the strength of our business plan develops when one thing is changed, it is all connected and everything amongst it must change. Throughout the time that we've been working on reviewing the business plans for the last 3 years, as well as the budget, we have found that recommendations have not been adhered to, that often when we've asked for budget to be changed, there's a change significant like going from 175 prospective students to 100, and yet very large parts of the educational plan and the business plan do not coincide with those changes. There's a single change to say, okay, let's fix this with a Band-Aid. But when you do that in a business plan, you must go back to the very beginning, and you must start looking at every piece and decide, how does this affect our business plan as a whole? In one of the things that in some of the presentations and in the slides, we noticed that there were pictures of Hamilton Elementary School as a prospective facilities. Hamilton Elementary School, since 2012, has been occupied by the high school and Antelope Valley College. Driving through Roseman, it's not a very big place, you would be able to see that at any time. Yet, even though that we mentioned this a year ago in their Prop 39 petition, no changes were made. Again, they expect to take place in facilities that no longer exist or are occupied. But finally, one of the main things that my board wanted me to make sure that you understood, that both in the public hearings that we have, both public hearings, as well as all of our LCAP input meetings, where there were over 25 of them, at no time did any member of the community that attended those meetings mention a charter school or the need for a charter school, or at the public hearings concerning the charter school were there any members of the public present. And those were done in the evenings as well as one on a Saturday afternoon. And if there was really a call for the community that this thing would happen or that there was a need, you would expect that at least one member of the public would be there. And finally, the numbers that you saw on our API scores were low. I've been the acting superintendent for 2 years. We're very happy. If you look at the improvements from 2011, 12, and 13 have been dramatic. Over 100-point increase in alternative education, 30-point increase in the middle school. We're doing some dramatic things, 101 devices for 6 through 12. So a lot has changed, and I think that the petitions that are based on 2010 information need to be adjusted and start from scratch if they really want to do a charter in our community. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Suki Oluwalia from Atkinson Andelson, Lawyer Root and Romo, counsel for the district. The board is well aware of the concerns that were identified by the district when this petition was denied. So instead of taking your time today to reiterate those, I just want to discuss two things. As Mr. Weinstein was mentioning, in the presentation that has been submitted to the board, there is a reference. Unfortunately, the pages are not numbered, but it's highlighted. Hamilton Elementary has been vacant since 2008. and is available for the students of RCCES. This is a fact that was easily verifiable. This is a fact that has been pointed out to them, as Mr. Weinstein said, a year ago. Yet, in the presentation to the ACCS, and again in the presentation to you today, they have not taken any, they have not made any effort to clarify something that is so easily verifiable. If you are the authorizing agency for this school, I'm certain that you would have concerns about the representations that they're making to you. If they are not willing to either easily verify something, then it's either a gross misrepresentation or it's a gross lack of detail. Secondly, much of the budget and also much of the presentation that they didn't get to is premised on receiving a facility from the district. And while they've specifically requested Hamilton, not only will they not be receiving Hamilton from the district, the Prop 39 request that was submitted on before November 1 is woefully inadequate. It is completely legally inadequate. And we will be submitting our objections on December 1. And since they have not identified a backup plan as to another site that they could be located at, this again represents that this budget is not fiscally viable and that they will not be able to successfully implement this program. And we urge you to deny the appeal. Thank you.
Okay, if that's the end of the formal presentations then on the 10 minutes of pro and con, before involving the board, I'd like to ask 2 minutes for people from the public who have not had an opportunity to speak on the pro and con side, but are from the public.
I guess I better go get it. Okay.
I will need to get the speaker sign up.
Yeah, go ahead. Come up, line up. I think you're first. Yeah, Eric's second. So.
Go ahead.
I'm Jesse Aguilar with the California Teachers Association, and we ask that the state board defer to local control and that the board deny the charter petition. CTA agrees with the department that the petitioners are unlikely to successfully implement the program set forth in the petition. The Southern Kern Unified School District voted unanimously to deny the petition. We ask that the board honor that local deliberation and deny this petition. Thank you.
Eric Premack, Charter Schools Development Center. 2 sets of comments here. I'm not representing the school. I do think they deserve a fair shake here and that they've presented a solid petition, and I think the budget, when it was developed, was based on solid assumptions at that time and was sustainable at that time. But I do think we have some ongoing process problems, one of which is that the ACCS seems to have difficulty at times achieving a quorum and/or adequate attendance to be able to fulfill its advisory function in a substantive way, and I think we may need to rethink whether that body is one that we want to continue. Second, we have ongoing issues over what do we take the budget the way it was developed at the time it was developed, or if things change midstream, do we take that into consideration and allow folks to make adjustments or not? And I don't think we've addressed that issue, and that causes a problem. My third set of concerns is that many of the issues, even that we hear the district bringing up today, are not ones that are relevant to the process. You know, who showed up at their LCAP meetings? That's not a consideration of whether to grant a charter, and I think demonstrates a fundamental issue with the way charters are being considered at the local level, and that addressing some of these issues at the state level might be very helpful. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Michelle Lopez, counsel for the petitioners from the law offices of Young, Minnie, and Core. Our office has assisted the petitioners over the last 3 years in their efforts to develop a quality charter petition and seek approval from the local district or county. The petitioners went through the local consideration processes 3 times and were denied. After being denied, we learned from the district and county board's findings and revised the charter petition to meet the local board's concerns, yet still received denial this year. Thus, there is no possible way to get approved at the local level. We're just very confident of that. We believe the charter petition will meet the unique needs of an elementary student population in Rosamond. This community is small. We call it an island in the middle of the Southern California area. It's rural, has no quality school choices in the local area. The founders of this charter school embody the original legislative intent of the Charter Schools Act
two passionate teachers seeking to operate a charter school that will benefit students from all backgrounds and abilities who desire a small school of choice in the community. The road to approval has been tough and long for this mom and pop charter school, one that we don't see too often anymore in the state, and certainly not on appeal to the State Board of Education in recent years. Following 2 ACCS meetings in June and October, we did everything that was asked of us, providing a revised budget and verifying all 175 parent signatures. The Rosamond Charter Petition meets or exceeds all education code requirements for the establishment of a charter school. This is demonstrated in the CDE staff report, which includes no negative findings regarding the school's proposed educational program. Thus, we are at a loss as to the current recommendation for the denial of the charter, which is only focused on the school's presented budget. Last month, on October 22nd, Rosamond was notified of the imminent receipt of the $575,000 PCSGP grant, which, when included in the budget, eliminates the budget concerns expressed by CDE staff. In addition, Rosamond has secured a letter of intent from Charter School Capital should it need additional cash flow in its startup years. We ask you to consider these recent developments in your consideration and vote today, as these budget issues are hereby resolved, and we are left with no legal reasons for denial of the charter. We welcome your suggestions for any other corrections or technical amendments and request your vote for approval of the petition, beginning with a 5-year term of January 1, 2015. Thank you very much.
Okay, if there are no more speakers from the public, I'm going to declare the public hearing closed, and then we will have the chance for other people to speak. So we're ready for board member questions. I think our liaisons have maybe want to address this first.
Thank you. First of all, I do agree with Mr. Premack in that it has concerned me that the ACCS attendance has been a little off the past couple of times. It's due to, I think, circumstances beyond anybody's control. But we have had a quorum. We did have a quorum at these meetings. And at the same time, I can assure you that the members who were in attendance at the ACCS meeting considered this petition very seriously and did a great deal of research, had a great number of questions. It's interesting how the fact that the ACCS asked these petitioners to come back, gave them an additional opportunity to come back to the ACCS and present again to clarify budget issues and concerns and others. And even at that point, there was still a mixed vote. There was still some lack of confidence among the members of the ACCS. But at the same time, the petitioners certainly have had a number of opportunities to revise and bring other material in front of the ACCS. That's just a starting point. I'd be happy to talk about other points that the ACCS brought up as we have questions.
Board Member Williams.
I'd like to ask Julie to come back and explain how the public charter school grant program works and exactly what happened with the peer review and the significance or lack thereof of it, or
Sure.
uncertainty of it. Or
I'll try. So to clarify, though, they have not received a grant award for the PCSGP. We are still in the process of going through the process. The applications were due September 16th. As part of the process, all applications, whether they have an approved charter or not, are sent for a peer review process, which is a requirement from the U.S. Department. So all of the applications, we received about 120 applications, were sent forward for peer review. That is the first step. So Rosamond did get passing on each of the 7 required elements of the peer review. Now, an application for the PCSGP grant is a totally different document than a charter petition. Looking back at the peer review, they did receive an adequate score in the areas. There was one area, the sustainability, that they had a limited, which there's a 4-point score in the rubric, 1 through 4. 2 is still passing, but it's very limited on how they address the component within the PCSGP. So in looking back at their score and in preparing for this meeting, in that one element, they did receive a 2. So the next step in the application process is then to look at budgets that are submitted. So whether a school is up to $575,000. Now, granted, most schools do request the max. The 575, a independent study is a little bit less. But we would look at the budgets as the charters are approved to determine if the budget is appropriate for being used with these federal funds. On several occasions, we have back and forth conversations with schools. We line items out that are not going to be acceptable use of these funds. So the budget, even if it moves to that point and we review the budget, the grant award amount could change. Now, looking at the full picture, this is the last year of the grant for the PCSGP. We are limited on the number of funds. There's about $50 million based on the number of applications that pass the peer review, depending on the outcome of the budget review and how much each school will be funded, which ones are approved, because sometimes a application that was submitted, the charter never ends up getting approved, so we don't know for quite a while. Then we put the scores in descending order. We look at how much money is requested, and then we go down as far as we can until the money runs out. So potentially, there may be, we haven't had that in the past, but being the last year, there may be potential that we run out of money before all the schools are funded. So we're still in the process, I guess, is my biggest point. So although they passed the first step to it, it's not an absolute guarantee that they're going to get $575,000 until we finish the entire process.
And if they didn't, then what would be the status of their budget in terms of its feasibility, financial?
Well, when we look at it, like I said in my initial talking points, it's been practice that when we look at a petition on appeal, because they're not granted, and this is a competitive grant, we don't consider that as part of their budget. So we determined that there was going to be a negative fund balance of about $123,000. So if they were to receive a PCSGP grant, we would have to go back and relook at it and see what it looks like over the long term. So this is the last year of the grant, so it's going to be potentially 2-year grant, because we're asking for a no-cost extension from the U.S. Department. But so another, just a small piece, just for information, is when we say a school received $575,000, which many do, they have a set period of time in which they have to spend it, and there's certain expenditures that you can use the money for that are allowable under the federal guidance. We have many grants that cannot fully expend all the money because you can't use it for staffing. You can't use it, for certain things, which would be kind of an easy use of funds. You spend it on the curriculum, technology, materials that are over and above. It's a supplemental grant. It's not to supplant, replace state funds at all. So we do have many that at the end of the grant term, even when we had the full 3 years to spend it, that grantees are returning funds at the end because they're don't have the opportunity to spend it. So that's, just another piece, which is, part of why being competitive, being so uncertain, about some of it, we don't like to, on reviewing a petition on an appeal, build that in as part of the budget until it's an absolute known. Another piece to this, and Eric, brought it up as well, on an appeal, what do you look at, differently than what the locals reviewed? So when they submitted their petition to Southern Kern District or to Kern County, they had it in. They also backed it out as was the practice. So because of the timing, because it went to ACCS in April, they asked for additional information, which delayed it. We didn't have a meeting. the following month, and so then they did not come back until October, which now, puts it 6 months later into the process. They could reapply for the PCSGP. A lot of things changed. So, timing as well. I mean, the board has discretion. You can, I suppose, consider, additional new information, new budgets, but that's kind of the logic and the process behind the PCSGP.
I have another question if nobody else has one right now.
Go ahead.
And so your recommendation for denial is based upon one of the legal reasons for making a decision like that, which is you feel like they're unlikely to successfully implement the program. It's not a criticism of the educational program. It's a operations and financial.
Primarily. There was some concerns, on teacher salaries, which kind of goes back to the budget, but it's also their hiring practices. What are they going to pay the teachers? Are they going to be able to recruit and maintain teachers at the new school? We had some concerns on special education. They have recently just submitted a letter that they were accepted in the El Dorado SELPA, which may address some of the concerns that we had with the special education. It was mentioned by a couple of the presenters. This is not the first time that we've received a petition. The state board has also received the petition. This is the third time. We received it in 2012. We reviewed the petition on appeal. We were taking it to ACCS, recommending denial. The petitioner withdrew before it actually was heard by the board. The following year, 2013, again, we received the petition on appeal after it had gone to the locals. We did our review, and we were going to recommend denial. Primarily, there were some budget concerns, but there was also a lot of educational concerns at that time. English learners, special ed, how they were going to address that population. So when we received the petition this time, they had addressed some. It meets the minimum. They talk about how they're going to differentiate education, high performers, low performers. They do address, they're going to meet the minimum, or at least the minimum requirements for English learners and special ed. So it's not that we approve their educational program or, that we don't have any concern at all, but it does meet the minimum. We do have a technical amendment for their professional development plan. We didn't feel that it aligned sufficiently with their goals and objectives and activities that were addressed as part of their the new requirement for, not the LCAP, but the whatever that section is now, 52060. So we do have some concerns, and we request a technical amendment on that.
Go ahead. You're going to ask more? Yeah. Board Member Holliday.
Thanks, Julie, so much. Could I ask a question of the petitioners, please, if you have? Thank you. So for it's like the third time we've been together. In each of these presentations, you've been very, pardon me, very detailed and very clear about the low-performing nature of the district. And in the slides today, you had a number of slides indicating the challenges that the students have been facing in terms of performance. I'm very glad to hear from the assistant or the acting superintendent that in the past couple of years, the performance seems to be going up for their students. But you just got to the point where you were going to tell us about how you were going to change that, and that's that's what we're all about. Yeah, it's terribly important to have a financially sound charter school so that we don't disappoint families in the middle of the year or that sort of thing and disrupt children's education. But at the same time, what is it about your educational program that you think is going to turn around dramatically the performance of the students in your community?
Sure. Can we put the PowerPoint up? It's not up for everyone to see. We'll start. Okay, good. Good. There are three areas. First of all, we're in line with the implementation of Common Core. We've gone through the CD and looked at the frameworks and the timing. Somewhere around 2012, things started for Common Core, and so what we did is kind of condense that a little bit so we could open for 2015. We've got three areas, and we are teachers in a classroom. We're not removed from our kids. We know exactly how long it takes for performance to happen and the sequence. I'm very familiar with what has happened at least for 6 years in Southern Current. Common Core standards, number one, RTI intervention, number two, and smarter balance assessment. What are we going to do? In terms of Common Core, that is first. We are putting our money into our instruction, our delivery. That's what it takes. We're proposing that our school is open from 8 to 4. That gives us enough time to get our English learners twice in a day, just as one subgroup. That gives us time to put students on RTI, and that gives us enough time to do our enrichment. That will happen on the bottom of the day. We expect teachers to look like we do in a classroom. We expect, for instance, DataWorks to look like DataWorks. We picked DataWorks because it works for English learners and it works for special ed. It commands children to give you a response right away. We're a charter school, so we have to make it. We have to win. We don't get paid and our school closes. So we've banked our money on our instruction. We've also banked our money on not having teachers do as much as they need to do, which teachers do now. You have your lesson plans, you have your collaborative component, you have your direct instruction, all of those things you have to put together, your bulletin boards. We are proposing something for our teachers where we take this time right now from this day forward to build our integrated lessons, our YAG, which is our year-to-date, also beside our lesson plans, our pacing guides. Our pacing guides will be used during the Common Core section, which is the classroom, RTI, which is the intervention, and Smarter Balance, which is the assessment. We've taken some time to look at RTI because we do it. We are multiple subject special ed teachers, so we've done it. I've done it for 16 years, and my partner's done it for at least 10 years in every phase of special education. If we can teach special ed kids, we can pretty much teach anyone. That is from an SH student to an ED student, and we're confident we've done that. We know how to break kids up. We envision what that RTI segment looks like in terms of moving kids. One particular piece for us is to break our skills down. Common Core talks about skills and curriculum, and there is a difference. During that RTI time, we will break the skills down. We will break the curriculum down as needed. Sometimes a kid can't regroup. You can't figure out why they can't regroup, a subtraction problem. Well, what is the skill? They can't count backwards. That's what we do right now. That's what we know. We know about the lack of instruction that Southern Current has. In terms of Smarter Balance, we are right now in training. I am in training with the district that I'm in. And in terms of Smarter Balance, we know things why special ed kids, how and why they can't access the curriculum. We understand technology is going to be a big part of Smarter Balance. The ability for them to assess the performance tasks, how will they do that? Whether it's technology and they have to learn how to use their mouse with hand-eye coordination, or do they need a technology where they can access the curriculum by touching the screen? We do that now. We care about it, and we don't expect our teachers to be in quicksand. Our opinion right now is that Southern Current is in quicksand. Mr. Weinstein has been very nice, but he is the fourth superintendent, and I don't know when there will be any student change. You can put a couple of things together right now, but we're talking, as we showed you, 2002, 2006. And our expertise in the classroom is where it counts. We'll put our money with that. Our assurance that eventually we'll be on a magazine cover because we understand exactly what children need to know, the sequence that we know. The rigor of Common Core doesn't scare us. And so we're prepared to address all of those in the classroom and out. We have enough time during the day to do that.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Let me see if I can sort through some of this finance stuff. As I understand it, there was concern about the budget, and part of that was a high-interest loan. And so as I understand your contention, it is that if you were to get the $525,000 from the competitive program, you wouldn't need that high-interest loan. Is that right?
That's exactly clear as we stand here today, and we did want to give you, just let you look at the recap so you understand. A minute ago, you heard budget, budget, budget. Looks like we turned in 15 or 20 budgets. We came to the appeal with a budget. During that time frame, things changed. We already had El Dorado that was on a hook, so to speak. Our application was in. Then El Dorado comes in. It changes what our budget comes in. CSC came in originally as $250,000. That was something that CSC allows, apparently, charter schools to do, and you don't need a letter of intent. So when CDE says, hey, verify that, substantiate that money, we go, okay, that's great, we'll do that. We ask for a letter of intent to substantiate that money. Unbeknownst to us, CSC comes back with $750,000. I think everybody would agree that changed the playing field. So, and I'm giving you the sequence of events. So CDE, graciously as they have been, said, hey, you know what, there's some factors we need to consider. Special ed revenues and so forth and so on. So they said during June 11, we'll allow you an adjusted budget. We came through an adjusted budget. Why did we have 175 and 100? 100 was only the backup. When the ACCS board commissioners looked at me and said, which one are you going with? I said, we're staying with 175. That is what we started with. We came here with it, and the 100 was just a backup. It was not an additional budget. Additionally said, hey, you know what? With El Dorado, they told us with our approval that we could not open in 2014. Open 2015, we need time for professional development. We said, fine. We gained an approval. ACCS says, yeah, you were going to open 2014. You're going to now open 2015. How do you guarantee those parents are going to come? I want you to verify 175, and while you're out there with that 175, go get some more signatures. We came back, we verified it on October 8th. We verified 175 signatures. We bought 44 more and at least 4 parents who could not appear but sent their letter. We come on October 8th and the transcripts reads that ACCS said they were believing that we could do it. No problem. They were satisfied with our 175 validation, and they were also satisfied with our 44. What kicked in great for us during that time is that we presented Legacy Homes, who is coming in with 102 homes, 10 phases. Right now, 4 phases are complete. Most of those phases are parents who are currently working at the base, Edwards Air Force Base. What that brought, and I hope that you guys have a picture, which I do, of the beautiful homes that people would purchase. If you have 3 to 5 bedrooms in a home, and you have 102. According to Legacy, they expect when they do their demographics that we could gain in that part of town 2.7 to 3.0 children. We don't even have signatures for those children. But I'm going to bet that any of those parents that work at that base don't know that they are at a low-performing school district. They don't know. There's no room at the base right now for many more of those students. Those are ours. Education is like oxygen in Rosamond. Those are our students also. So I just wanted to clarify the sequence of event and what happened. CDE was gracious to allow us. We came through. Who knew that PCSGP was going to come through, but it did. I understand what the process is. We did receive a letter of approval. There are more steps. Of course, it is based on approval. But we have come down. Had we had $1 million credit card, maybe would have made a difference. But we are mom and pop, grassroots. Anything we've done in the last 4 years is our money so far. And we have young men in court, and we're paying young men in court. So we're paying for a vision and not a new car, but we are committed so far to what we have done. I think we have come through honestly and with the integrity we have got through, unbeknownst to us. So here we stand before you with those approvals and hopefully approval from this board. If nothing else, a leap of faith.
Can I just add something?
You can. Sorry.
Just to add one piece of information, as Ms. Oliver said, the 100-student budget was provided at the request of the department to show that if it was necessary to go down, that we could make it on 100. And we have run the numbers for 175 and 100, and either with the PCSGP grant, should it come through, and again, we're not aware of any school that's made it through this part of the process that hasn't been awarded the PCSGP grant, or with the backup of charter school capitals, an amount up to $700,000, this school would be able to end with a very positive net fund balance at the end of the year 3. You know, it sounds confusing that you have all these budgets, but that was provided because we were asked to do that. And so one course of action that you could take would be to say, you know, we could approve this conditionally, and you need to, as the gentleman from Southern Kern Unified School District said, you need to update your business plan. We would be happy to work with the department to make those updates as necessary after approval, if you choose. Thank you.
Board Member Strauss.
So this is a question for our liaisons, Mr. Holliday and Ms. Williams. But I mean, clearly we have two dedicated teachers here who've tried over the last 3 years to start a charter school. But what I heard in the testimony was not about the financial, which we spent a lot of time on, but that there were some problems with the educational program and whether that would actually meet the needs of the students. And I also heard that there were no parents at any of the charter appeal. That's what I've heard. And so I just wanted either of you, if you could clarify any discussion at ACCS about interest on the part of parents other than the signatures, and also the issues around clarification of the instructional program not likely to meet student needs.
I don't remember a single parent at either of the ACCS meetings standing up for this petition. I think there was. My impression was there was a bit of concern about the educational program. This is one of the reasons I wanted the petitioners to articulate today their vision for it, and yet the budget situation was so confusing and so many layers to it and so many possibilities. There's the concern about what facility really is possible. There was concern about whether or not this housing complex would, brand new housing complex would actually be a feeder for the school, and if so, how many? There was concern about whether or not this high interest loan was an excessive burden on the school. There was concern about the charter school grant coming through or not. Some of those questions have been answered today, perhaps, for you, and others may still be a little bit questionable in your mind. But at the same time, it just seemed to consume the conversation so that there wasn't as much time spent in either of the ACCS meetings talking about the educational program. There was, I think that's a fair assessment.
Yes, I think that's a fair assessment. What I haven't heard a rebuttal. If there's a rebuttal by the petitioners to the statements by the district and county that no parents came to the hearing, then I would want to hear that. But for a brand new charter, you only have signatures. You don't have, it's not like a renewal where the families show up. Yeah. So that's not as big a deal. So that goes to the point that here's the thing about charters on appeal. There's just nothing fun about this process. This is a very difficult process, and it's difficult for the district and the county office who feel very strongly. And some of the points you raised, I understand that your emotions are there and your heart's there, but those aren't legal reasons for the state board to deny. It's also the state board. The state board has to follow, like the district and the county, only the legal reasons for denying, not other kind of emotionally tied reasons that you have. It's also that every charter has legal rights to appeal, and the state board has the flexibility to use its own judgment in making a decision. That's in the law and in the regulations. And our review is supposed to be a de novo review. It's not supposed to be a validation or lack of validation of the local. We're supposed to look it over, which is why we have an ACCS, and they do a public hearing before we do a public hearing. And Member Holliday and I attend those so that we can hear that lengthy, sometimes 2 and 3 hour deliberation before we come here. There are times when it is absolutely clear to me, and there are times when it's not quite as clear. That said, I have some concerns about this school and the petition, and I think my concerns are this: that while it is true that the petitioner has been asked to verify or amend the budget or to provide evidence of something over and over again, this is probably the first time in the almost 4 years I've been on the board that somebody has had to do that this many times. And the length of time and the number of petitions and the number of clarifications feel to me like not a badgering on the part of CDE or the county or the district, but a lack of capacity in the charter operators to know what it is they're supposed to do and to pull everything together with a budget that aligns with the educational program and with the student population. And so on the unlikely to successfully implement, I think I'm coming down on supporting the CDE's recommendation that is the case for this charter school. Not yet. Member Rucker, I think, wants to say something.
Member Rucker.
Okay, I just had a question because there is a lot of information in here that's complete or incomplete depending on which timeline that you want to follow. But I do want to make sure I'm clear on one thing, and I want to ask the petitioners this question. Where exactly is do you believe your charter school is going to open?
Hamilton, when?
Where?
Hamilton Elementary.
Is that the school the district said is occupied?
They are saying that it's occupied, yes.
So this is where, okay, so why do you think you can open there and they are saying it's occupied?
We still have teachers that are on our team that work in the district. And if the college is there, they don't know about it. If the high school is there, they don't know about it. Hamilton Elementary can take up to 700 kids. So what are they occupying? There's a school that has almost 30 classrooms. In our first year, we want 10. When will the college occupy that? During the day? At night?
So what
That's
you're
not
actually
clarified.
petitioning for is a charter that would be a co-location on that campus? Is that what you're actually asking for?
I think eventually, as we are approved, we need to validate what they have there. We think they don't have it, essentially. We think that if there is a point where if there is something called perhaps, but at this point, we believe that we could exist there. We believe that our enrollment is going to make its way for every year to the last year. And we'd really like to see those high schoolers that are there.
Okay, thank you.
Can we have the district respond to this? Could you step out and let
No,
the
I'd like
district-
to hear from the district now.
Sure.
Oh. No, I'd like to hear from the district now. Okay, so let me begin by saying my question is not the response from either one of you on this question is not what my decision hinges on,
Right.
but I'm confused and I would like to make sure I have clear information on this point.
Absolutely.
So they believe that there is room for them on this campus, and it seems like what they're actually asking for is the opportunity to locate there, even if you have a program there. So I want to understand, they're saying it's not occupied, and you're saying it is occupied, and they're basing it on information they're receiving in some way that's not documentable. But I heard very clearly from you that this is documentable information and verifiable information concerning the status of that site. Could I ask you just to repeat that? Because I do want to be clear on what I understand about this site.
Yes, so just to give a quick review, if you can picture this, Roseman High School and Hamilton High School are next door to Hamilton Elementary, we're next door to each other.
Sorry, repeat that, I got lost.
So Roseman High School and Hamilton Elementary School were next door to each other. They were on the same 60-acre campus. They were just split the campus in half, and part of it was a high school and part of it was an elementary school. When we built West Park, that opened in 2007, 2008, we closed Hamilton Elementary School. At that particular time, 1/3 of the classrooms were taken over by the high school. This is in 2007, 2008, 2009. In 2009, we spent approximately $500,000 to retrofit additional classrooms so that we could expand the campus even more. So the high school expanded even more. In 2012, we entered in an MOU agreement with Antelope Valley College, which then occupied the office building of the elementary school. So where the office building was, they now have a college office there with offices for the professors for office time. We also have 10 classrooms that went over to ABC College. We have classes that go in period 0 for the high school, as well as throughout the day. Those classes offer dual enrollment classes to our high school, so they're not only attended by our high school students, but they're also attended by the community at large. In addition to that, there are also another 10 classrooms that 2 are retrofitted into offices. We have Rare Earth High School, which is an alternative education high school that took over 6 of those classrooms plus 1 classroom for an office. We have Abraham Lincoln Alternative Education School that took over 1 classroom as an office and 2 additional classrooms. So all of those classrooms, we are now 100% in capacity, as well as the cafeteria is now dedicated to Rare Earth High School, as well as Abraham Lincoln Alternative Education now uses the cafeteria. The playground area was completely wiped out, and that is now practice field for the football team of Roseman High School, as well as the basketball courts. And we also had to bring in we spent a lot of money bringing in additional bathrooms for those 3 new entities because we did not have sufficient bathrooms for those. So we also had to bring in buildings in order to keep the capacity full. So they are fully occupied. You can go to our website and see pictures of those schools, as well as advertising for Antelope Valley College. We are in a program with them that we started out where a high school student today, we can, with curriculum alignment, can not only get their high school diploma, but also an AA degree.
Okay, thank you. I'm satisfied.
I guess the question, though, becomes, can you make a credible case under Prop 39 that the community college arrangement that would supersede the community college arrangement?
Wow.
Well, right, exactly. I mean,
Identify yourself.
Michelle Lopez with the Law Offices of Young Money and Core. Our office is assisting the petitioners with their Prop 39 process, and we're in the middle of it now, actually just in the beginning. So, we're going to go through that entire Prop 39 process, pursue their legal rights for Prop 39 facilities within the district, Hamilton or otherwise. And should that not work out, I want to assure you that the petitioners have a backup plan for a facility that's not a district facility.
What is that?
It's just something, it's a backup plan that they've, do you want to come up here? Sorry?
Okay, but that's not what they said. I asked them directly, if this petition is approved, where do they plan to locate? That's not, what you just explained is not what they said.
I think they were getting towards that answer. We just got cut off. So I'm not, do you want to come up here?
Only if the board allows.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Was any of this in the petition about a backup plan and so on? No? I didn't see it either.
It's just,
I mean, we're getting pretty far afield here.
I get that. And yeah, the petition explains that we're going to pursue the Prop 39 process.
Yeah, maybe Julie can straighten us out on what is in the petition here.
There is no backup plan in the petition that addresses the facility.
I'm here a backup plan. Board Member Molina.
I think my concern is, and I keep hearing this from both our liaisons, is that we have the team has repeatedly asked for information and we're not receiving it. And this is another example of that very same thing. The fact that at this point, we are just learning that there's a possible backup plan. And so frankly, I'm not sure that I can trust that the instructional plan or that the financial plan and all the areas that are so critical to this charter school are in place because we're not being clear and transparent about our process. So that's all I want.
Okay, I think more board member comments or questions? Okay, do we have a motion?
Yes, I move the CDE's recommendation for denial.
Second by board member Molina. Yeah. Okay, any public comment on the motion? If not, board members in favor of the motion, raise your hands. It is unanimously turned down. Thank you very much. The board members will take a break for 10 minutes. Board will resume. We now have item 9, and then we could, I am advised by legal counsel, do State Board of Education priorities, which would expedite us tomorrow, I think. And some people might like that, so we could do that afterwards. We don't, the other items, I think we have to carry over because they're scheduled tomorrow, but we can do the State Board of Ed priorities. So, okay, Julie, go ahead.
Good afternoon again, Board President Kearse, Superintendent Torlakson, board members. I'm Julie Russell, Director of Charter School Division of the California Department of Education. Item 9 is consideration of a retroactive, reasonable basis mitigating circumstances request for determination of funding as required for non-classroom-based charter schools. This item includes a retroactive request for Butterfield Charter High School for a 60% determination of funding with consideration of the school's mitigating circumstances for 2 fiscal years, 2013 through 14, 2013-14 through 2014-15. Butterfield is a district-run charter school authorized by Porterville Unified School District. The CDE is recommending that the State Board deny Butterfield's mitigating circumstances request as provided in Attachment 1 of this item. This request was presented to the ACCS at the April 2014 meeting. CDE recommended a denial of the mitigating circumstance request. At that meeting, a separate motion was proposed to approve Butterfield's mitigating circumstances and a funding determination of 60% for 2 years with the condition that Butterfield receive a State Board approved waiver to allow consideration of a non-prospective fiscal year request. However, that motion was denied by a vote of 4-2. Subsequently, at the September 2014 State Board meeting, the Board approved the waiver for Butterfield to request a non-prospective funding determination for a period of July 1, 2013 through June 29, 2015, which is 2 years less 1 day. This request was again presented to the ACCS at the October 8, 2014 meeting. At that meeting, ACCS voted 4-1 to approve CDE's staff recommendation not to approve the mitigating circumstances and to deny the determination of funding request. In the funding determination request before you, the fiscal data is based on fiscal year 2012-13, which is the qualifying year. So I know you don't get these items real routinely, but the qualifying year when you come in is the prior year where we have the audited expenses. So that's what we can verify and what we used. So it doesn't mean that once you get a funding determination, you're exempt from meeting the requirements, but for mitigating, we are looking at a single year to see what the spending levels were based on. So that's qualifying year. So for Butterfield Charter, this is not a new process. The school has had 2 approved funding determinations in the past 6 years. The school opened in 2007. They requested their first funding determination for 2007-8 and through 2008-9. They received 100% funding determination. And then again for 2009-10 through 2012-13. And again, they received 100%. During the 12-13 fiscal year, Butterfield reported expenditures of 37.22% for certificated staff costs and 47.21% for instructional and related services costs, making the school ineligible for funding determination. In comparison, a 70% funding determination requires 60% spending on instructional and related costs, which is about 13% difference in what the school spent. Pursuant to the California Code of Regulations, Section 11963.4A, a non-classroom-based charter school may qualify for 70%, 85%, or 100% funding, or they may be denied. Butterfield is requesting 60% for 2 years, and with the consideration of mitigating circumstances. Since there's no specified criteria for 60% in statute, CDE staff used 70% criteria as we were doing our analysis, so that we had something to compare. The charter school underspent on instructional materials by approximately $207,000, while ending their fiscal year 2012-13 with a fund balance reserve of $3.76 million, which is about a 361% reserve of their total expenses. Butterfield's mitigating circumstance request indicates that they need to conserve cash for future expansion of its facilities and educational program offerings. At the ACCS meeting in October, the district staff indicated that the charter school had unexpected increase in enrollment. In a review of the last 7 years of enrollment data, the only significant change was in the second year that the school was open, 2008-9. They had an increase in enrollment from 154 to 257. Most of the years over the 7 years have been fairly steady. There was 2 years, 2010 and 11 and 12-13, where they actually had a decline in enrollment. Our findings for the school was that the school, not being new to this process since they've already been through it twice, should have been aware of some of the risks associated with their decisions to underspend on instruction. One of the risks for current funding, because Butterfield violated the state board's prior action, which allowed them to spend and get the funding determination for 100% in each of the years from 2009 through 2012. And then the risk for future funding, because in 2012, which was their qualifying year, being prospective, they should have been more aware on how they were spending the money to make sure that they met that threshold that's identified in law. The charter school could have met the lowest funding determination, the 70%, by spending less than 6% of its reserves on instruction, which would have still left the school with a reserve balance of $3.6 million. Butterfield should have submitted this request in February 1st, 2013. So the funding determination requests are prospective, which is why they had to come to get a waiver. So for new schools, it must be submitted by December 1st, the year before the funding determination goes into effect. So we're going to be getting many in the next few weeks. And then for continuing schools, it must be submitted by February 1st for the following year. They did not submit it at that time. So statute says that charter school funding is based on their prior year month, July through January. Butterfield received full funding because it had been receiving 100% based on their last funding determination through January 2014. So by law, the funding determination only affect funding and funding programs based on ADA, specifically the non-classroom-based ADA. So the result of not doing the prospective and having this in law where we base it on what they had been receiving previously, this resulted in an overpayment of the funds to Butterfield. Butterfield was informed of the overpayment by both the Charter School Division and School Fiscal Service Division. The overpayment is approximately $1.3 million. If this request is not approved, the repayment will happen over time. What they do is they offset based on their monthly apportionments rather than a single payment. So the school wouldn't be required to write a check tomorrow, for the 1.3, although they do have $3.7 million in their reserves. So again, the school only needed to spend an additional $207,000 from their reserves to meet the 70%, just on the natural as written in statute. Therefore, based on the documentation that was provided to CDE, we do not support the mitigating circumstances, and we are recommending denial.
Okay, liaisons on this one? Board Member Holliday.
Well, this is precisely what was presented to the ACCS, and there was one member of the commission who, after hearing the testimony of the district, this is a district charter school, once again, make sure you all understand that. There was one member of the ACCS who felt as though, although this had been sort of an egregious mistake that had been made on more than one fiscal cycle, that the district was contrite and apologetic and ready to make amends and make sure that the proper spending would take place moving forward. As a result, that commissioner did vote for the mitigating circumstance. None of the other members of the commission agreed with that and felt that they needed to support the CDE recommendation. I don't know if there's additional information that can be provided at this time, but what Ms. Russell has presented is precisely what took place at the ACCS meeting.
Board Member Williams?
I just want to make sure that we're clear on what the recommendation is by CDE. Member Molina seems to think there's a possible misprint in the actual agenda item that sounds different from what your recommendation is. So just so we know what we're moving to approve. And while you're looking, what page is that on?
The recommendation says the CDE recommends that the SBE approve the determination of funding for BCHS as listed and attached. But I think it means the attachment says denied, but this one,
It is confusing the way
approve the denial. Approve the denial. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And the ACSS voted 4-1 against us.
ACCS agreed with CDE's recommendation to deny.
To deny. That's what I mean, for their recommendation. Yes. 4-1 to deny.
Yes. So one comment I would like to make before we move on to a motion is, public comment. Okay. I will make.
Okay, public comment on this item.
Ken Gibbs, please come forward.
Hello. My name is Ken Gibbs, and I want to thank the superintendent and the board for an opportunity to just support this charter school. I'm the assistant superintendent at Porterville Unified. The mistake is all ours and our departments. I will agree that we should have known. We had a new fiscal officer. We missed it. In terms of the 40 and 80%, I can assure you we would have paid an additional 6% of those dollars in order to qualify for 100% funding. Just briefly, Butterfield Charter School currently serves 335 students. This school really serves our high school students who have been underserved. Porterville's a rural area. We have opened 5 satellites as part of this process. Those satellites are at the Woodville Labor Camp, the Terabella Labor Camp, the Tule River Indian Reservation at Strathmore High School, and the Porterville Developmental Center. We have 60 students there, and we serve about 275 in the one classroom that we have. And I would agree with the department's evaluation. The first year when we designed this, we thought it was a 100-student program. It clearly is not. We're in a single classroom, and so we were very concerned about building out, getting 4, 6, or 10 classrooms so we could serve these students. That's what got us into this problem. And I will tell you that I believe you have a handout. It is true that in 2012, 2013, we had those dollars. We have expended those dollars, with the exception, if you look, I think it was approximately $1.6 million were the expenditures in 13-14, and 1.7 is the budgeted expenditure for this year, leaving a little less than $500,000 in our account when we close the books, if the budget turns out to be 100% accurate. Really, we've had a lot of guidance from the Charter School Division on how to get back in line, and I can assure you, as a business officer who has not had a single audit finding in 14 years, we would not have missed this if we knew. So it's a great program, and we just need to find a way to keep it funded and keep it working. So I think my time may be up. Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion, Board Member Burr.
This is either Julie or Cindy, but, and did you see, I think this came from the district, right, this one pager? And the last bullet on this says, or the second to the last, currently operating at expense ratio that qualifies for 100% funding. But I just want to clarify that the basis on which you get 100% funding is the percent spent on staff compensation or instruction, and but so there isn't anything on this document that shows that. Okay, I just didn't want people to be confused by the 92% down at the bottom. That was okay.
No.
All right.
And we don't have any way of verifying this or the source from these numbers.
No, I mean I appreciate you sharing it, but I just didn't want people to think that's the basis on which you qualify or not for 100% funding.
Okay. Any Board Member Williams? Whoops, Board Member Rocker.
I just want to say, first of all, I have visited in Porterville. I've done some work for their association and worked closely with the superintendent. So I can say that they have done a lot of very innovative things. But I also want to say, in sitting in front of students or in sitting in front of the public, for an industry that is supposed to be teaching and modeling how to read and follow directions, it is not a good thing when the people who are in charge don't do it on more than one occasion. So I'm happy to see that both the ACCS and the department are very clear that it's not a mistake of intent to defraud or a mistake of intent to hide or launder, but it is still a mistake. So I'm hoping that we will take the appropriate action because, as my parents used to say to me, if I forgot to do something right, well, I'll bet you'll remember the next time.
Now we'll be ready for Board Member Williams-Rice. Yeah.
I think Member Holliday is going to make the motion on this one. Remember, and
yes, I'm sorry.
But I do want to make two comments. One is that yes, it was a mistake, and I really appreciate when we have somebody that comes before us that is so quick to admit that and with a little bit of remorse. I really appreciate that. The other thing I want to say is kind of on a bigger issue, and that is as we go forward, and I've mentioned this in ACCS, and I can't remember how often I've mentioned it in this venue. As we go forward, there will be more and more non-classroom-based schools that move toward more blended learning models and that have more bricks and mortar associated with their programs. And in order to do that, because that's the direction, that's the direction that they're going in charter world. And so as we do that, they're going to have to build up a reserve in order to be able to deal with the classrooms and get the facilities they need. So we will be viewing probably that a little differently than we have in the past in terms of their need for that funding. That said, I think Member Holliday is ready for a motion.
First of all, I'd like to say that I'm very much, it does touch my heart that this is an organization, a district, and this charter arrangement that is helping some of the most underserved students, and that I certainly hope that this decision that will be made today will not seriously impede their progress in terms of helping these young people who need all the support they can get. That being said, I also hope that the process of making up for this mistake will be as simple and clear and spread out over a long period of time so that it is not simply a check being written for the full amount on any given day. And I think that's been made fairly clear. So with kind of a heavy heart, I would recommend supporting the CDE's recommendation.
For denial.
And I'll second that.
Okay, any public comment on the motion? Hearing none, board member comment? None? Raise your hands if you're in support. Okay, that's unanimous. So we have a little time. We could make, we can take up State Board of Education priorities today, and then that would save some time tomorrow. So that's item 16, sorry. In that regard, and I think we need a motion on the minutes typically when we get to that item. So one thing we need to do.
What's happening with item 10?
Item 16? Pardon? Okay, is there a second to the minutes? Any public comment on the approval of the minutes? Seeing none, raise your hand. So that's approved, the minutes. Okay, so we're now ready for various liaison reports. Why don't we start with the screening committee, which works real hard screening.
So the major item that the screening committee has been working on are the recommendations relative to the student board member, and those will come before you in the morning, first thing in the morning, when we get to see the students, and there'll be a blue addendum. We've been working on 2 other committees with a third behind it. The ACCS, we have been recruiting for members. We've heard a lot about their attendance issues, but we are working on recruiting for parents, for teachers, and also for the county superintendent slot. And we had interviews scheduled last week, but because I got ill, we had to reschedule. And so those interviews will happen the first part of January, and we'll be back with recommendations in January. We're also recruiting for the Instructional Quality Commission, and we will also be selecting 4 positions for the Instructional Quality Commission. Same thing, and we will be doing those interviews in January. We're also currently recruiting and continuing to accept applications for the Child Nutrition Advisory Committee. So anyone who's interested in that, look on the website, and we will be accepting applications for that, and those will come back to us as well in January.
Okay, as long as you're there, CTC?
I was not able to attend the CTC meeting the last time they met.
Okay. Let's see, how about the Special Education? Board Member Cohen, you would talk about the Advisory Commission, but also maybe a little bit about the task force for which you are chair.
Advisory Commission, we met on October 29 and 30, a full 2-day agenda, updates on assessment, the annual performance plan, a lot of good discussion about where things are right now. Forward thinking, for the past year, we've had a statewide task force focused on developing a policy and implementation plan to guide California's transformation of programs and outcomes for students with disabilities. President Kearse and Linda Darling-Hammond, to a certain extent, have been the thought leaders for this effort. We have a widely diverse group of California stakeholders who are involved. We have had there's foundation support for this coming from Schwab, Stewart, Packard, and Cabsinel. We've held hearings in February and March of this past year up and down the state. Over 200 people have attended. We're now getting down toward the end of our work. Our final meeting is this coming December 2nd here in Sacramento, and I think we're all excited about what this report will entail. We're working with two writers, Alice Parker, as everyone knows, was involved in special education here in the department, and then Richard Lee Colvin, former education writer for the Los Angeles Times. And we really want to produce a report that's very compelling in its narrative about the need for change with regard to how we can better serve students with disabilities. We have subcommittees that are focused on educator preparation and professional development, evidence-based practices, assessment and accountability, early learning, and finance. We looked at a lot of reports. One of the things that's very interesting to me is that there's a small number of districts here in California, Val Verde and Sanger to name two, that have actually gotten to better serving students with disabilities on their own. But what this task force is trying to do is to bring these kinds of successes to the entire state. So this is going to be a major effort and a major undertaking in terms of changing people's thinking about special education, moving away from a place and a label to the notion that first and foremost, these are gen ed students who ultimately may need some additional expertise, but getting away from that sort of compliance-driven approach with a lot of legalisms to better serving these students is what this task force has been all about, and it's been great work, and I'm looking forward to the outcome.
Yeah, we're awfully close. It should be next month, I assume. Yeah, we look forward to that. So now I'm ready for the IQC. We have several liaisons to that because it has several dimensions and subject matter. Board Member Strauss, why don't you start?
Well, let me just say next Thursday and Friday there's an IQC meeting where 4 IQC members will be their last meeting. Angel Barrett from LA Unified, Jose Dorado, math coach in LA Unified, Ed D'Souza, associate soup in Rialto, who's a math specialist, and Kristen Bennett, an elementary teacher in Santa Paula. And on Thursday evening, there'll be a recognition for their dedicated service. They've been through several frameworks, and they've been excellent members, but they've served 3 years, and by statute, they can't be reappointed. But they all were interested and have really served us well. So just want you to know that. And then for the ELA, ELD rollout, there's been a lot of work at the Department of Ed on the rollout plan, much as we will see with science as it rolls out once it's ready. And so there's 3 meetings around the state, and the first one will be in San Diego on December 9th and 10th. And it's a very intense process. This is over a 1,200-page document, so getting a handle on how to negotiate it and how to roll it out. And they're very, very excited. I think Member Rucker actually went to one of the planning meetings for the rollout plan. So I'll be there on the 10th with the Department of Ed. And then I just wanted to comment quickly about the math, which is in implementation. I was in Palm Springs at the California Math Council South Math Conference, which had more than 3,000 people. There's a lot of intensity and energy around the rollout of Common Core Math. And it's the second year they've had a leadership strand, and I facilitated that as my role on state board. And I just thought I'd just share a few highlights because we heard some comments in different testimony today about Common Core Math and some of the questions. And what I saw were many of our framework members and IQC members are very active leaders in the Math Council, which is really exciting that they are thinking and implementing. So the conference was Common Core Math, Building Competent and Confident Problem Solvers. They asked districts to address several issues, and Long Beach Unified, San Diego Union High School District, Rialto, and Anaheim Union presented, and they had to address for leaders, how are you adopting and implementing? How are you dealing with funding? What's your role in technology? How are you dealing with professional development? What kind of ongoing support and assessment? And so each district had 7 minutes. no, I think they had 6 minutes and 7 slides to present this. But just some highlights that we're seeing as all across the districts are looking at both traditional and integrated math. And I just thought a few things that we saw across were a lot of walkthroughs and what they call road trips, where they're taking teachers and administrators into classrooms to see the implementation and grow the understanding. We saw that across the implementation practice, and we also saw implementation phases, that it wasn't all done in 1 year. It was done over several years, and they had a very thoughtful plan. And all the PowerPoints are available if you want the link on the CMC South website under the leadership strand. Really interesting to help inform practice. They talked a lot about parent communication and teacher resources, so a lot of web-based and rollout for communication. Many of the issues that we heard about today on integrated and how you're transitioning when you go from the old framework to the new framework. And we saw in some districts, much as Member Williams was talking about what we needed for science, which is a collaboration with other businesses and community members, we saw some districts really in partnership with UC Irvine, with Bechtel Foundation, with other foundations to help with the rollout. And so I think the rollout of math will help us inform our next rounds of rollouts as far as some of the successes we're seeing. I think that all the districts were willing to share and are really embracing. And so I think from a large unified district like Long Beach to a Union High School district like Anaheim, people that went both traditional and integrated math, we got a lot of lessons and resources. So I just wanted to personally thank the leadership group of CMC South and to tell and encourage to everyone to understand that many of the leaders on their own time, I went to the reception of the leaders, are retired math teachers that just love math and still are involved in the work. And I think we have good connections with the professional organization like we see with science here, and we have it with the people that work on the frameworks and that do IQC work, that it's very well connected in our rollout. So it was just exciting energy around mathematics. But as many of us say, it's a many-year process to get this fully implemented in all of our classrooms. Thank you.
Any other comments by IQC liaisons on? Okay. Any update on further comments on ACCS? We covered a lot of what they've been doing. No.
Well, you pretty much know, at each board meeting what happened at the last ACCS meeting, probably in more detail than you wanted. So Member Holliday and I were there at the last meeting. I'm working with Member Burr on putting together the ACCS interviews and the selection for the 3 open slots. Member Strauss will be part of the interviews, and there will be an ACCS meeting in December, as I understand it. I probably won't be there because I've been summoned and selected for federal jury duty to start December 1st. So Member Holliday will be on his own on that one.
Okay. Then we're down to PSAA. Member Strauss maybe Sandoval want to report on that. We will be hearing from PSAA in January, and we're going to have them make a final report on their progress on this stage of their progress, and also integrating the discussion of the API into the broader accountability discussion. So that group will be, you'll hear more from what they're actually concluding in January. Go ahead, Member Sandoval.
Yeah, the PSAA met on October 3rd and considered how college and career indicators for accountability might incentivize schools, districts, and parents to prepare for college and career. And then we were reminded of the following statistics, which are troubling, that only 46% of the 2012-13 graduation cohort, that 46% did not complete A through G requirements, CTE pathways, or admission exams, and that 75 to 90% of community college freshmen are requiring remediation in English language arts, mathematics, or both. So there was it was a full discussion about college and career indicators. And during the public comment, one of the highlights for me was an appearance by Dr. Patricia Gandara of UCLA's Civil Rights Project. And she presented results from a recent study involving 300 employers and post-secondary institutions. And the focus was the California Seal of Biliteracy as possibly being an indicator in the future. And 10,000 students in California have earned a seal of biliteracy, and California is a leader in that in the nation. And now there are 16 other states following our lead in developing their own seals. So it's something that's, I think, worthy of further examination. And she mentioned that as a result of the study, 2/3 of employers preferred hiring bilingual employees over monolingual employees and recognized the associated cost savings and the benefits to their workplaces. But she also said that a significant number of post-secondary institutions did not know about the California Seal of Biliteracy, mentioning that biliterate students are more likely to graduate high school and enter four-year colleges. So I think it's something that's worthy of, again, further attention. And I have a couple of other quick reports. I can do them now or later.
Other items. Let's open it up to other items. I have one that's not a liaison issue.
Okay, and then I also am a liaison with the Child Nutrition Advisory Council, and this group met on September 8th, and we learned more specifics about the USDA's Equipment Assistance Grant, which has provided more than $4 million to 209 sites in California. And the most common uses of these funds have been ovens, freezers, and steamers, so providing healthier, fresh food to our students in California. And I also want to acknowledge the Durfee School of the El Monte School District. They are one of only 6 schools in the United States to receive the Gold National Recognition Award from the Alliance for a Healthier Generation. And they received this distinction for their leadership in promoting healthy eating habits and physical activity. And of course, there's a direct link between optimal health and attaining academic proficiency. So I just want to congratulate all of the students, families, staff members, teachers, and administrators for this achievement. And the National Governors Association grant, which is focused on Common Core alignment with higher education and all the work that we're doing in higher ed. The state team met in Chicago recently, and
with other states.
With other states, right. Yeah, yes, with other states.
It's a multi-state grant, right.
Yeah, right. And so they met with Washington, Arizona, Wyoming, New Hampshire, and West Virginia. And one of the emergent themes was communicating change. And this is a critical issue for all of the states involved in this. And so the California team consulted with other state representatives on discussing higher education audiences, messages, and also talking about trusted messengers as we're rolling out Common Core. And then also one thing that's happened in California related to this is that there's been a statewide scan of professional development opportunities related to Common Core. And the goals are to identify opportunities for coordination and collaboration among higher education professional development providers, raise awareness among state policymakers about existing professional development contributions to Common Core at the post-secondary level, and to provide LEAs with information about existing high-quality professional development opportunities. So that data is being analyzed right now, and there should be some preliminary data in December. So I look forward to hearing more about that. And my last item that I'd like to report on is the California State Summer School for the Arts. The board met on October 17th. And one of the most significant board actions was to keep the tuition at $1,550 for participation. It's been flat at that level for the past several years, and the board is very committed to keeping the tuition as low as possible to ensure increased accessibility. No student is turned away due to the inability to pay, and concentrated outreach efforts are focusing on the Central Valley in particular, as well as charter schools, specifically the Inner City Education Foundation charter schools and Envision charter schools. So we're trying to reach populations that will ensure that the school, the students, the graduates are more representative of our student body in California.
Okay, thank you. On the higher ed, I spoke to the presidents and trustees of the independent colleges and universities in California about Common Core and got a very warm welcome, and they were very interested in that. And we're going to have an item on the January agenda on career and technical education. I've spent some time working on that agenda. I think there'll be some new proposals there. And we have to think about that area, and we're running a $500 million competitive grant program called Pathways Trust, the largest competitive grant program in the country by a long shot. The superintendent's well aware of this. And so I think we need to think about a board liaison for that, or some kind of board, not just for the whole area of career and tech education, as this is certainly an area that I think we're going to be working on in policy development over the next 4 years. So I appreciate any board member suggestions about how to handle that, or who's interested in that, and so on and so forth at this point. But that's will be coming up at that time. So I think that, board members, Williams.
I have just a couple of things. One, I wanted to go back to the ACCS member selection just for a second to say that while we haven't done that yet, we got outstanding applications, really terrific applications. So I'm really excited about that and the potential for getting great new members on. The other thing is that Member Strauss and I have both been attending the Curriculum Framework Committee meetings on science, and they're a very incredibly impressive group, so dedicated, so excited about science, so excited that science is back in the limelight in California again. Really hardworking in terms of the energy and the debate and the discussions that they have. It's been really fun and energizing for me to listen to it and to walk around and observe and hear what they're talking about. And I think that if many of them are leaders in science ed in California, and some of them are up-and-coming leaders in science ed, and I think that's terrific for the state. Another thing that I've done that Superintendent Torlakson just mentioned is at the CDE STEM Symposia in San Diego, because I'm lucky that I live in San Diego, and so there's a lot of conferences there. That's one reason to be lucky to live there. But I was able to recruit Hadi Partovi, who is the founder and CEO of the national nonprofit organization Code.org, to be the keynote speaker that morning and to introduce him. And he was a huge hit. I've had so many people from that conference come up and tell me that that was the highlight for them of the conference because of his energy and his commitment and his passion. And what the short version of what you need to know about that organization is that they are raising lots and lots of money with the objective of making sure that every kid in every school has some access to computer science education in K-12. And they are providing free professional development to districts who will agree to partner with them to get their teachers trained to deliver professional development in computer science education at the high school level and also at the middle grades level. And in California, they started just this year. They've only been in existence 20 months. And I encourage you to go to their website, code.org, code.org. But in California, they've had a little bit of trouble, you can imagine, getting some traction this year between LCFF, LCAP, Smarter Balanced, Common Core State Standards, and NGSS. They're finding that districts are a little overloaded in terms of the ability to get the mental bandwidth to even imagine starting some teacher professional development in computer science ed, but they have signed a partnership with LA Unified, and it's starting this year. And I believe there's one in the Bay Area, but I don't have the details on which one that is. And San Diego Unified couldn't go in for a full partnership, but they've agreed to allow them to have a smaller core of teachers partner with them. And again, this is free professional development. They're not having to pay for it. Really exciting stuff.
Yeah, Code.org does a lot more than code. I mean, it's a comprehensive computer science K-12 operation. I think the coding thing is a little misleading because that...
The coding is where kids start at K-5 with fun games, but they've got instructional modules that they've developed that teach computer science and coding at middle grades that are one that's NGSS aligned, one that's math aligned, and they're developing more. And then they're also are doing professional development at the high school level in two of the classes that can lead or that are preliminary to computer science AP. which are exploring computer science. That's one of them. And the other one is computer science principles, which is a little bit more sophisticated than exploring computer science. And so, they're working with the National Computer Science Teachers Association, and in California, they're working with Access, which is a group that's dedicated to expanding student access to computer science education, and they're working with CSLNet and quite a few others. Last tidbit on this, if you can't tell, I'm kind of excited about it, but the last tidbit on this is that California has 8 job openings right now that require some level of computer science education for every one person in California qualified to take them. And that's why we have so many visas and bring so many people here from overseas. Those could be our kids that are taking those jobs.
Okay, I guess that's it for the board. One more, Pat.
Well, first of all, I wanted to thank President Kearse for asking me to go to participate in a retreat by the Merced County Superintendents. The retreat was held in Lake Tahoe, and the purpose of the retreat was to have a discussion about implementing the Common Core and looking at and understanding Smarter Balance and what the status is of not only implementing, but what the work means, moving from an idea to a mandate to an action at the local level. It was a very nice and engaging opportunity to have a conversation with those leaders. Part of the reason why I wanted to make sure I made that comment is I have to make sure I publicly thank Julie White for the work that she did to help me prepare for that meeting. The state board is very fortunate to have the support of both the department staff and very gifted staff for the State Board of Education. The presentation was very, very well received. So well received, in fact, that now each of the superintendents want me to come just to their districts to do the same thing. In December, I'll be speaking to the California Association of Black School Educators on the same point, and I'm going to use the same presentation that Julie gave me. That presentation will be in San Francisco, so I'm looking forward to that.
Okay, no further reports. We're adjourned for today, and we'll see you tomorrow.